Some people were actively discussing how insignificant human life is, and it was like a game of dice. At the same time, a wild monster was strangling the guy. He could not take a breath, because his death was already predetermined by fate through rebirth. Subsequently, a mysterious force will offer him to choose one of the cards with rewards, and then the guy will make a random choice. He thought he was lucky, but the truth turned out to be much more prosaic. After all then, from an ordinary little man, he turned into a hero, even though the playing cards he chose were inferior. But even with such an unfortunate scenario, the guy intended to turn the world upside down. All that was left for him to do was take his final step and challenge the whole world. Some time ago, before the main events, the hero was indignant that in the game, he still had the status of a loser. Lin couldn't believe that this was exactly what the loser's reward looked like. He placed his fingers on the phone screen and read the notifications with indignation, saying that even the game was trying to console Lin. Eventually, the hero pressed the end panel, agreeing to move. Afterwards, Lin began to wait to see what would happen in this case. Lin was furious when the system again offered him to choose the next cards with a reward. Gritting his teeth, Lin couldn't bear this kind of bullying any longer, and chose the first random card to choose from. The hour hand began to spin, symbolizing the player's choice. At some point, Lin froze. Before his eyes, a strange-looking black card appeared. Then, a beam of light burst out from the phone screen and hit Lin straight in the eye. For a second or two, he even thought that everything that was happening was someone's unsuccessful prank. Afterwards, a funnel appeared that began to pull Lin in. With a welcoming announcement about Monster Paradise, the hero disappeared as if he had never existed. Soon, all that was left of Lin was his bag and phone on the floor. Finding himself in a completely different world, Lin immediately realized that this world was alien. At first, Lin believed that the path of that would become a road of destruction and annihilation, paved with the corpses and blood of monsters. However, the reality was much more cruel, because Lin had to do nothing but housework all the time. Although Lin was lucky with his body in the new world, the wheel of life was failing the hero, because it was broken, quickly burning up the allotted days. So, one day, returning home, the hero found his little sister Aya, who was the only relative in another world. Due to this scene, as well as the teenager's character, Lin hit him in the face with a book. A little later, in their shared home, food was prepared for lunch. While eating, Aya reminded her little brother that she had grown up, and Lin could not so calmly burst into the house without knocking. At some point, the Emperor's ring that was in Lin's hands began to shake. The ring itself served as an identity card, and also as a place to store things. Aya also showed off her ring, believing that something extraordinary had happened. As it turned out, right in the place where the brother and sister lived, the Eye of the Abyss was about to open. Lin began to calm his sister down, because the news could be a lie, and besides, the monsters could also leave the area. In fact, the situation was completely different, and Lin was simply lying to his sister in order to calm her down. A little while later, Yaya informed Lin that she would go to her room to do her homework. Lin accepted his sister's words, promising to clean up himself. In fact, the hero was pondering the news, and also thinking about a way to exterminate the monsters in order to prolong the life of his body. Suddenly, a desperate cry was heard from the room where Aya had gone. Instantly, Lin rushed forward to save his little sister. The hero immediately knocked down the door to Aya's room. Before the hero's eyes appeared a picture of a monster greedily reaching out to a girl huddled in a corner. Relentlessly, the monster tried to get into the human dwelling. At that very moment, Lin grabbed the first object that came into his hands. Holding his bag out in front of him, the hero urged his sister to stay behind. Later, after throwing a bag in the vampire's face, Lin grabbed Aya and started running away. As quickly as possible, Lin hid his little sister in the closet, telling her to sit quietly. Frightened and in tears, Aya did not want her brother to be left alone with the monster. Blocking the way to the closet, Lin intended to prevent the monster from harming his sister. The next second, the vampire broke through the wall, coming out to the place where Lin was. Having decided to take the monster away with him, Lin called out to the bloodsucker. The monster fell for the trick and tried to catch Lin in one fell swoop. Luckily, he dodged. Under the growl of the vampire, the relentless pursuit of Lin began. All this time, Aya was shaking and worried about her brother's fate, hearing similar sounds of chaos outside the closet. At some point, having stopped running, Lin stopped because he had a gun in his hands. Multiple shots immediately rang out. However, instead of killing the vampire, the bullets caused a completely different reaction. For some reason unknown to Lin, he began to transform. Lin began to run away again when the new, now spider-like creature began to chase after him. This chase lasted until Lin fell out of the window of the house. Having managed to land successfully, the hero began to think about methods of how to drive away the spider-like monster. But these reflections were interrupted, albeit unsuccessfully, by the attack of the monster. Gritting his teeth, Lin was sure that after the transformation, the monster had lost some of its former strength. At some point, the hero noticed that there was a deep wound on the monster's chest. Firing back and dodging more blows, Lin realized that the monster was seriously wounded. Quite quickly, the hero realized that the monster had probably escaped from the knights. Then, a new idea came to Lin's mind, which was to stall for time. Despite all of Lin's attempts, the monster did not calm down. Every now and then, the clawed paw of that one passed very close to the hero. At some point, however, Lin fell under the monster's blow. Already on the ground, the hero was well aware that the end had clearly come. Lin raised his gun again, determined not to die like a loser. More shots were heard, but this time the bullets were smashing against some kind of protective barrier of the monster. And yet, one of the bullets managed to break through the barrier and go further. Lin jumped back in time from the place where the spider-like vampire was now falling. A couple of seconds later, somehow, with new wounds, the spider-like vampire still showed signs of life. Suddenly, his body began to transform into its natural form. Soon, the monster again took the form of an ordinary vampire. Seeing this, Lin raised his pistol in a gesture of revenge. Taking a couple of steps, the hero approached the vampire who had already fallen to the ground, now considering him his prey. Then Lin took aim. A shot rang out and the bullet left the barrel of the gun. Later, exhaling, Lin believed that he had dealt with the threat. Immediately, the system made itself known, announcing that after the hero completed the test, it became active. Next, a system window appeared, congratulating Lin on gaining a level. Suddenly, a strange creature appeared near Lin, telling the hero that he could choose not only ordinary cards. Lin was frightened by the uninvited creature, and even accidentally called it names, which the system projection took some offense at. Without further ado, the system informed Lin that special gold cards could also be available to him for killing monsters. Then, when Lin began to look through one of them, he almost screamed in shock. After all, Lin's own card was there, although it had the signature of a complete loser underneath it. There was also a bloodthirsty monster card, which, in terms of its signature in terms of worthlessness, was not far removed from the hero himself. Next, the system explained to Lin that cards could be evaluated by the degree of color of the tech. Suddenly, Lin realized that he should probably be able to draw cards on his own, thereby increasing the chances of getting rarities. However, the system made it clear that this would not work. Lin had no choice but to accept his status as a loser. At some point, the system notified Lin that someone had arrived. The hero turned around quickly, hearing heels clicking on the concrete surface. While fixing her hair, a stunning beauty stood nearby, wondering if Lin was the one who killed the vampire. Introducing herself as Gilas, the girl informed the hero that she had come to the area because of a call about the presence of a monster. Lin hesitated slightly before answering, and said that the call came from the other man's sister. Meanwhile, the hero did not expect that Hylas, the famous hunter, would turn out to be a girl. Next, standing with her heel on the body of the dead vampire, Gilas repeated her question regarding its death. Lin smiled, noting that he was more fortunate in defeating the monster. Coming closer, Gilas sternly asked the hero to tell how it all happened. At that very moment, Lin suddenly remembered something. Suddenly, Lin started to run away, because he had completely forgotten about his sister. At the same time, Aya watched as part of their house simply disappeared. Wiping away her stingy tears, the girl regretted the destruction, because the loan still had to be repaid for 32 years. At some point, Lin's tired voice was heard from behind her. Immediately, Aya began to hug her brother, as she was incredibly worried about him. Almost immediately, Gilas appeared nearby, asking Aya not to worry about anything, because her brother had dealt with the monster on his own. Right there, Aya would have surely started to stand up for her brother, calling him the best, as well as a wonderful graduate of his school. Later, Aya learned that Gilas had come to the call to destroy the monster. Then the digital matrix started working. For some unknown reason, Gilas began scanning Lin's house. Gilas explained that through scanning, it would be determined what damage the brother and sister's home had suffered, in order to then pay them compensation. Hearing this, Aya was already looking forward to receiving compensation, while Lin was discussing the equipment that Gilas owned. Gilas was clearly lying when she bragged to Aya about the amount of life crystals the huntress possessed to power her equipment. To prove this, Hylas suddenly snapped her fingers. For just one favor, Gilas gave Aya a whole life crystal. Afterwards, Gilas approached Lin, and the hero decided to find out what exactly the huntress needed to check. Frankly, Gilas revealed that she wanted to buy Lin's equipment, which he used to destroy the bronze-level monster. The hero didn't know what to answer Gilas, who was thinking about the equipment of the huntress herself. Then, patting Lin on the shoulder, Gilas openly pitied him because of the broken wheel of life. Afterwards, turning around, Gilas announced that soon the brother and sister would be resettled and compensated for the damage they had suffered. Having made a farewell gesture, Gilas hoped that she and Lin would see each other again, and that he would not die prematurely. Masha followed the hunter, Lin did not attach much importance to Aya's question about where they would sleep. Later, having found a surviving room in his house, Lin offered to spend the night there. Only a couple of minutes passed before Aya had already fallen asleep. Even though it was in another world, Lin learned how difficult it was to be a responsible brother. Suddenly, a projection of the system appeared nearby, mocking the loser Lin. The hero exhaled with relief, because fortunately, except for Lin, no one else had seen the ugly little animal. Afterwards, turning to the system, Lin wished to draw another card. The hero confirmed his choice when the system clarified it. Hoping for luck, Lin poked at his choice of card. The card Lin chose suddenly glowed with a previously unknown hue. With a degree of skepticism, the hero spoke questioningly about a certain mission. Lin brought it closer and looked at the mission statement again. Next, the card gave specifics, demanding that Lin become a novice hunter, otherwise, threatening to deprive him of his blessing. As it turned out later, even without accepting anything and without agreeing to anything, the task was already automatically accepted. Almost tearing his hair out, Lin concluded that he remained an insignificant loser. Now, the hero had no choice but to accept the conditions of the card. A new day dawned, and from the half-ruined house, Aya's voice was heard, telling her brother that she was leaving for school. A minute later, under Lin's instructions, Aya ran out of the house. The hero grinned because his sister was always late. Having slammed the front door, Lin now had no choice but to get down to business. At that very moment, a disgusting projection of the system appeared before the hero's eyes. Having torn the vile little animal away from licking, Lin tried to find out as much as possible about the fulfillment of the mission. Still not stopping much in licking, the little animal said that due to Lin's rank, it would be almost impossible for him to join the ranks of hunters. The hero was about to give the system a dressing down when it hinted to Lin that he should try to deceive the registration. Rubbing his chin, Lin agreed that he didn't have time to get going. Then, Lin came up with the idea of using the map to disguise himself as a tamer. Lin hoped that during the exam, they wouldn't use a weapon dipped in poison against him, otherwise the whole thing would fail. The system was taken aback, because Lin would have probably intended to use the card to level up as well. Alternatively, to use an already defeated monster, the system offered to present a card and then destroy it. In that case, Lin decided to find out if the people around him could see the summoned cards. As expected, such hidden topics were only accessible to Lin. As his next action, Lin summoned a monster card. Then the hero destroyed her. Immediately, a strange-looking young man appeared behind him. Looking at him, Lin recognized the vampire's good disguise. Almost immediately, without looking at the system's warnings, Lin was ready to use another card. The system obeyed, taking out and activating the upgrade card. Now, a bright swirling glow engulfed the summoned vampire. A short period of time, and the process was completed. The summoned vampire changed again, becoming more beautiful than before. Amazed by his beauty, Lin named the summoned vampire Bai. After this was said, a new glow began to engulf the summoned vampire. In Lin's hand, a map began to form out of thin air. But even in Bai's map, despite his good abilities, the overall assessment still called him a weakling. Tired, the system explained that Bai's overall evaluation had dropped because the summoner was a puny creature in the form of Lin. Now, the system laughed at Lin and his threats in the form of a lack of friends for projection. At the same moment, active knocking began to be heard from the front door. Having sent the system and its mockery far away, Lin approached the door. As soon as he opened the door, two huge thugs appeared on the threshold of the hero's house. Lin was seriously scared by the thugs who came to find out whether the owner of the house was a hero. Lin's fears were eased when he realized that these thugs were, in fact, people sent to restore the house. At the same time, scary people in tuxedos handed Lin an envelope with the words that temporary housing for the hero had already been found. With a bow, Lin accepted the contents of the envelope, which turned out to be a card to a well-known luxury hotel. It just so happened that the Hunters Association actively compensated the costs of those who suffered from the monsters. Sometime later, walking to the hotel, Aya was overjoyed, because the girl had always dreamed of living there. Once there, the hotel staff actively greeted the dear guests. But as soon as they were taken to the restaurant hall, Aya felt as if her hunger had subsided. To her shock, Lin was already wolfing down the local dishes, since the room and food were provided to the brother and sister free of charge. Without delay, the sister followed Lin's example. Meanwhile, Lin noted that it had suddenly become unnaturally quiet. For some reason, the people around them looked wildly frightened. After all, a man who was truly frightening in appearance was just passing by. Aya even pointed her finger at him to show him to her brother. Oddly enough, a menacing-looking man sat down at a table behind the brother and sister. About 5 minutes had passed since then, when Aya, spreading her arms, declared that she had finally eaten her fill. Deciding not to put himself and his sister in danger, Lin jumped up and dragged the girl into the room designated for them. The hero glanced back briefly. After all, there, with a loud bang on the table, stood up a menacing-looking man. While Aya was captivated by the beauty of the hotel, Lin himself noted that the thug tirelessly followed them. After a little more time, the room allocated for the brother and sister was found. Lin turned around and covered his sister with his body when loud footsteps of a thug were heard next to them. Suddenly, the thug informed the hero that the family was pursuing him, because something like this was necessary. Next, he announced that his room was simply next door. After entering his room, Lin caught his breath. Meanwhile, Aya plopped down on the sofa with excitement, admitting that the room alone was bigger than their entire previous house. Sighing tiredly, the hero agreed with Aya, now asking her to wash herself, start doing housework, and then go to bed. Despite protests from my sister, the hours flew by literally unnoticed. Just in case, Lin checked to see if Aya was sleeping well at such a late hour. Now it was time for Lin to highlight something useful to himself by watching the videos that were filmed during the work of the huntress Gilas. After watching one of these videos, Lin exclaimed that Gilas was indeed gorgeous. Following this, the hero heard a strange knock, probably coming from the room next door. Then Lin noticed that a strange, menacing-looking man had come out into the street. Secretly, Lin observed his movements. Although, Lin had no idea what the thug intended to achieve at such a late hour. A minute later, suddenly the menacing man pulled out his sword and swung it. Lin was completely sure that he had decided to practice for some reason. Lin even envied the thug's skills because that was exactly what the hero needed now. Continuing to observe, the hero hoped that in this way he would be able to remember the sword-fighting styles. Now, however, Lin was partly sure that staying at the hotel was worth it. Morning came and a bird flew to the window of the room where the brother and sister were staying with a delivery. Aya stuck her head out of the bathroom, asking Lin if he had ordered anything. Frightened that his sister was still at home, Lin only agreed that he had carried out the order. Next, as quickly as possible, he checked his sister out of the room so that she could go to school. After all the efforts, the door to the room finally closed. The hero sighed, hoping that the cost of the equipment would be worth it. Having opened the first box, Lin laid out the special equipment on the floor, and also paid special attention to the armor-piercing bullets. Afterwards, it was time for the most important thing. It was there, in the second box, that a long sword of black steel was found. After holding the sword in his hand for a while, Lin decided to repeat the fighting style he had recently seen. And then, exactly, the hero repeated the series of lunges and blows. Upon completion, a ping was heard from the system, rewarding Lin with a fragment of the devastation skill. Then a projection of the system appeared, announcing that in order to use the skill, it was necessary to obtain all the fragments. However, the system called the hero's desire to obtain fragments by simply waving a sword a pipe dream. The only option, the system said, was repeating techniques up to 100% accuracy. This news came as a shock to the heroes. Gathering all his willpower, Lin decided to continue practicing in order to achieve the desired result. So the next 9 hours passed and evening came. Completely exhausted, Lin lay on the floor. By this point in time, despite all efforts, the hero had obtained only 20% of the fragments. With a creak and under Aya's warning of her return, the door handle began to come down. However, along with his sister, someone else entered the room, who turned out to be the founder of the hotel. Lin looked so tired and exhausted that even the hotel founder himself prepared some invigorating tea for him. The founder of the hotel was glad to hear from Lin only extremely laudatory reviews regarding the hero's place of residence. After which, he, having come for some unknown reason, also left strangely. A little later, Aya remembered that she had brought with her a reward from the association for destroying the monster. Having put the suitcase on the table, the hero himself was interested in what the reward for killing a bronze-level vampire should be. The first surprise for the brother and sister was that the suitcase could only be opened with a fingerprint. Lin was amazed, because inside, there was a brand new Desert Eagle hiding. Poking the barrel of the gun into different corners of the room, Lin knew that such a weapon was the best among its peers. Unfortunately, Lin could only use this type of weapon after reaching the iron rank. Now, Aya became worried, because she was worried about her brother, albeit a strong one. The hero consoled his little sister, saying that he would not abandon her. Ultimately, their family idol was reduced to sending Aya to do her homework. Lin himself, having regained his strength after drinking tea prepared by the hotel founder, took up the sword again. His training continued, with new skill fragments being acquired. At some point, Lin was overcome by a strange feeling that did not allow him to stop. Hours passed since then. Morning came and Aya, as usual, greeted her brother. To her shock, Lin had not slept all night, continuing to practice endlessly. Lin completely ignored Aya's appearance, not stopping for a second. Lin exclaimed throughout the area when, a minute after Aya left, another skill fragment fell out to him. Finally, after a lot of time and effort, the hero could transform the fragments into the skill itself. Of course, Lin confirmed this waste of fragments to open the skill. Almost instantly, a gilded map appeared in his hands. Lin was surprised and questioning. because the text on the card indicated that the devastation skill was only part 1. A projection of the system then appeared, explaining that by collecting both parts of the skill, Lin could combine them, obtaining an epic rank card. Lin exhaled tiredly, now considering it necessary to thank the thug for the technique, and also to find out from him about the second part of the skill. With this idea, the hero went to the next room. Almost immediately, the door to the room opened and a thug appeared. Unexpectedly, Lin bowed to him, thanking him for 3 whole days of learning the skill. It's strange, but the thug didn't get angry, only letting Lin know that he would be able to find and understand everything else himself. Without waiting for any further thanks from the hero, the door of the room slammed loudly. Lin only managed to get out half of his thanks before he shut up. In this regard, Lin decided to find out about the second part of the skill after he passed the hunter exam. A little later, when Aya returned home from school, Lin told her about the completion of the renovation in the house and moving out of the hotel. Sadness filled the girl's heart, and she fell to her knees. Lin began to console his little sister, promising her that one day their life would take place in a good home. On their last day at the hotel, Lin asked his little sister to go to bed early. At the same time, the thug was arguing with the hotel's founder regarding the identity of Lin, who had been given early preferences. Calling the thug by the name of Gu, the hotel founder asked him if he had ever been wrong about people. Gu didn't dare argue. He only wanted to know why he was given the task of training Lin. In short, Gu called Lin a talented but not outstanding fighter. The hotel founder smirked and asked Gu how long it took him to learn the skill. Then, Gu announced 100 days of continuous training. When the hotel founder asked how long it would take Lin to master such a skill, Gu said 3 years. Later, to Gu's surprise, the hotel founder held up 3 fingers, and then saying that it was exactly in 3 days that Lin learned the skill. Gu was at a loss, calling this impossible. However, the hotel founder was unwilling to participate in the discussions, asking Gu to prepare for his departure. Hours passed during this conversation and a new day began. Returning to their place of residence, the brother and sister, unable to utter a word, opened their mouths. Instead of the previous house, there was a whole palace in front of them. They would surely have mixed up the address. Soon, a man in a suit appeared at the door and invited Lin to come inside. The gentleman in the suit hoped that Lin was completely satisfied with the restoration work carried out. When Lin asked him how this could happen, the man in the suit laughed, reminding him of Lin's friendship with Gilas. Aya, who came closer, reminded that there was probably a huntress named Gilas in mind. Then, the man in the suit whispered in Lin's ear that this was exactly how things were. While saying that Gilas and her high-ranking relatives helped with the restoration of Lin's house, the man in the suit left the tech. Whatever one may say, the brother and sister only benefited from this situation. While Aya was admiring the amazing work of the builders, Lin himself intended to take care of pressing matters. After all, in exactly 3 days the exam for hunters will begin, and Lin, he must be obliged to pass. The events of the story moved further in time, when the hero screamed from the overwhelming fear. After all, now for the first time in his life, he was being carried by a griffin, transporting him from one area to another. At some point, having calmed down, Lin began to enjoy the exciting flight. Soon, the area Lin wanted to reach appeared ahead. Already there, Lin's eyes were running wild, because it was the first time he found himself in such a big city. Lin secretly thought about Aya, worrying that she would hold out until her brother returned. Unexpectedly, the stranger called out to Lin, because he had also come to this place to take the exam. The guy introduced himself as Han, and immediately began to shower Lin with compliments as a person who went to the exam without even having a sufficient rank. Afterwards, Khan pointed to the building where hunters often took on missions, suggesting that they go there. What was exciting to Lin was how much Han knew about the Hunters Association. A little later, the charming cat wife met Lin and Han as candidates for the status of hunters. The guys were briefly speechless from such seductive beauty. No less shocking for those was the number of people who showed up at this place to take the exam. While simply waiting, Han told Lin that there would be a briefing for those taking the exam first, thus making it clear how everything would go. At some point, the crowd's hubbub was interrupted by a commanding female voice. The girl with the whip made it clear that those who were late would be automatically disqualified. Upon seeing the girl, Han immediately blushed, calling her the demoness Yu. Having straightened the whip, Yu was about to tell the rules, threatening in advance that anyone who interrupted her would receive the full punishment. Next came the rules, which made it clear that the contenders had to overcome the desert. Yu strictly forbade bringing water and food with them, since the candidates had to obtain it themselves in the desert. During this briefing, Lin was actively making notes, but not noting the water, but the monsters. Next, Yu brought out a map and showed everyone the route, most of which was safe, except for the snowy mountain. For some reason, everyone exclaimed at once, because Yu also marked the location of a certain spatial relic on the map. Finally ending the briefing, Yu announced that everyone would be searched, and those who wanted to leave the desert before reaching the final would also be disqualified. When it was Lin's turn, for some reason Yu stopped him. For some unknown reason, the girl smirked at Lin's face. Apparently thinking that he would not be able to handle the task, Yu let the hero pass. The hero quickened his pace, even starting to run into the portal. Without delving into the essence of Han's tales, Lin was still impressed by the demoness's stunning appearance. But before letting everyone into the desert, Yu once again informed the candidates that the conditions of orientation in space would be close to reality, and the ring would only give access to inventory. There was a dissatisfied murmur, and many candidates began to suspect in advance that they would not be able to pass the exam. Then, smiling broadly, Yu announced the start of the exam. And then, as quickly as possible, the crowd of people rushed into the portal. The terrain in front of the contenders blurred, and now they all found themselves in the desert. Left behind everyone, Lin had to develop a strategy to cross the desert within the allotted time. At this time, there were some people who were close to Yu, who somewhat admired the determination of Lin, who had not even reached the iron rank. In response, Yu argued that the boy would not last even 3 days in the desert. The story returned to the hero, who, by evening, had already reached the sand dunes. The system projection was also skeptical about Lin's ability to win. Having calculated Lin's strength, and also adjusted it to the distance required to cover it, the system informed him that he needed to walk at least 100 kilometers a day. Lin agreed with this, saying that he could not rely only on himself. After reading something in the book and then slamming it shut, Lin asked the system for information about the sand ogres. To the shock of the system, Lin began to talk some nonsense about collecting fragments to create a map, which he wanted to get from the ogres. Moreover, Lin did not think that the hero would be alone with this task. A couple of hours passed, night fell, and the events of the story moved to the camp of the ogre tribe. Many of the monsters were now asleep. At some point, something flew into the ogre's head and dinged. The monster looked closer, seeing in the shadow of the sand dunes an image clearly waving at him. The ogre immediately stood up and, growling menacingly, grabbed his club. Afterwards, accelerating, the ogre tried to catch up with the hero with his weapon. Using a lure tactic, Lin began to climb up one of the sand dunes. The trick worked and the ogre followed. But then something unusual happened to the monster. Like a gust of wind, something touched the monster's 2 necks. Afterwards, the one who did it landed lightly on the sand. As it turned out, this was the work of the vampire Bay. Lin was already in a hurry to praise Bai, who had easily dealt with the giant. Having seen the power of the vampire, the hero even considered that now, the ogres could not be lured out, but immediately attack the camp of those. Almost immediately, a system notification about receiving a certain pran appeared in front of Lin's face. Immediately, the hero's wheel of life appeared and lit up. The projection of the system spoke, having previously forgotten to notify Lin that each killed monster would replenish the hero's life wheel. Lin's spirits were lifted because even from such a small boost, the hero was no longer in danger of dying so quickly. With these thoughts, the hero was ready to continue his bloody hunt. At the same time, the ogres in the camp began to awaken. Suddenly, a strange power enveloped one of them. Following this, Lin and Bai attacked the monsters. Such an attack did not go unnoticed, and already the other ogres were preparing to give battle to the invaders. Blood began to flow, heads flew in all directions, and Lin received fragments. The hero simply could not stop. He was so infected with the idea of getting more fragments and improving his wheel of life. During this massacre, the system even informed Lin that he didn't have much prana left to obtain in order to advance to the iron rank. The hero himself was ready to put in the remaining effort to obtain a new rank. Therefore, Lin commanded Bai to deal with all the ogres. Suddenly, somewhere behind Lin, a piercing roar of an ogre was heard. The system's projection informed the hero that he had most likely created considerable problems for himself. The same distant roar reached the contenders who had set up their camp a couple of kilometers further. The challengers were not frightened, and began to assume that the ogre camp had been attacked by saber-toothed wolves, and that there was now a massacre there. The Khan, who was among them, hoped that the lagging Lin would be completely safe. At the same time, amid wild screams, a hand appeared from under the ground. Lin stood rooted to the spot, because a monster appeared that was at least 10 meters tall. The head of the ogre tribe moved towards the hero, shaking the earth, intending to avenge his fellow tribesmen. Very soon, a fierce battle began, but no matter how hard Lin tried, the bullets could not pierce the monster's skin. His relentless attacks drove Lin across the desert. Continuing to shoot, Lin tried to find some way to defeat the giant without dying prematurely. Then, the hero came up with the idea of attacking the monster's weak points in order to buy himself some time. But even so, the tribe leader's rage was relentless. Luring the monster behind him, Lin commanded Bai to go on the attack. Another shot was fired, which was easily blocked by the giant's outstretched palm. At that very moment, Bai appeared above the giant. However, The ogre was attentive, and therefore drove the vampire off himself. In a split second, the ogre turned his attention to Lin, who was actively commanding the vampire. With an angry growl, the monster rushed towards the hero. Lin himself never expected that the monster would decide to turn its attention to the hero. Already approaching, in an attempt to swallow Lin, the ogre opened one of its mouths. But as it turned out, this was exactly the outcome that Lin himself expected. Skillfully, the hero changed the half-empty magazine in his pistol, after which he released a hail of bullets. The ogre was hit by the same iron rank explosive cartridges that Lin had once received. The monster was defeated. Despite the victory, Lin was not happy to see the system projection, as it had disappeared as soon as the ogre leader appeared. However, to the hero's amazement, the system gave him a whole map as a reward for destroying such a powerful monster. Now, the ogre card, with an incredibly cool passive skill, was available to the hero. The system laughed at Linya, thinking that now the hero would be able to escape from enemies faster. Meanwhile, after exterminating an entire tribe of ogres, Lin had access to 3 summon cards at once. The system had besieged the hero in advance, because at a time it was possible to summon only 1 monster of your choice. Be that as it may, Lin recalled Bai and praised him for his work. Later, the hero summoned the ogre, giving it the most unremarkable name, Tyrant. The system tried to guess that with the help of the ogre, Lin intended to overcome the desert. But in fact, the hero's plan was different. Having admired this enough, Lin called the tyrant back. Later, Lin combined a couple of cards, thereby creating a very common sand ogre. Having mounted it, Lin learned from the system projection that the tyrant could be improved by simply giving it to be eaten by another monster. Lin took this information into account, but was not going to rush into making such a decision just yet. Then, as quickly as possible, he began to catch up with the others. The air hit the hero in the face, and he admitted that without the ogre, he would not have been able to advance so far. At some random moment, the ogre's foot touched the pre-stretched rope. With a mutual cry, Lin and the ogre fell. Unlike the ogre, having skillfully grouped himself, Lin, in a menacing voice, wanted to know who had set up the ambush for him. The immediate response was that Lin was a rude person and was not at all afraid of death. From the darkness emerged the candidates who knew of Lin as the man who had attempted to pass the exam. But at that same moment, behind the hero, stood an ogre who was ready to defend his master. A verbal altercation ensued, but then one of the guys introduced himself as Kana, assuring the hero that no harm was intended. Lin was not in the mood for dialogue and therefore asked to clear the way. Talking beautifully, Kan proposed to temporarily unite, because the ogre, with all his abilities, would not be able to climb the mountain. However, the hero was adamant and refused. Since the attempts at persuasion had failed, Ji spoke up, openly stating that everyone only wanted to take possession of the huge Lin. Looking at them seriously, Lin assumed that they would not retreat. Gradually, Kang took Ji's side, insisting that Lin should be taught a lesson for his rudeness and intransigence. Ji stepped forward and wanted to personally deal with the hero. After this was said, the attack was launched. But as soon as the swords touched the sand, the ogre disappeared without a trace. Then the scumbags turned all their attention to Lin. Lin grinned slyly, having already called Bai to help him. A couple of moments have passed since then. And now, lightning strikes have already fallen upon one of the scumbags. Others rushed to his aid. However, the hero, being ready, was already changing the summoning cards. Thus, the tyrant appeared on the scene. The scumbags felt fear for the first time, because they had never encountered 3 monsters at once before. The tyrant himself did not waste time on pleasantries, and struck them with his powerful blow. Jai, who came to his senses, even managed to curse at Lin. His brother Kong couldn't believe that a person of Lin's rank could summon 3 monsters at once. But the tyrant himself testified to the opposite, demonstratively cracking his clenched fist. Having put up a shield and changed tactics, now Khan wanted to calmly discuss everything with Lin. Seeing the shield slowly crumble under the tyrant's blows, Khan clearly understood that it was clearly no less than bronze rank. Heeding the pleas, Lin stopped the tyrant, now wanting to listen to Khan. Amidst Jai's muttered threats, Kang admitted that he had made a mistake in attacking Lin. Suddenly turning around, Khan ordered his brother to shut up. Extending his hand, Khan was ready to make peace and even compensate for the inconveniences that the hero had suffered. Lin made a counter-proposal and pointed to Jai, demanding all of his inventory. This request infuriated Ji and he threw a star at Lin. Growling, Tyrant held out his hand in front of the hero, shielding him from the released weapon. More stars were released next, but Lin had already shot at them. The bullets ricocheted and one of them hit Ji straight in the shoulder. Falling to his knees and trembling, he began to call for help from Khan. However, the wearer of the glasses turned away from Ji. Immediately, Lin approached Jai himself. Taking aim at him, the hero gave him a few seconds to make a decision. Hatching, Jai did not believe in Lin's determination, since killing a person from a wealthy family was a serious crime. Anticipating Jai's thoughts, Lin stated that he didn't care about the hunter's qualifications in general. Lin stepped on Ji's injured shoulder, letting him know that with such skills, the hero would be hired by any other organization. After hearing this, Ji began to hiss angrily. Additionally, Lin noted that corpses would never be found in the desert. The last words nevertheless became an argument for Ji, and he began to stop Lin. But the hero himself was no longer in the mood for any deals. Suddenly, a cry was heard from Khan, who offered anything he wanted in exchange for Ji's life. Ji also began to shout, promising to give Lin all the pieces of equipment and other things. Gradually, Lin's finger began to slip off the trigger. Noticing that Ji's life was saved by Kang, Lin did not shoot. Although Lin had indeed planned to kill Ji before, at this moment, he saw the benefit in the form of a debt from the Khan family. The hero's thoughts were interrupted, because somewhere to the side, someone was calling for help. Heavy footsteps were heard on the sand, and Lin looked in that direction. A man emerged from the darkness of the night, his form painfully familiar to Lin. The scene changed a little, moving further into the dunes. As it turned out, Han stumbled upon Lin and the other contenders, thereby saving his own life. However, Khan could not explain how he managed to fight off the others and get lost. When Lin inquired about the fate of the others, Khan said that their camp had been attacked by ogres, and that everyone else had simply fled. In gratitude for his salvation, Khan took a knife in his hands and began to cut meat on a spit. The Khan offered the hero to be the first to taste the delicious boar meat. After which, Khan declared that his goal in life was to become a gourmet hunter, traveling with the further creation of the most delicious dishes. This is how Khan saw his existence. In the future, Han began to actively tell Lin about various meat dishes and their taste qualities. Even though Han liked Lin, the ambitious gourmet was still overly noisy. In time, the meal was over. Han was unhappy about something. As it turned out, Han had lost his tent, while Lin did not want to let him in. The hero flatly refused, explaining his answer by saying that he would not be able to fall asleep in the presence of someone else. Upset and hearing that no one loves fatties, Khan lay down next to the fire. Next to Khan was also Tyrant, whom Lin decided to leave as a guard of the camp. Thus, under the sounds of Khan's snoring, the rest of the night passed. The fire that had previously marked the camp's location in the middle of the sands died down. It seemed as if nothing could disturb this serenity. As strange sounds were heard, Lin woke up. Standing up, the hero called over the Tyrant, whose silhouette appeared opposite the tent. Jumping out, the first thing Lin saw was a sleeping Han. Then his gaze moved to Tyrant, who was clearly agitated by something. Having finally seen what the Tyrant had seen, the hero could not hold back his words. As quickly as possible, Lin began to wake up Han. Half asleep, Han only heard Lin trying to wake him up and force him to run away urgently. Rubbing his eyes, Khan did not understand at all why such a rush was necessary. Lin pulled him back and pointed to the horizon, where, in the middle of the sand and darkness, a whole swarm of clearly unfriendly silhouettes scurried about. Jumping onto the Tyrant's shoulder as quickly as possible, both characters began to escape from the unknown threat. Lin was indignant at Khan's incessant yelling, as it only attracted enemies to himself. And yet, the hero knew that there was nowhere to escape, since the disembodied crows could pass through any objects. In Lin's memory, the news of such creatures killing entire groups of hunters by simply sucking the souls out of them was still fresh. Khan also confirmed this, saying that even gold-rank hunters avoided birds. At some point, due to the shaking, Khan fell from Tyrant's shoulders. Luckily, the monster caught him deftly. Their common escape continued. With each passing minute, Lin became more and more desperate, and he even thought about calling for help. And yet, the hero could not give up, because in any of the options, death would await him. The agonizing wait for the inevitable began. Unexpectedly, the events of the story moved to the city, where the exam began. There, in her apartment, sipping wine, Yu noted that many of the contenders had already given up, and yet she was sad that among the participants, most likely there would not be a capable hunter. After this was said, the sound of the emergency rescue system was heard. A map opened up in front of Yu, where one of the targets was moving at incredible speed. Standing up from her seat, the demoness concluded that even a copper ranker couldn't move at such a speed. Having created a portal and entered it, Yu was soon transported to the desert. The girl hoped that the idiot who sent the distress signal was most likely eaten by a monster. Somewhere in the distance, among the sands, she saw a quickly running silhouette. At some point, the silhouette turned towards Yu herself, and from his shoulders, a voice was heard calling on the examiner to save the unfortunate. Subsequently, Lin flew towards Yu. The hero quickly stood up, remembering that he had completely forgotten about his monster. At the same time, the Tyrant, who had not been recalled, flew headlong into Yu's dwelling on the other side of the portal. The hero, becoming agitated, began to actively apologize to Yu for the mess he had caused. But the demoness was primarily interested in Lin getting off of her first. Later, having successfully escaped, Lin explained the situation to the demoness. However, Yu was primarily concerned about the ogre's unnatural speed, considering it to be mutated. Lin agreed with Yu's verdict and did not lie to her. Then, standing up, Yu spoke about the crows, which would be dealt with by morning. Lin himself was in a state of extreme confusion, since such an event could most likely lead to his disqualification. Unexpectedly, the demoness informed the hero that after getting rid of the crows, the participants would be sent back to the desert. Lin even decided to lie that in fact, it was not the hero who called for help since the panic button was supposedly broken. After adjusting her hair, Yu called Lin smart, urging him to find a place to spend the night. Only now, after everything that was said earlier, did it manage to reach Lin. Laughing, Lin said in a tipsy voice that he would not be disqualified. After hearing this, Yu's expression changed, asking if Lin really wanted something different. Without meaning anything of the sort, Lin walked away. Soon, the living room door slammed shut. Suddenly, an unusual tremor ran through Yu's body. She rejoiced loudly because she had finally managed to find an outstanding candidate. A little later, Lin was informed that the crows had been gotten rid of. Yu didn't see anything shocking in this, since the issue of crows was taken up by the elite hunters. Leaving the hero in the desert, Yu warned him that if another summons occurred, Lin would pay for all the bills at the hotel. Then, Han jumped up to Lin, starting to hint at a stormy night between the demoness and the hero. The hero cursed him, calling on him to keep his mouth shut. Now, once again alone in the middle of the desert, the characters had no idea in which direction to move. However, during the break, the hero managed to check the map and now had a small idea of where exactly he should go. Hours passed, and the merciless sun was already at its zenith. Walking on the sand, the characters were again carried by the tyrant. Their path led to one object that Lin had memorized in advance when he studied the maps. Soon a supply point appeared in front of them, but the hero warned Khan that other participants might be hiding inside. After leaving the tyrant's shoulders, both characters entered the building, finding untouched supplies there. In an instant, Khan began to fill his pockets with a variety of supplies. Somewhere around this moment, Lin's eyes widened in alarm. He found that there were clothes scattered in the corner of the building, as well as marks that someone had been there not long ago. The Khan did not see anything surprising in this discovery, since this supply point was the only one in the area. However, Lin did not agree with this conclusion, still considering the discovery strange. The hero revealed that things necessary for survival were left behind, which meant that something had driven away the local inhabitants. Immediately after Lin's suggestion, a titan roared loudly outside the building. Hearing this, Lin commanded that it was time to leave. As quickly as possible, both characters climbed onto the tyrant's shoulders. Even though Han didn't see the threat, Lin was absolutely sure that she was already pursuing them. And indeed, a huge furrow in the ground stubbornly followed in the footsteps of the tyrant. Suddenly the tyrant turned around and swung his mighty fist. With a wild roar, it flew into the sand. A vibration occurred, causing the great worm to crawl out from under the sand. Unanimously, both characters screamed at the horror they discovered in the sands. Lin identified the worm as a demonic creature that even the tyrant would not be able to deal with. Then grabbing a pistol, the hero began to shoot at the worm. Multiple bullets flew straight into the mouth of the hellish creature. However, this attempt did not stop the worm from pursuing. Seeing that he couldn't escape, Khan screamed that he didn't want to be eaten. At this moment, with some idea in his head, Lin asked Tyrant not to move. Lin then barked at Han to close his mouth and not move either. The worm froze, and Lin began to reason about the fact that the hellish creature had no eyes or ears. The hero turned out to be right, and in the minutes of waiting, the worm simply lost those. Then, Khan reached into his pocket for a piece of meat. The gourmet deftly threw a piece of meat, thus wanting to distract the worm. To Lin's horror, all this was accompanied by Han's abundant movements. Instantly, the worm turned its attention to Khan. The guy got excited and his foot slipped. A couple of seconds later, Khan was already falling down. With a fairly noticeable crash, he collapsed into the sand. A haze of sand rose up, and Khan himself groaned. Another vibration brought the sandworm even closer to Khan. Due to this situation, Lin commanded the tyrant to act. The ogre suddenly moved and struck the worm. Now both monsters were staring at each other, ready to fight to the death. Somewhere below, between them, Khan screamed. Another command followed from Lin, after which Tyrant began to lead the worm away. The worm followed the noisy prey, leaving behind a whining Khan. A new chase began, during which Lin ordered the Tyrant to throw the hero aside at the right moment. A couple of minutes later, a similar launch of Lin happened. Having flown far, far away, the hero plopped down in the sand. After digging himself out, Lin watched as the worm continued to pursue the tyrant. With a heavy heart, Lin asked the tyrant for forgiveness. After all, the hero had to use the ogre as bait. Eventually, the worm's sharp teeth managed to catch up with the tyrant. At that very moment, Titan began to dissolve. After all, the Tench, as a tamer, could do everything. Having recalled the tyrant and summoned him again, the hero was not ready to let his monster die so easily. Leaving the bewildered worm behind, Lin headed back to pick up Han. Returning to the right place, the hero loudly called for Khan. Looking into the distance from Tyrant's shoulders, Lin tried to spot the fat man. At some point, the hero decided to move on, believing that he would still meet Khan. The hike continued, getting into a lot of trouble along the way. More and more, Lin became convinced that the safe path proposed by the association was not safe at all, and this seemed incredibly strange to the hero. But no matter how many difficulties Lin overcame, he still managed to reach the ridge of the goddess. Now, standing at the foot of the mountain and looking at his monsters, Lin said that the tyrant's size was not suitable for mountaineering. This meant that Lin had to climb with only Bai, after which, having tied themselves with ropes, their ascent began. Clinging to the ledges, Lin thanked fate that he had the giant's endurance. The next moment, the hero's foot slipped. Lin broke down, desperately calling for Bai's help. Bai reacted and turned his gaze to Lin. With one hand, Bai grabbed the ledge, and with the other, he tightly grasped the rope. Lin gritted his teeth, preparing to crash to the ground. However, the fall immediately stopped. Afterwards, a blush appeared on Lin's face. Embarrassed, Lin asked Bai to let him go. After all, the vampire, taking care of his master, began to drag him along. Lin couldn't stand this because he still had some male pride, even if it was just a little bit. So, having reached a certain height, Lin decided to set up camp. While preparing the supplies that Han had left behind, Lin once again thought about the fat man's fate. Lin sighed and wished for Han to survive, as he really wanted to try more of his cooking. As Lin put a piece of meat into his mouth, he suddenly noticed something strange. For some unknown reason, the vampire Bai disappeared somewhere. A minute later, a sad face of some monster was displayed in front of the hero's face. As it turned out, Bai caught him and brought him to his master. Lin let out a surprised sigh because the vampire managed to catch a rare snow beast. The hero even assumed that the beast was hungry, since it clearly came to such places from afar. Then, taking it in his arms, Lin fed the beast a piece of meat. The hero was touched by the cute little animal, whose beauty was actively admired by the female sex. But as soon as Lin let the animal go, it began to devour absolutely all the food that the hero had prepared. Having finished eating, the little animal approached Lin, grabbing him by the pant leg. The hero did not feel any danger. On the contrary, he thought that the little animal wanted to take him somewhere. As if understanding human speech, the animal began to nod actively. Since there was nothing else to do, the hero followed the animal. To Lin's surprise, he turned out to be quite lively. The hero became worried when, having gained speed, the snow beast jumped straight into the ice wall. However, he did not hit her, but on the contrary, passed through her. Stunned by what he saw, Lin opened his mouth. Approaching the wall, Lin touched it, realizing that it was just an illusion. In this situation, the hero dared to go inside and see what was there. After which, confidently, Lin stepped into the illusion. Having passed through it, the hero immediately felt a strong cold. Light hit his eyes and snow fell on his body. Having somehow gotten used to it, Lin began to open his eyes, realizing that he found himself in a completely different place. Then he turned around to call Bei, but the vampire was not there. Instead, a snow beast addressed the hero, saying that entry was only by invitation. Looking at the little animal, Lin realized that it was he who was speaking. The cute creature's voice sounded rough and arrogant, which seemed somewhat unnatural to Lin. The little animal agreed with this, immediately being engulfed in the winds of magic. The winds of magic rose up and expanded, which could indicate the true form of the creature. Eventually, a giant appeared before the hero. Astonished, Lin stepped back, thinking that there was a yeti in front of him. The hero quickly recalled that such monsters were almost at the top of the charts in terms of strength, which is why the yeti had no trouble dealing with Lin. The hero hesitated, not even knowing what to say. Yeti reassured Lin, making it clear that he would not harm him. As it turned out, Yeti brought Lin to this place to ask for help. It goes without saying that Lin had no idea what Yeti was getting at, and yet, the interest in what kind of help could be given got the better of the hero. In an instant, Yeti extended his paw towards Lin. The hero climbed up there, ready to see. But first, Yeti wanted to tell the hero one story. Lin had no choice but to listen to her. Yeti began his story with the owner, who he had a long time ago. The Yeti specified that the owner was not human, but the monster realized this only after some time. Further, the Yeti said that the owner loved people and often ran up the mountain to communicate with them. This is how, according to the Yeti, the romance between the man and his mistress began. However, one day the hostess returned early. Then, the Yeti rushed towards her because he missed his mistress. However, almost immediately I realized that she would soon be gone. The Yeti learned that the man was a hunter and tried to kill his owner, but in the end, he only received a fatal wound. The mistress took pity on her beloved and gave him her own heart, sacrificing herself in exchange. The Yeti's story ended, now pointing Lin to the lake where the mistress was buried. Yeti specified that the owner's body was subsequently frozen in ice. This whole sad story did not answer Lin's question of why he was needed after all. The Yeti continued speaking, expounding the prophecy about the Chosen One, who had the power to bring his mistress back to life and melt the ice. Lin considered himself the Chosen One, but the Yeti reported 3 previous ones who had failed to create such a creation. However, the Yeti chose people only with a kind heart, and therefore, Lin was the first in this place, after thousands of years. Sighing, the hero asked what was required of him. Yeti only asked for a drop of Lin's blood, but even in case of failure, he promised to let him go. The hero didn't see any problems, and therefore bit the skin on his finger until it bled. Dripping blood onto the ice, Lin hoped that he would save the beautiful girl from the past. Slowly flying by, a wide drop of blood spread across the ice. Yeti urged Lin to take his time and wait for the results. Thus a whole hour passed, but nothing happened. Ultimately, Lin was forced to admit that he had failed to save his mistress. But suddenly the lake ice cracked. Everything around him melted, revealing a clear expanse of water. Lin was amazed by this effect, even considering his blood to be something special. After a minute, the Yeti's voice began to tremble. After all, from the bottom of the lake, a beautiful hostess rose. A little while later, she stood up, spreading out all her beauty. Lin fell in love with her immediately. The beauty's eyes blinked. As she began to walk on the water, she turned to the Ice King, whom she had not seen for a long time. She approached and stroked the Yeti, thanking him for guarding her grave. She also looked at Lin, asking him to call himself Luo. Stuttering from embarrassment, the hero introduced himself. Still, having some suspicions, Lin couldn't help but ask if Luo was a monster. The owner denied this question, calling herself a representative of the divine race. In an instant, Lin imagined the famous creature who, in ancient times, opened the eye of the abyss with his actions. Luo quickly realized who Lin was talking about, convincing him that the scoundrel was a self-proclaimed villain. However, the hero was in no hurry to take his word for it. Then Luo told Lin that the true power of the gods was beyond human understanding. In this regard, she was ready to demonstrate it. Pointing her finger, Luo created a flowing magic that immediately began to crawl under the hero's skin. Unexpectedly, Lin felt that the wheel of life had been completely restored. This kind of healing, Luo called Lin's reward for her resurrection. But such kindness was only the first part of the hero's reward. Making a gesture with her hands, Luo summoned a heavenly beam that struck Lin. Through the crackling sounds of magic, the system informed Lin that the Devastation card had been upgraded to Epic Tier. Now the hero appreciated what a great gift Luo had given him. The hostess giggled when she saw Lin's reaction, which was rather unnatural for a human. Later, the hero was placed on the paw of a Yeti. Now, after all the words and gifts, Luo was ready to let the hero go home. The hostess reported that as soon as Lin crossed the portal, she too would leave this place. When the hero asked where Luo was going, the hostess told him about her world. This answer even upset Lin a little, because he would never meet Luo again. Finally, Luo asked the hero to be careful and not to linger on the mountain. Lin was intrigued by Luo's hint about meeting many monsters. Luo elaborated, reporting on the monster's aura, which made other monsters hunt for itself. After hearing this, everything became clear to Lin. In any case, he said goodbye to Luo, hoping to see her again one day. In response, unexpectedly, the hostess herself wished for something similar. The action of the story again returned to the familiar snow-covered mountain. Lin returned there, shivering from the cold. As it turned out, all this time, Bai, covered in snow, was waiting for the hero. Oddly enough, Lin was ready to continue his journey without wasting time on resting in the camp. The conquest of the snowy peak continued. As he climbed, Lin wondered out loud how much his strength had increased since the Wheel of Life was repaired. At some point, having reached the top, Lin was confident that he would make it in time for the end of the exam. But as soon as the hero got up, he heard a terrible cackling. Looking in the direction of the sound, Lin saw a group of geese there. The hero never expected to meet such creatures in this place. Chuckling slyly, Lin even suggested that Bai catch a couple of geese to eat later. But such a thought quickly disappeared when Lin saw the following. The beaks of the previously peaceful birds were torn apart, and sharp jaws emerged from them. Lin had no choice but to flee from these terrible creatures. While fleeing, Bai saw a cave high in the mountains. To the sounds of Lin firing back, the vampire began to climb up there. With each subsequent effort, the cave became closer. Finally reaching that one, Bai began to pull Lin, who was still shooting back, along with him. Already in the cave, Lin praised the vampire, offering to wait until the monsters left on their own. At some point, the hero noticed that the monster geese began to fly away. As it turned out, even monsters could be afraid of something. An even larger bird appeared, which itself hunted the monster geese. Lin quickly recognized Black Crow, who was at the peak of his transition to the copper rank. Afterwards, the hero joyfully informed the vampire that the appearance of the raven promised deliverance from the geese. Immediately after this was said, the raven's paw entered the cave. A bird's beak appeared, completely covered in blood. Sensing danger, Lin became frightened. At that very second, the bird flew away from the cave and drew a wide circle in the air. And then, with all their might, dig their claws into the walls of the cave. At that very moment, Lin stopped by, who wanted to protect his master, because the vampire was not the crow's equal in rank. Suddenly, under the pretext of passing an exam, the hero himself pulled out a pistol and began to fire. The first bullet fired was already approaching the raven's body, but suddenly it just took off and ricocheted. Lin angrily clenched his teeth because there wasn't even a scratch on the crow after the hit. Such insolence only made the raven even more embittered, and he began to croak furiously and push his way into the cave even harder. All of Lin's ideas were gone, and for the first time, he thought that was the end. Despite everything, the raven continued its attempts to break into the cave. In this regard, after reloading his pistol, Lin asked Bai to help him with something. Waiting until the raven's head entered the cave, Lin gave the vampire a command. Suddenly, Lin and Bai began running towards the raven's open beak. As he moved, Lin threatened the crow out loud that it was not invulnerable. And then, having successfully gotten very close, the barrel of the hero's pistol was placed against the monster's eye. The raven cawed in confusion, after which a shot rang out. The monster's body went limp, and its paws could no longer hold firmly onto parts of the mountain. Watching the monster fall, Lin regretted wasting his last bullets on it. Immediately, a notification from the system appeared in front of Lin. To the hero's disappointment, he was given a doubling card as a reward. After all, from the point of view of effects, such a card only gave Lin increased experience for a certain time. The system projection started making fun of Lin again, considering him an incredible loser. Sending the system to hell, suddenly, Lin's ring began to vibrate. Lin guessed that this was a reminder about the end of the exam, which meant that the hero was late. Having emerged from the cave and continuing to conquer the mountain, Lin considered the fact that it was worth buying more bullets. At some point, looking around with bated breath, the hero noted that he and the vampire had climbed quite high, and yet Lin was closer to the top than ever before. After what the hero said, an unknown voice was heard from somewhere to the side. Nearby, also with his back pressed against the mountain, stood a guy with snow-white hair. He said that he was the same participant as Lin. They drew level, and Lin greeted the stranger. Then, as it turned out, Lin shot the crow that belonged to the white-haired boy. But the boy denied any accusations of attempted murder, explaining that he had released the raven in search of food. And yet the boy was not ready to forgive the hero so easily. Immediately summoning a new creation, the boy claimed that he would not forget Lin's deed. Straightening his shoulders, Lin wanted to hear an answer as to whether the blonde man really wanted to fight. However, he, standing on the summoned bird, gave Lin his word that he would take revenge. But later, the boy explained his decision by saying that Lin was too weak for that. Then, commanding the departure, the boy suggested to Lin that they discuss everything when the hero came down from the mountain. This answer angered Lin, who yelled after him, demanding that the blonde man return. At some point, having come to his senses, Lin began to think about an equally pressing problem, like descending the mountain. Later, Lin tied a chain around himself and decided to use Bai's wings to fly. A few moments later, Lin jumped off the cliff, now floating on the vampire's wings. While in flight, Lin was delighted by the feeling of freedom he had never experienced before. After some time, planning, Lin reached the city from where the exam started. The hero landed, not even suspecting that Yu was already waiting for him. The demoness immediately congratulated the hero on successfully passing the exam. Lin's mouth opened in bewilderment, because he was the first one to reach the finish line. Very soon, the hero acknowledged the demoness's rightness, not daring to irritate her with his disbelief. Following this, Yu rejected the white-haired boy's candidacy when Lin remembered him. To Lin's shock, the white-haired man was not a participant in the exam, and his name was Ismuth. Yu did not quite agree with Lin's conclusions, calling Ismuth a half-participant since he was not required to take the exam. Yu's words about Ismuth being able to easily become a copper hunter echoed in Lin's mind. Later, after the conversation when Lin opened his account, he saw huge sums of money there. As it turned out, Lin sold the previously mined life crystals, and now could rightfully consider himself rich. In any case, the hero had to stay in this place for a couple of days, and therefore, Lin decided to spend this time usefully. And then the first thing Lin did was visit the gun shop. However, the local seller said that the Black Eagle bullets that Lin was looking for were, in principle, practically not sold anywhere. Lin sighed in disappointment when he was advised to look for what he needed in more exotic places. Subsequently, after visiting many other shops and retail outlets, Lin had no choice but to find a certain old man Jiang. The road led Lin into absolutely unsightly alleyways. After spending a lot of time, the hero finally came across a shop sign. Having plucked up his courage, the hero went into the shop. As soon as Lin entered the store, an elderly man came out from around the corner, offering to choose what he liked and then name the price. As soon as he looked around, the hero caught his breath, because in the local store there was a ton of equipment, both from the lowest and highest ranks. Luckily for Lin, the old man's store contained the necessary cartridges. Soon the required quantity was prepared. Lin easily agreed with the price, after which he inquired about the sufficient quantity of goods in the old man's warehouse. Taking the hint, the old man grinned slyly, assuring that for money he would fulfill any of Lin's weapon dreams. Smiling, Lin thanked the old man for his efforts, promising that he would drop by to see him again. Quite abruptly, the previous idyll was interrupted by an emergency signal. The old man said that such a signal was a warning of some kind of trouble, as a result of which Lin hurried outside. The old man only chuckled as the hero left the shop. Thus, events moved to the city streets. There was a commotion everywhere and crowds of people were scurrying past, which Lin made his way. At some point, Lin noticed that many eyes were focused on Yu, who was gathering volunteers to help the exam participants who were stuck due to a previously unseen monster. As he spoke, Lin recalled Mistress Luo's words about a monster that could control other monsters. To Lin's surprise, some of the crowd actively expressed their desire to go into the desert and save the unfortunate people. However, Yu was not ready to accept help from just anyone, especially from someone who could simply become food for the monsters. The crowd fell silent when the demoness asked which of the screamers wanted to die first. Next, Yu stated that the association had already sent a transcendent who would destroy the main monster. Somewhere behind Lin, a voice was heard calling such a venture impossibly simple. Many turned to see Ismuth, pondering the possibility that the superior might not have been able to cope. Ismuth openly protested the demoness's order, making it clear that he would not sit idly by. Sighing, the hero saw a certain grain of common sense in Ismuth's words. And then, when Yu had already finished her speech, Lin hurried towards her. A little nervous, Lin started talking about the participants who were trapped, also mentioning Fatty Han. Yu reassured Lin by informing him that Han had left the exam. Afterwards, turning around, Yu strictly ordered Lin not to leave the city, and to wait for the situation to be resolved. Evening came and somewhere far from the city, a fiery mushroom opened up. Lin looked at all this, thinking about the transcendent hunter fighting against the transcendent monster. And yet, certain experiences overcame the hero. Hours passed since then, and a new rainy day arrived. Lin, as it turned out, had fallen asleep and was still sleeping, leaning against the window frame. Suddenly thunder struck, and the hero suddenly woke up. Somewhere in the distance, Lin saw a burning mountain. Leaving his room, the hero came across a crowd of other young hunters, who were frantically searching for people from the association. One of them stopped, letting Lin know that things were extremely bad and that he should head to the conference room. Then, Lin learned the shocking news that the excellent hunter had died. There, in the conference room, the hero encountered mass panic, because many, having learned of the death of the excellent, wanted to leave the city as soon as possible. Listening to all this, Lin took a seat among the crowd. Yu spoke up, calling on everyone to prepare for defense, since the main monster was wounded, which meant that its puppets would go into battle. But many of those present, who were just preparing to take the exam, were not eager to enter into an unequal and deadly battle. Moreover, none of them, residents of remote regions, wanted to die in a foreign land. At one point, Lin confidently called them all pathetic. Afterwards, Lin told about the monsters he encountered during his journey, assuring that they would pursue the failed hunters. Lin then turned to the demoness, wanting to know how long she could hold out. Yu sighed and guessed that she wouldn't last more than a day. After her, Lin announced his deadline of 3 hours and addressed the others with the same question. The unsuccessful hunters began to think about the question asked. While he was discussing this, Lin jumped over the fence. Then he climbed onto the stage so that he could be seen and heard better. Lin began to accuse the failed hunters of cowardice, and that it was their fault that the monsters, if not stopped, would move on to other populated areas. These words of the hero caused a storm of whispers in the hall. After a pause, Lin clenched his fist, saying that everyone needed to work together to achieve a common goal. Unexpectedly, the hero's call was spontaneously supported by everyone in the conference room. Only Ismet quietly called Lin an idiot. As he left, he saw a bunch of suicidal idealists. In the midst of the idea-charged and roaring crowd, Lin spotted Ismuth. He walked away. The next moment, the demoness hugged Lin, calling on the crowd to stand up to protect the area as befits hunters. Subsequently, people began to disperse, because they now had a goal. Lin also wanted to do the same. For some reason, the hero asked Yu to wait. Lin looked around, puzzled. Looking sternly at the hero, Yu said that she would use teleportation to let Lin and 50 other people leave. The hero was at a loss, not expecting to hear anything like this. Raising her voice, Yu made it clear that Lin had done his job and inspired people. Yu did not hide the fact that the place would turn into a slaughterhouse, and that help would arrive too late. Feeling sad, Yu knew that she wouldn't be able to save herself, but she could at least delay the moment until the main forces arrived. Unexpectedly, Lin announced that he would stay. By hitting himself in the chest with his fist, the hero made it clear to the demoness that he would not be able to run with his tail between his legs. Understanding everything, Lin was also ready to drag out time until reinforcements arrived. Yu objected to Lin, since it was impossible to survive in any case. Lin agreed, but at the same time he considered it his duty to evacuate the residents to the mountains. Yu appreciated the hero's plan, even remembering a place where people could be hidden. After what was said, the hero grabbed the girl, shaking her. He praised her and was ready to help himself. The demoness broke free from Lin's embrace. Turning her back, she accepted the help, but at the same time she began to feel strange emotions towards him. Having calmed her emotions, Yu spoke out a plan in which the residents would be evacuated. After all the discussions, the scene moved to a mountain canyon, where crowds of people could be seen. The hunters behind Lin were actively discussing the upcoming battle among themselves. The hero decided to dispel their doubts by naming the group's strengths. The young hunters were inspired and supported the hero. Even through fear and uncertainty, they were willing to take risks. Their journey began, passing by scorched fields strewn with the corpses of monsters. Lin was even a little upset that professional hunters had already passed through here earlier, leaving no chance for the hero's guys to show off. Some of the hunters walking behind even thought Lin was crazy for seeking out monsters so much. Lin didn't pay any attention to it, only mentioning that the transcendent monster had reportedly accelerated, and therefore, the hero was sure that the evacuation of people would definitely attract the creatures. At some point, Lin sensed something was wrong. As quickly as possible, he covered the hunter girl with himself. The other two were horrified and froze in place. After all, in the place from which Lin had taken the girl hunter, there was now an axe stuck into the ground. The hero was just about to say something when his speech was interrupted, as if a foot had stepped next to the axe, shaking the air. Looking up from below, Lin was late in the Minotaur monsters. A little further away, the hero saw a whole horde of these creatures. They seemed to be heading straight towards the hunters. Immediately, despite all the fears of the novice hunters, Lin called for calm. Lin drew his allies' attention to the totem. At the same time, the leader of the Minotaurs pointed his axe towards the hunters. The hero drew his sword and called for cover. The hunter immediately began to spray the monsters with magic arrows. Minotaurs that came under fire were immediately punished by Lin's sword. Immediately, Lin gave orders to the other two hunters. The hunter girl summoned magical powers. The guy standing next to her was shocked by the squeal the girl made during the cast. And yet, without standing around and being stupid, the guy began to set traps. The action returned to Lin, who was ready to try out his new devastation skill. After which, he actually cuts through one Minotaur. Looking at his sword, Lin openly expressed his admiration for his increased powers, as well as the influence of the cards. But at that very moment, another Minotaur was preparing to kill the hero. However, Lin was not so simple as to die in such a way. Jumping up, the hero cut the Minotaur, and at the same time received a fragment from the monster card. Some of the hunters even stopped fighting, so fascinated were they by Lin's abilities. Meanwhile, off to the side, traps began to snap. Minotaurs fell into traps en masse. The hunter-trapper grinned slyly, because his traps should have finished off the Minotaurs very quickly. Lin himself did not finish the battle, continuing to receive map fragments. However, due to the difference in ranks, Lin's card became temporarily transformable. As it turned out, such a card allowed Lin to transform into previously defeated monsters. While studying the map, a strange shadow hung over Lin. The hero turned around but realized the threat too late. The next second, streams of blood drenched Lin, and the Minotaur himself completely collapsed. But it was not luck that saved Lin, but Bai. Smiling, the hero thanked the vampire for saving him. Now, however, Bai was arranging a bloodbath, chopping left and right. The other hunters decided not to interfere, but simply began to observe. After some time, the monsters were defeated. As Lin sheathed his sword, he called out the number of 20 monsters. Calling Bai back, Lin informed the hunters that it was time to hurry, as a lot of time had been wasted dealing with the monsters. After saying this, Lin's ring began to vibrate. It was a call that the hero answered immediately. As it turned out, it was Yu herself who called him. At the sight of the demoness, the novice hunters stood at attention, and the hero himself announced the time of arrival of his group. Unexpectedly, Yu gave less time for Lin's group to arrive. Everyone froze, because from Yu's words, it turned out that the monsters were moving precisely towards those people. At the same time, further down the canyon, a fierce battle was taking place. It was there, in the thick of things, that Yu wielded her sharpened whip. Before her eyes, one hunter after another was defeated. Panic began to spread among the rookie hunters, and then Yu ordered all the wounded to retreat. The demoness ordered everyone else to fight to the very end. After saying this, Yu's gaze froze on one of the areas of the battle. For there, towering over the other monsters, stood the bloody hyena. The surviving hunters were horrified by the sight of the demonic monster. Yu growled at them, declaring that the hyena needed to be gotten rid of. But the hunters' morale had already fallen. They were ready to tie up and drag Yu with them, rather than let her die in an unequal battle. A second later, the situation suddenly began to change for the better. A smile appeared on the demoness's face, and her eyes sparkled. After all, at what seemed like a hopeless moment, Lin came to the rescue. Having been thrown up by the tyrant, the hero stuck his sword into the hyena's face in mid-flight. While fighting, Lin ordered Yu to retreat and leave the hyenas to the hero. At the same time, Lin also released people from his group. To help himself, Lin only asked the hunter-trapper to stay. With these forces, Lin continued his daring fight. Having finally wounded the bloody hyena, the hero now waited for her to make a counter-move. The monster frowned, and in the middle of them, a horn appeared. With horn raised, bloody hyena charged at Lin. Lin shuddered in surprise, because in a split second, the monster had raised its own rank. Before Lin could do anything, a hyena pinned him down with its paws. Then the hyena opened its mouth, preparing to swallow the hero. The trapper hunter managed to notice the misfortune that had befallen Lin in time. But even he, at the moment of distraction, received unexpected help. After sending the others away, Yu returned to the hero's rescue. At the same time, a powerful blow flew into bloody Gehenna from the side. Guessing the moment, Lin summoned Tyrant, who began to beat the monster. After receiving a couple of slaps, bloody hyena jumped to the side. Having freed himself from her grip, Lin was also ready to continue the fight. Next, a group of smaller hyenas were lifted into the air by an ice spike, and something fiery began to swirl around the bloody hyena himself. Then, it flared up like a small explosion. All this was the work of Bai, who was also summoned by Lin. In the end, having defeated the bloody hyena with cunning, the hero even managed to get a fragment of the map. Yu actively followed the progress of this victory and the magnificent blade technique. Confidently approaching Lin, Yu began to reason out loud that she did not expect such skill from him. This praise was interrupted by the hunter-trapper, who was glad that Lin's group had managed to arrive in time. These words sobered the demoness, and she ordered everyone to retreat to the gorge to regroup. However, as expected, everything was just beginning. Squinting, Lin could clearly see a column of dust rising on the horizon. And that one came from an endless swarm of insects. Even Yu was shocked by what she saw, not believing it until the very end. And yet the demoness was convinced that it was a new wave of monsters. Inexorably, the insects moved deeper into the canyon. At the sight of their endless stream, many hunters turned to flight. While Yu tried to stop the escapees, Lin calculated that the monsters would arrive in about 10 minutes. Many understood that they would not have time to make a blockage out of stones, but they were ready to use the corpses of previously killed monsters. The demoness welcomed the idea and volunteered to personally detain the insects. Lin spoke out against it, believing that it would be better for him and his group to stall for time while the demoness blocked the passage. Then, approaching Yu, the hero reminded her that, being the eldest, she could not stupidly sacrifice herself. Lin scolded her for her active attempt at self-sacrifice, which would have left thousands of people without leadership. After saying this, Lin immediately led his men. Left behind, the demoness clenched her teeth. She had no choice but to follow Lin's plan, silently calling the hero an idiot. Still, Yu didn't want Lin to die. Later, somewhere out there in the thick of the battle, Lin called the system. The projection of the system appeared, and Lin said that he wanted to use the card that dropped after killing the blood hyena. The system understood perfectly well that such a map was Lin's last attempt at survival, and therefore recreated that one. The next action of the projection was to throw the card at Lin. A second later, Lin's eyes flashed, and he mastered the snow step skill. The hero immediately got into action, believing that with such powers, he could handle anything. Moving at high speeds, Lin began to chop down the insects. The hunters that Lin took with him were left speechless, as they had never seen the hero move at such speed before. One of the monsters, however, managed to predict Lin's movements, and therefore rushed to attack. Still under the influence of new powers, the hero easily dodged the blow. At this very moment, with some kind of cunning plan, Lin asked the system to block the connection with Bai's Wheel of Life. The system quickly realized that the hero was planning to increase his rank and upgrade one of his attributes. As he continued to fight, Lin asked for his sword skills to be strengthened. The system didn't mind and did everything exactly as Lin wanted. After all these actions, the hero only had to survive. Thus, quite a lot of time passed, and even a new day arrived. Another insect monster was pierced by the hero's sword. The hunters from Lin's group celebrated their victory, because as it seemed to them, they had managed to deal with the countless horde of monsters. At that very moment, Yu's voice calling for Lin was heard from the improvised barricade. Everyone around was inspired and full of energy, except for Lin, who was quite tired and was already afraid of meeting a new wave of monsters. However, the hero did not even think of losing heart, because with his struggle, first and foremost, he was protecting his little sister. Suddenly, the ring of all the hunters began to vibrate at once. It was shocking news of the fall of a number of regions due to the invasion of monsters, which also brought casualties among civilians. Only Yu was preoccupied with thoughts of the transcendent monster, which was the cause of all these troubles. The demoness guessed that the next target of the superior monster's rage was the surviving hunters. The day continued, and the hunters spread out along the makeshift barricade. Yu no longer radiated optimism, even when Lin informed her that she should wait for reinforcements. After a pause, Yu loudly informed the hero that she was not at all afraid of death. The demoness was only afraid for the civilians who could have died due to the fault of the hunters who happened to be nearby. Suddenly, Lin approached Yu, reminding her that she was a senior hunter, and a gold rank one at that. Unexpectedly, Lin began to comfort Yu by reading her beautiful poems about life, death, and self-sacrifice. Embarrassed, Yu turned away and barked at the other hunters to gather their wits and focus. At that very moment, the hunter-observer informed everyone that the enemies were approaching. Lin peered into the distance, not really understanding what he saw. There, once again on the horizon, something new, no less eerie, was raising pillars of howl. The new monsters were the iron-armored elephants. Yu slammed her fists together. The demoness guessed that the superior monster, with the help of its pawns, wanted to break through the barricade. Out loud, the girl announced that due to the structure of the elephant's skeletons, they would not be easy, much less quick, to defeat. All the hunters were preparing to give their last, but predictably losing battle. Suddenly a shadow jumped down from the top of the canyon. It was a guy engulfed in a snow-white glow. As he flew, he swung his sword, somehow managing to injure the elephant. Yu clenched her fists, remembering from the sight of the elephant's injury that their weak point was their eyes. As it turned out, the demoness knew a guy named Zheng, and he was an outstanding hunter. But even despite the injuries they received, the elephants were not going to give up so easily. They tried to get Zheng in various ways. However, the hunter avoided enemy attacks, carrying out counterattacks. Each time, his slashing sword cut through flesh. Unexpectedly for Lin, Yu even called the hunter there her elder brother. He, having heard correctly, pushed off from one of the elephants, after which he jumped straight towards the demoness. However, Zheng was not in the mood for small talk. In a commanding voice, he ordered everyone to remain in their places. Next, he stared at the horizon. After all, from there, from the endless steppes and wastelands, a new horde of monsters was already following like an avalanche. You quickly recognized those as vile arachnids. Zheng said that this was all a plan by the transcendent monster to use the arachnid web to weaken the hunter's defenses. Still, Zheng didn't know how to stop such enemies with such forces and the lack of heavy weapons. Suddenly, Yu's voice was heard asking everyone to stop panicking. The girl made a gesture with her fingers, after which a minigun materialized in her hands. While Zheng couldn't understand how Yu had gotten such a weapon due to failing the exam, Lin himself admired the sight of it. As Yu spoke about the black market and the opportunities there, the minigun's drum began to speed up. The girl was ready to give the monsters some heat. Finally, when the minigun's drum spun to full speed, a concentrated beam of energy burst from its barrel. Curving in the air, the beam flew into a steep section of the canyon. Zheng thought Yu had missed, and Lin laughed uncomfortably. However, the demoness herself thought differently. After what she said, a creaking sound was heard and sections of rock began to chip off. The masses of rocks and water that had previously held them back poured straight onto the hordes of monsters. Eventually, this mad whirlpool engulfed them all. Less than a minute later, to Lin's surprise, all the arachnids were destroyed. Seeing this, Zheng even admonished the hero to never anger women in his life. Despite the series of victories, the eyes of the Tench again saw a new danger. Yu had never seen anything like this, and now she was waiting for praise from Zhen. But the hunter only pushed her aside in order to get a closer look at the threat. Lin spoke up, saying that he had seen something similar before. After all, the new threat was a flock of crows capable of sucking out souls. Along with those, another wave of endless meat assault followed. Now, it was a combined attack from all the enemies the hunters had faced before. The hunters' fighting spirit fell, and they began to express defeatist thoughts out loud. For some reason, Zheng asked the demoness to activate teleportation. Zheng insisted that Yu save the outstanding hunters who had been hardened in battle and had high potential. Unexpectedly, Yu and Zheng began to bicker, because the demoness did not want to run away with her tail between her legs. At the same time, Lin called out the projection of the system. While he had time, Lin learned that he had accumulated about 1,000 cards after defeating all the last monsters. Lin stunned the system by not making a choice from the cards. As it turned out, the hero planned to unite those. The system was not against such an experiment, but did not know what the final result would be. However, the hero, seeing that death was near, decided to try his luck. And then, at the hero's repeated command, The system began to combine all previously obtained cards into one. In essence, Lin didn't care what came up, he just wanted to activate the card. The transformation was completed and the destruction map was created. Afterwards, in the form of a huge plasma ball, it appeared in front of Lin. Having blinded many with its light, the plasma ball swallowed the hero. Nobody understood what was happening at that moment. The radiation grew, and even the monsters advancing on the barricades began to see its halo. A few moments later, she began to burn the monsters. An incredible release of energy, with its onslaught, began to devastate the ranks of monsters. Those of the hunters who did not close their eyes were even able to see that in a split second, the crows were exterminated. But the terrible power summoned by Lin was only gaining momentum. Having reached its peak, it spread in all directions. At some point, the light and noise generated by the plasma force died down. Feeling that it was all over, Yu opened her eyes, after which her eyes widened in shock. After all, the start of all this riot was Lin, who was now in a tired state. All the hunters rejoiced at once, because there was no trace left of the countless hordes of monsters. Realizing to whom they owed their victory, the hunters began to chant the hero's name. Yu even flew up to him in her rude manner, but praising him. Zheng then spoke up, trying to figure out what kind of magic Lin had used. Yu began to calm her brother down, because Lin was unable to properly explain what had happened. He eased up and turned his gaze to the demoness. In the end, he guessed that Yu was not indifferent to Lin. At the same time, out of the corner of his ear, Lin heard someone's laughter. The voice belonged to someone who was far away, in the canyon. Suddenly, Yu also felt a strange aura. Zheng bared his teeth, saying that someone had arrived. The strange figure in the cloak announced that he did not expect to meet a divine descendant. Lin thought he was talking about himself. Many hunters had already guessed that the frightening stranger was the same superior monster. Then the stranger grabbed his hood, stating that he would destroy any hunter. And yet he was willing to give many a chance to avoid a sad fate. Pointing its finger, the vile creature wanted to get Lin, promising to let the others go in revenge. The moment of waiting and agonizing choice has arrived. After all, the creature offered to exchange one life for thousands. The hunters began to discuss the current situation among themselves, believing that with Lin's blood, the monster would be able to evolve. The villain's hissing could be heard, making it clear that there would be no help in the near future. If they refused, the scoundrel threatened to eat everyone. A projection system emerged that began to actively make fun of the hero's need for sacrifice. Moreover, the system calculated that due to the difference in ranks, Lin's death was 100%. No one expected it, but at some point, Yu came forward with consent. Going against everyone's will, the demoness agreed to a deal with the creature. Such an event distorted Lin's face, and the system was already saying goodbye to him. Approaching the scoundrel, Yu asked in return for just 1 minute to say goodbye to the hero. Yu also called Zheng along with her to be a witness. The hunter didn't even have time to understand anything before the demoness grabbed him by the hand. Very quickly, the girl approached Lin. There was a short pause. During it, Yu took the hero's hand. Having discouraged him, the demoness began to admit that Lin had shown his incredible heroic qualities. But both Zheng and Yin considered these words as a declaration of love. Later, Yu did indeed mention that she had some feelings for Lin. Tenderly, she thanked Lin for appearing in the demoness's life. But Yu also asked the hero for forgiveness for her behavior. Suddenly, a portal opened behind the boys. With no small amount of effort, Yu pushed them into the portal. None of them could have expected such a turn of events. The last thing they saw was the tears in the eyes of the girl who believed in the salvation of the race through the hands of Lin and Zhen. The excellent monster cursed, because Yu had tricked him after all. Gathering his energy, the scoundrel released a black arrow. She flew straight into the cluster of characters. Thunder and lightning at the sight of the fall destroyed the portal created by the demoness. Angular bolts of energy immediately erupted. One of them pierced Yu through and through. Jing shouted Yu's name, seeing that she was injured. The girl herself cursed because her plan had failed. Bleeding, she fell to the ground. Zheng and Lin immediately ran up to her. Barely opening her eyes, Yu apologized for being so weak. Lin pulled back and, filled with rage, he stared towards the superior monster. The scoundrel himself growled from disappointment in the people and their meanness. The monster was now ready to destroy absolutely everyone. Transformed into a snake, she called everyone around her food. With each passing second, the size of the snake grew larger and larger. The hunters were filled with fear because they managed to irritate the powerful creature. Then the snake opened its mouth, releasing its long tongue. In a split second, the tongue wrapped itself around Lin, and then he began to rise above the ground. The snake dragged the prey into its mouth, calling the hero's fate an honor. At that moment, Lin thought for the first time about how unsightly the fate of the time travelers was. Afterwards, the snake's mouth snapped shut. Everyone froze at the sight of what happened. Only Yu quietly repeated Lin's name. Now, the snake only had to wait until Lin was assimilated and became a part of it. The next minute, some transformations began to happen to the snake. For some unknown reason, his entire body began to vibrate. Very close by, a portal opened up. From there, a hairy palm appeared. At the very last moment, the beast saw this. But it was too late to do anything, because the palm pinned him to the ground. As a result of such a blow, the snake spat out the previously swallowed prey. Lin was free again. The mysterious palm itself, having completed its business, went into the portal. But the snake was not going to let go so easily of the one who dared to interfere. However, the palm did not allow itself to be bitten and gave the snake a bream. Being driven back into the ground, the snake coughed up blood. At the same time, a hole formed in the rock, from which the hero began to run away. During this escape, an unknown voice called out to Lin. The hero looked to the side, seeing a familiar image. Lo and the Ice King came to Tom's aid. Naturally, Lin hurried to them. Answering for his mistress, the Ice King said that Lo missed the hero. Blushing slightly, Lin thanked the two for their unexpected help. Lin turned around and was worried that others might see the two divine beings. However, Lo asked not to worry about anything like that. After all, right before her arrival, the hostess used magic and put everyone to sleep. Next, the hostess turned her stern gaze to the snake, which was beginning to disintegrate before our eyes. So the mistress's magic worked again to repay Lin for saving her. Next, Luo handed Lin a tiny snake. By offering to absorb her, Luo promised that Lin would unlock the potential of the dragon blood within herself. Lin thanked Luo for the gift, but first he wanted to save someone. The hostess turned her gaze to the hero's friend. Relying on Luo's divine powers, Lin began to beg her to save the demoness. After some thought, Luo suggested using the snake to heal Yu. Without a shadow of a doubt, the hero agreed to this option. In response, the hostess smiled. After which, she suddenly threw the snake into the hero's hands, because in fact, Lo had soul stones with him. Subsequently, the Ice King's huge paws were extended around Yu. The hostess slowly approached that place. Crouching close, she brought her hands to Yu's body. Then, sharply raising one hand, Lo seemed to catch the bird's fiery spirit. The space beneath Yu began to sparkle and fill with an extraordinary radiance. Finally, the mistress completed her mysterious ritual. Luo told the worried Lin that the girl would soon wake up. Delighted by what he heard, Lin assured that he was now the mistress's debtor. In response, Lo stated that she was already leaving, as she had admired this world enough. Then, carefully, the hostess took a step towards Lin. Coming very close, she whispered that she would like to ask the hero one question. After which, she put her hands on the hero's chest. Looking into his eyes, the hostess wanted to know if Lin believed in love. The hero remained silent, actively filling with color. The hostess repeated her question again. Finding nothing better to do, Lin asked in response why Luo needed to know such things. Thinking about it, the hero thought that such a question could be connected with Lo's past. Finally, in response, somewhat contemptuously, Lin uttered the word love itself. Lin began his long speech by explaining the function of love, gradually leading this word to a mutual feeling, which could result in sacrifice. But Lin emphasized that love also gives strength to forgive. Taking his mistress by the hands, the hero called love an inexhaustible source of energy that gives strength for action. In particular, Lin emphasized that love is available to everyone, connecting both gods and mortals. This monologue clearly touched the hostess to the depths of her soul. Turning sideways shyly, Lo said that she might have realized what Lin was getting at. Luo guessed that in this manner, Lin had rejected the feelings of the goddess, and therefore, she said goodbye to him. As she walked towards the Ice King, the hostess kept looking back at the hero. The giant himself held a sleeping man in his palms. At some point, Lin assumed that the owner wanted to take the hero with her in order to protect him from future dangers, but she didn't answer and just said goodbye. Afterwards, she began to rise into the air. Looking after her, Lin said goodbye to his mistress, and she said goodbye to the hero. A portal opened, into which divine creatures left. With sadness, Lin said that perhaps there would be no more meeting. As soon as the portal closed, Yu came to with a deep breath. Jeng ran up to her and couldn't believe his eyes. Jung told the demoness a strange story about the excellent hunter who arrived in time and saved everyone. Yu believed this fable, but deep down inside, she still thought that the girl would surely be returned from the other world. Further, looking around the surroundings, the image of Lin froze in her eyes. Yu was confused about her feelings. It seemed to her that something extremely important had been forgotten. Some time passed, and the hero returned to his native region. Entering his house, Lin approached the door of his sister's room. Lin opened the door slightly and looked inside, deciding not to wake his sister. A little later, in his room, Lin plopped down on his soft bed. A projection of the system appeared, informing Lin that, in fact, no one believed in the hero's survival. In response, Lin only smiled, expecting a well-deserved reward for all his efforts. The system projection winced, but eventually handed the map over to the hero. Lin smiled broadly, because the reward card had the ability to cure any ailment, but Lin wasn't going to waste it. already having one idea in mind. The system was somewhat surprised by Lin's decision. The hero explained his plan as an opportunity to increase his chances of victory in future battles. Next, Lin summoned the vampire Bai. As it turned out, the hero was going to fulfill his duty as the tamer and take care of the creatures that obeyed him. Following this, the hero shattered the healing card. Immediately, a strange force began to swarm around Bai. In the end, to the shock of the system, Lin's plan worked. The system even believed that through Lin's experiments, it had discovered new methods of improving monsters. However, after all that was done, Lin fell asleep, asking the system to recall the vampire one last time. A new day dawned, marked by Aya's joyful cry. The sister hugged her brother, admitting that she was very worried about it. Suddenly, a strange voice was heard in front of Aya. Through the hologram screen, Jung addressed her, calling Aya very cute. Feeling shy and recognizing Jung as a certain famous person, Aya bashfully rushed to her room. Be that as it may, Jung continued to talk with the hero as he chose the six-armed demon as his opponent. Lin was confident, because only the six-armed demon met the hero's requirements for developing sword skills. Jung agreed with Lin's conclusion, but reminded him that for an iron rank, the six-armed demon was the most dangerous opponent. The hero understood all this perfectly well, but had no other choice, because he needed to develop his skills and raise his ranks. Jung had no choice but to help Lin out and send him a video of the hunter's previous encounter with the demon. Suddenly, Linya was distracted by her sister's voice. Dressed coquettishly, she announced that she was going to school. Lin didn't even recognize Aya, because she said in a charming voice that she hoped to talk to Jen again. Seeing her brother staring at his sister's legs, Aya ended up hitting him with her briefcase. The pervert was punished, and to Jung's laughter, Aya left. Immediately after that, Jung remembered that he had not conveyed a certain message from the demoness to Lin. This message was a banal greeting, after which Jung disconnected, and Lin was left feeling upset, because you didn't even find time to call the hero. After which, lazily, Lin launched the video that was sent. From the very first frames of the video, the hero's pupils dilated. In the first seconds, the death of the hunter was captured there. Some died, others fled from some many-armed monster. Lin himself was frightened by the speed with which the demon operated. Less than a minute into the video, the team of hunters was wiped out. Slowly, the demon began to turn around into the still recording camera, subsequently revealing his monstrous grin. Now Lin was worried whether he would be able to defeat a creature that possessed such terrible power. Afterwards, the action of the story moved to the city streets. Walking through the streets filled with people, the hero convinced himself that he still had to fight the demon. Thus, the hero reached the air transport, which was supposed to take him to the forest where the demon lived. Suddenly, gusts of wind hit Lin in the face, and only now the hero saw it. After all, an airliner approached the pier tower. The liner's movement stopped and it hung right above the tower. The gangway lowered, and people immediately began to climb up it. As expected, Lin was among them. A couple of minutes later, the hero walked between the cabins of the liner. Among them, Lin soon found his cabin. Inside that one, quite quickly, the hero fell onto the bed. Lin enjoyed the comfort, because this liner was the most expensive among its kind. Hoping to one day be able to afford to live in such mansions on a permanent basis, Lin opened the news. There were lots of stories about brave hunters who saved a lot of people in a mountain pass. Suddenly, the announcer started talking about how not all events in the gorge went smoothly. A photograph of Ismut appeared, portraying him as a traitor for not helping others. He was actively pursued by journalists, pestering him with uncomfortable questions. It seemed as if the whole world had turned against Ismut. Lin even felt a little sorry for Ismut, since he now had nowhere to hide from pursuit. Suddenly, the image of Han appeared before Lin, who could not believe in the hero's survival. Lin was glad to see Han, but nevertheless wanted to know why he had not waited for the hero's return. Wiping away his tears, the fat man admitted that, in fact, he was simply expecting a call from Lin himself. In response, Lin laughed, telling Han about the chaos and that there was no time to call. Even more tears welled up in Han's eyes, and he even admitted that, out of ignorance, he had created a grave for Lin. Having calmed down, Han started talking to Lin about the hero's desire to fight the six-armed demon. Lin confirmed this, saying that he was already on the ship. Further, the hero agreed with all of Khan's reproaches against himself, because the six-armed demon was extremely strong. Han later admitted that he called Lin on Yu's instructions. As it turned out, through Khan, the demoness tried to convince Lin not to seek a meeting with the demon. Han recalled that a certain brother Yu had already tried to dissuade Lin, but the attempt was unsuccessful. At the moment of this conversation, some unbearable noise was heard. The hero jerked back in horror. Following this, Lin immediately terminated the communication session. Multiple voices of people were heard in the corridor. All of them were also frightened by the strange noise. Then the loudspeaker began to sound, informing the flight participants that danger was approaching in the form of a flock of birds. Hearing this, Lin gritted his teeth. The hero already guessed what kind of disaster was about to fall upon the liner. Lin regretfully admitted that wherever he went, he was pursued by monsters. The situation developed in such a way that the ship was attacked by dangerous explosive birds. The passengers were in a panic, but Lin himself remembered that the explosive bird's favorite delicacy was human brains. In the hero's opinion, they were the most unpleasant opponents that could attack from the sky. A minute later, the first bird tried to get on board the ship, but a protective field appeared around the liner, which did not let the flying reptiles through. Even with such protective measures, Lin couldn't shake off the strange feeling of danger. When the protection was activated, the condition of many passengers returned to normal, because they thought that the worst was already behind them. But among them, only Lin felt true excitement. After all, in the clouds, the wings of the king of explosive birds himself appeared. The one, flying higher than the airliner, suddenly dived. Next, he dug his claws into the aircraft's protective field with all his might. From such a blow, the entire ship began to shake. From the strength of the blow and the impact, Lin guessed that the monster must have been a full gold rank. At some point, one of the people even fell down, because he was in complete despair due to the attack of such monsters. Lin arrived in time to the man who had fallen to the ground and who kept repeating that the protective field would not protect the passengers. Now, Lin himself was also at a loss, because he understood that even the vampire Bai would not be able to sort out this situation. Meanwhile, the king of explosive birds continued to reduce the liner's defensive capabilities, but suddenly Lin noticed something else in the sky. Out of nowhere, a hunter appeared, surrounded by a glowing sphere. This is what a fighter who had gold rank equipment at his disposal looked like. Suddenly, the elderly-looking passenger became kinder, calling the local hunter by the name Sin. The passenger said that Xing was in the top 5 hunters, which meant there was nothing to worry about. Finally, Hunter Xing went on the attack. With swings of his sword, he began to chop down the birds. One after another, leaving a trail of blood behind them, the birds began to fall. Ultimately, Sin discouraged the explosive birds from further attacking the ship. While everyone else looked at their savior with love, Lin himself had never seen such power in his life. Unexpectedly, the hero became inspired by the idea of adopting Sin's technique for himself. In connection with this, Lin hastened to leave the upper tiers of the liner. As quickly as possible, the hero returned to his room. While in the room and taking out his sword, despite the skepticism from the system, Lin planned to learn Xing's skill through training. Despite all the persuasion and calls of the system to the voice of reason, Lin began to exercise. Remembering the movements in detail, the hero planned to get as many pieces of equipment as possible. Then, over and over again, Lin began to repeat the blow. Dozens of blows turned into hundreds. The count exceeded thousands of attempts, but the hero had no intention of giving up. At some point, Lin stopped and caught his breath. Lin knew that for himself, as a loser, such practice was the key to survival. Some time passed since then, and Lin's sword flashed again and fell. The system projection suggested that Lin stop, since he had already been training for 5 hours. Since simply repeating the movements didn't produce any effect, Lin decided to imagine himself in battle. Lin's imagination took over, and he imagined a 6-armed demon attacking him. In his mind, Lin used great devastation, but the technique lacked speed. Because of this, the demon suffered minor damage. With such input, Lin did not see his victory, only mutual death with the monster. And so, the hero came up with the idea of immobilizing the demon. For such an action, Lin planned to use Bai, and then the hero would have a window for just one, but decisive blow. Taking a deep breath, Lin closed his eyes, then opened them abruptly. Then he let out a piercing scream. Lin made a move, and the power magic passed through the cabin, even touching the system. The impact was so powerful that it even caused significant damage to the cabin. After which, a message from the system appeared stating that Lin had received a skill fragment. Encouraged by the result, Lin was ready to continue his training. A day later, the liner docked at a new area. From there, a hero who had practically no feelings descended to the ground. Later, Lin and the system began to discuss the location of the demon that was seen in the forest near this city. And yet, realizing that there could be many dangers along the way, the hero decided to enlist the help of hunters, at least silver rank. Thus, when Lin came to the local adventurers guild, he learned that one such group was just heading into the forest. Unfortunately, Lin had to hurry to catch up with the group. As an alternative, the girl suggested that Lin hire his own group, but tears began to flow from the hero's eyes, since he had already been presented with a hefty bill for the destruction of the cabin. Ultimately, the hero had no choice but to spend money on his own escort group. Immediately after signing, the girl at the registration desk informed Lin that they would contact him as soon as he paid for the team's services. A little later, having deposited the money, Lin left the guild building. After briefly discussing his plan with the system, the ring on Lin's finger suddenly vibrated. It was a message from the captain of the adventurers. who had arranged a meeting with Lin for the evening. As agreed, in the evening, the hero arrived in the agreed area. Looking around, Lin couldn't understand why he didn't see anyone nearby. At some point, someone called out to Lin. A little behind the hero stood a girl surrounded by two others, who introduced herself as Captain N. Lin approached N, and she reminded the hero of the terms of the agreement, under which they were obliged to deliver him to the forest alive and nothing more. At some point, before N could finish speaking, someone put a hand on her shoulder. The tall guy suddenly apologized to Lin, citing a special mission, who refused to take the hero with him. Lin fell silent, finding such changes extremely suspicious. The tall guy himself continued, guaranteeing Lin a full refund of the money spent. Lin was in a difficult moment, because he needed to get into the forest, and at the same time, they did not want to take the hero with them. In the end, the tall guy promised Lin an even greater compensation, which could allow the hero to hire an even more unique group. The hero was about to agree, but his mouth was shut by a projection of the system. After all, somehow Lin activated the mission card. Lin sighed heavily, because he was once again being asked to complete a stifling mission and receive not the most useful things as a reward. Biting his nail, Lin thought about the words of refusing compensation and still persistently participating in the expedition. When the tall guy spoke about compensation again, Lin exploded with indignation. The tall guy fell silent, looking at the hero with complete incomprehension. Then, he decided to check whether Lin was really ready to go on a campaign, without any guarantees of his return. Lin stubbornly agreed with this. As soon as the hero finished speaking, N called on everyone to begin their journey. Taking a quick look back, she didn't want to waste time. Lin agreed, proudly calling the girl captain. This development of events was not to the liking of the adventurers of N. Ultimately, they decided to play their part. Some time passed and night fell. But even her serenity was deceptive. A giant bird flew thousands of kilometers in a couple of wing beats. Sitting on that one and being behind N, Lin admired the speed with which the adventurers would reach the forest. Sometimes, looking back, Lin thought that N's companions were probably from rich families. Unexpectedly, Lin noticed the sour face of one of the riders, thinking that he was jealous of N towards the hero. Around the same time, N spoke up, wanting to know the reason why Lin was heading into the forest. Lin described his visit to the forest as a desire to achieve a new rank. The girl's gaze changed when Lin mentioned that the destruction of the demon was necessary for these actions. Looking at Lin, N absolutely did not understand his choice, especially considering the incredible difference in strength. In response, Lin only chuckled, saying that he expected to win. While Lin was buttering up N in his mind, he was thinking about the adventurer who kept his eyes on the hero. At some point, a forest formed ahead. Suddenly, a terrible growl came from the forest. Time after time, this growl was repeated. Everyone understood perfectly well that only a gold rank monster could make such sounds. A little later, the whole group of adventurers got off the birds and entered the forest. Looking around, Lin said that he felt the source of the sound was somewhere nearby. Unexpectedly, the other adventurers suggested leaving Lin behind, since they had completed their mission and were now ready to go about their business. However, N rejected this idea, stating that they were all moving towards the same goal. One of the adventurers wanted to object, but he had no business expressing his thoughts. Apparently, their leader eventually agreed with N's decision. Lin could clearly feel the tension in the air, and therefore, he said to himself that the adventurers had a generous heart. After some time, in the depths of the forest, a lizard was found that was cutting down trees. The monster turned out to be a dragon, which was the one making the sounds that everyone had heard earlier. The adventurers regretted that there was no tamer among the participants, for then they could have taken possession of the dragon. Subsequently, the opinion fell on Lin, calling him a snack for the dragon, because the hero did not even have an iron rank. The two adventurers standing behind him chuckled and thought that only N and their senior were capable of facing the dragon. Suddenly, upon learning that Lin was a tamer, the elder spoke up. Now he was ready to take the risk and fight the dragon. At that very moment, due to the cheerful cry, the dragon himself noticed the intruders on his territory, after which he let out a thunderous roar. The roar was so deafening that Lin couldn't even move. Unexpectedly, the elder volunteered to fight the dragon alone. Drawing his sword, he asked N to wait just 1 minute. In an instant, a dragon rushed towards him. The adventurer also rushed towards him. No one present expected that the elder would dare to launch a frontal attack. Among everyone, only N was completely calm. She explained her attitude by the fact that the monster's rival was Herbert himself. When the dragon came close, Herbert smiled, saying that this was exactly what he expected. The dragon was approaching inexorably, and was already preparing to cut the adventurer in half with its powerful jaws. But Herbert teleported at the very last moment. Sparks of mysterious magic flowed along his body. As he fell, he pierced the dragon's neck with his sword. Lin opened his mouth in surprise, because once again, he witnessed a victory with just one blow. the defeated dragon fell to the ground, creating a curtain of dust beneath it, in which the image of Herbert was visible. Now the hero understood that this guy was incredibly strong. Pleased with his victory, Herbert walked confidently past Lin. In order to belittle the hero, Herbert even threw it at Lin to stay behind and not worry about himself. Later, looking back at the defeated dragon, Lin lamented that it did not have such an attribute. Otherwise, the hero would have managed to collect a whole dragon monster card. Suddenly, the system notified Lin that a dying monster had been discovered whose soul could be integrated into the map. Lin became cheerful because fate had given him a surprise. Promising to catch up with the others, the hero wanted to stay in this place longer. En was not going to leave Lin so easily, but Herbert supported the hero's request. The other adventurers snickered, thinking that Lin wanted to profit from the dragon's corpse. Afterwards, approaching the dragon, Lin turned to the system in order to get specifics on further actions. The projection system told Lin to simply touch the dragon with his hand. Not knowing exactly how to do it, the hero simply placed his palm on the scales. Urgently, the hero felt how the power of the great serpent began to be released. The body of the former dragon itself began to rapidly disintegrate into small particles. The particles of the former dragon began to form into a thin stream of fragments. They began to reach out to Lin, penetrating straight into his head. Soon a dragon card appeared in front of the hero. Lin couldn't believe his luck because he received an epic card. Moreover, the summoned dragon itself possessed the property of immortality. Reading through the dragon's statistics, Lin called up a system that explained what level the monster was at, and that this value directly affected the creature's combat properties. At the same time, the system projection informed the hero that, like the other cards, the dragon card had a rarity, including divine. After hearing this, the hero again began to look at the map with satisfaction, whose value had grown incredibly in Lin's eyes. After a short period of downtime for the hero, the system was about to go away, when Lin stopped it, asking for a card for his services. As always, the system made a random choice. Lin's premature joy quickly turned into complete disappointment. Lin soon came to his senses, because in fact, the card was not so bad, since it provided protection. The system further curbed Lin's fantasies, since he could only summon a dragon after reaching the iron rank. Soon the hero caught up with the group of adventurers. Irritating Herbert, Lin drew level with En again. Walking alongside, Lin began to ask En about dragons. The girl launched into a long explanation, letting Lin know that with a certain amount of success and mutations, the defeated dragon could reach the heavenly level. At the same time, En made it clear that in these lands, there was once a real dragon, and not half-breeds. Unexpectedly, Herbert climbed in between the doves, ready to answer all of Lin's questions. Herbert began to tell Lin some tales about demigods, as a result of which the hero thought that the dragon card he had received was, in fact, quite unique. At some point during their journey together, Lin was given directions to go in order to meet the six-armed demon. But as soon as the hero took a step, someone pulled him by the hem of his clothes. For some reason, worrying about Lin, En asked him to evaluate his strength and, if necessary, not to kill himself over the demon. Lin smiled sweetly in response, thanking En for her kindness and guidance. She also smiled in response, accepting such warm words. Now, alone, Lin thought about En, no longer considering her a cold and unapproachable person. After which, Lin began to prepare himself for something. Having summoned Bei, the hero was ready to begin the hunt. Somewhere in the distance, a separate part of the forest stood out. Recalling, Lin said that the six-armed demons were cruel creatures that sucked the life out of everything. Looking out from behind cover, Lin decided to wait until the morning, when the creature's fighting power would decrease. Next, Lin decided to look for some more victims, because attacking two demons at once would be sheer suicide. And so, very quickly they both left their hiding place. Next, calling up the experience panel, Lin stated that in order to achieve the required rank, he had to kill two demons. Suddenly, the vampire's hand fell on Lin's shoulder. The hero looked back and his eyes widened. There was another demon nearby, but one that was clearly different from its fellows. Lin was inspired, because he had a good chance. Immediately, he commanded Bei to go on the attack. Suddenly, another demon appeared nearby, however. Knowing that they could not communicate with other relatives by voice, Lin planned to deal with them one by one. The demon himself threateningly held out his hands, seeing how the vampire was approaching him. At that moment, Lin remembered that the demon's life force was contained within the mask, and therefore the hero commanded that Bai aim specifically at the mask. The vampire began to carry out a series of blows, from which the demon put out his hands in defense. Afterwards, Lin himself moved to deal with the second demon. With each subsequent step, the sight of the second demon in the unusual dress approached Lin. Being very close, but not in time, the demon noticed the hero. Immediately, all 6 bony hands reached out to the hero. Lin was taken aback by the fact that they used a combination of physical and magical attacks. Afterwards, a wave of magic swept over the area. Having drawn his sword, Lin successfully dodged the first attacks on himself. Then the hero commanded that the vampire not be distracted and restrain the other demon. Next, Lin took out his trusty pistol and began firing from it. The demon in the purple dress held out his hands, protecting his mask from the bullets. Afterwards, Demon launched a strike, but it again failed to hit Lin. The hero clenched his teeth, knowing full well that he was lucky to be alive now. The next moment, one of the demon's hands was released towards Lin at incredible speed. Lin didn't have time to do anything, and then it pierced right through. However, the hero was saved because he used the traceless step skill. At the same time, Bai did not slow down his pressure on the other demon. Very tightly, magical fetters bound him. The next moment, the mask of the chained demon was pierced by a sword. Taking advantage of the moment, Lin dealt with Bai's target. But not even a couple of seconds passed before the demon in the purple dress appeared behind Lin again. Too late, Lin and Bai managed to see this threat. As the demon's hand moved towards Lin's chest, the system began to urgently develop a plan to save its host. The claws were already digging into Lin's body, as the system suggested that he carry out a transformation. Lin began to shout in agreement with the system's proposal. An urgent and repulsive force burst out from Lin's body. The hero seemed to scream in pain and was doubled over. Next, flaming wings sprouted from Lin's shoulder blades. In a new body, with a new bloody gaze, Lin looked at the world. Finally, Lin understood very well how great the power of vampires was, after which he grinned wildly. The second round of the battle has begun. With a roar and flashes, the two forces collided. Screaming like a madman, Lin tried his best to break through the demon's defense, almost defeating him. The hero was ready to end this whole farce. The next moment, unexpectedly, the demon opened his mouth. Immediately after that, a beam burst out from there, pushing Lin away. Lin raised his sword and began to fiercely resist the demon's power. At some point, the hero froze in surprise, because now, something strange was happening to the demon in the purple dress. In a split second, the demon flew up, spread his arms, and emitted a magical wave. Magical fragments rained down, from which the hero was protected by the shield of his recent skill. After waiting out the attack, gritting his teeth, Lin decided to use his other skills, despite the transformation, after which he used Traceless Step. As quickly as possible, Lin left the demon's magical influence zone, becoming closer to it again. Next, Lin extended his sword and used the Devastation skill. Suddenly, at that very moment, the demon opened his mouth again. The hero was surprised, because now, for some unknown reason, the demon was able to make a sound. One of the other demons, further away, looked back in the direction of the sound. Afterwards, he hurried to help his fellow man. Somewhere further away, another demon also heard this call. Baya's magical bonds began to stretch. How suddenly, the demon they had previously held twisted, releasing one of his arms. She immediately punched the vampire. However, Bai responded with a new magical effect. The bonds tightened, now strangling the demon. Eventually, the demon was defeated. Lin even glanced back at Bai to make sure everything was okay. Meanwhile, the demon in the purple dress began to move away from the hero. Lin was really angry because the enemy was planning to escape. The hero decided to pursue the demon because the experience from that was not enough to obtain a new rank. The vampire immediately went into pursuit mode, but the demon skillfully broke his bonds. Thus, time was gained for Lin, who was already approaching with his sword at the ready. Finally, the hero delivered his killing blow. Lin's sword struck right across the demon's body, cutting through the mask as well. The dangerous enemy was defeated. Instantly, a strange notification from the system appeared in front of Lin. After all, the wheel of the hero's life suddenly began to turn. At the same time, a strange clot of energy came out of the body of the defeated demon. Looking closely, Lin recognized in this clot the very seed of life. Almost immediately, through the efforts of the system, it was transformed into a map. The card itself gave a lot of passive improvements, which is why Lin immediately split it. Now all these additional properties spread throughout the hero's body. Having a new rank, as well as improving himself, Lin grinned slyly, because from now on, Bai wouldn't be the only one responsible for everything. Next, clenching his fist, the hero prepared to take a good walk through the forest. Afterwards, Lin summoned a projection of the system, which was torn away from important matters at the most inopportune moment. As it turned out, Lin wanted to demonstrate his skills to the system. After which, the hero finally summoned the immortal dragon. The beast immediately began to fawn on Lin, and he named the dragon Cole. Still, Lin planned to improve the dragon in the future by raising its rarity. Abruptly, the system projection slapped Lin in the face, suggesting that he use the progress map for such purposes. Lin looked at the system projection with displeasure, since the hero only had one such map. With its arms folded, the system projection suddenly announced that it would not be worth using the cards on Ugolka. As it turned out, the system projection linked the map's improvements to Lin's rank itself, which could cause the improving effect of those to weaken. Lin waved it off, because even under such circumstances, nothing could stop him from walking in the forest. Lin then commanded his monsters to attack. An attack was carried out on a random monster, from which fragments of skills began to fall on Lin. Later, Lin found a pack of blue wolves. Having defeated them all, the hero managed to obtain a sufficient number of fragments to summon a new creature. Later, one by one, the system rewarded Lin with various skills. For the hero, all this could only mean a continuation of the hunt. The last 7 days have passed at this pace. Having made a halt, Lin tried to treat the system with meat, which was more eager to know why the hero had separated his wheel of life. While chewing the meat, Lin started talking about the prana that would be produced by this separation. Suddenly, as an example, the hero gave a piece of meat to Ugolko. Lin began to explain that only in the state of separation of the wheel of life he could receive more experience, since the experience of monsters would also pass to him. Here, Lin made it clear that he would seal his channel in those cases when he had to meet with people, so as not to give them cause for suspicion. After which, laughing, Lin said that he would finally be able to not strain himself as much as he had done before. Returning to the food, at his own request, Lin began to listen to the long list of cards that were available to the hero. At some point, the projection system was surprised, because the mission map was updated. Lin perked up, because now he had to go deeper into the forest and find N there. The hero flatly refused. The projection system began to explain to Lin that such refusals were impossible and would only result in punishment. After which, smiling slyly, the system projection threatened Lin with the loss of the epic card. Lin's eyes lit up with indignation, in fear. The system reminded that if the task was difficult, then you can ask for help. The system projection brought up a map, marking Lin's last known location as N's. On a similar note, Lin set out to search. Mounted on a blue wolf, Lin galloped to the starting point of the search. After a while, the hero reached a clearing in the middle of which stood a stone. Lin jumped off the wolf. Lin began to examine the area and found it strange and badly burnt. The stone haunted Lin, and yet, there was no trace of N anywhere. In such a case, the hero had no choice but to use the tracking skill. A second later, Lin's eyes flashed with an unnatural light. Lin then took a deep breath. Getting on all fours and crawling, the hero caught the spirits of N, now knowing where he should go. Following the trail, the scent led Lin to a waterfall. Not seeing anyone around, the hero thought for a moment and came to the conclusion that there could be a cave hidden behind the waterfall. But then an interesting idea came into the hero's head. Summoned in the blink of an eye, Lin smashed the monster card. Now to help himself, Lin called upon the ghost. Immediately, the hero commanded the ghost to check the space behind and under the waterfall. Next, Lin began to humbly wait for the results of the reconnaissance. Thus, at least half an hour passed. Another minute passed, and now Lin was clutching his head because he couldn't understand where the ghost had gone. True to Lin's cry, the ghost's head appeared from the water. The hero couldn't wait for the results of what the ghost saw. As it turned out, there was a cave under the water, where N's team went with the help of scuba gear. Lin did not feel sad for long about not having such equipment, because an idea came to him. So with the help of the transformation card, the hero was able to dive deep underwater without needing air. The ghost led Lin straight to the cave. Laughing at his own resourcefulness, the hero was ready to enter there. Soon, together with the ghost, Lin swam into the cave. Having swum through a long tunnel, the hero eventually surfaced at another part of the cave. Just in case, Lin decided to remain in his ghost form. Having reached the dry part of the cave, the hero began searching for N. At some point, Lin saw a lying body. Coming up and taking a closer look, Lin recognized the body as Herbert's henchman. After examining him, the hero came to the conclusion that he was killed when the poor fellow tried to escape. Lin thought it was strange, as if something had burned right through his assistant. Continuing on his way, Lin decided to be even more careful. The road continued until Lin reached the next part of the cave. The hero stopped abruptly and cursed at the top of his lungs. After all, there was an incredibly strange creature with tentacles, whose aura was excellent. Lin clutched his head and blamed fate for always bringing him face to face with the transcendent monster. At some point, Lin saw blood on the cave floor. Looking at the bloody trail, Lin guessed where the adventurers had gone next. Deciding not to go in circles to track, Lin activated the corresponding skill. At the same time, the monster threw one of its toothy tentacles towards Lin. The hero cursed, because somehow he managed to reveal himself. Tentacles followed Lin, going deeper into one of the cave's tunnels. In his ghost form, Lin pressed himself against the wall of the tunnel, letting the tentacle pass by him. In his thoughts, the hero was glad that the transformation had managed to save him. In connection with this, Lin first decided to get away from the monster. The hero understood perfectly well that he would not be able to defeat the superior monster on his own. And so, as planned, Lin continued his search. Somewhere there, in one of the tunnels, Lin eventually managed to find N, who was dragging Herbert. As he approached them, Lin heard Herbert complaining to En that he wouldn't be able to last long because of the creature's poison. Having decided not to show himself to them abruptly, Lin began to observe. At some point, having lost all his strength, Herbert fell to the ground. Herbert saw a blood transfusion as his only salvation. Herbert asked En to let the girl's blood into his body. Having no other way out of the situation, En grabbed a knife and cut her hand. Everything was done in a split second. Anne was preparing to pour her blood into Herbert, and yet, she asked him not to die prematurely. All this aroused a lot of suspicion in Lin, because replacing the blood would hardly have been able to rid Herbert of the poison. But then it came to the hero, because Herbert wanted to sacrifice En in this way. Pouring her blood into him, before her eyes, En's own strength weakened. Herbert continued to play his part, although he seemed to be on the verge of death. At some point, a sly smile flashed across his face. The tip of a knife flashed in the adventurer's hands. Lin managed to see this, and yet the hero was unable to prevent the terrible thing. Piercing En's body, Herbert said that such a sacrifice was necessary. After which, having pulled out the blade, Herbert pushed the girl away. Falling backwards, the girl uttered insults directed at Herbert. Herbert just grinned, adding that they sincerely regretted the loss of such beauty. At that very moment, Lin commanded Bai to save the beauty. Herbert heard this cry and turned around. In time, he managed to jump back from the vampire's attack. Taking advantage of the moment, Lin ran up to En, picking her up in his arms. Herbert noticed the presence of the hero, which made him angry. In the blink of an eye, Herbert disappeared, after which he teleported behind Lin, wanting to teach him a lesson. But before Herbert could do anything, a dragon's roar was heard behind him. The adventurer couldn't believe that Lin had summoned two monsters at once, after which Herbert skillfully dodged the dragon's fiery stream. After which, Lin was imprinted in Herbert's eyes, armed with a rifle, going with him to the showdown. Lin then commanded his monsters to capture Herbert. At the same time, the hero began to shoot at him. Ultimately, one of the bullets managed to wound the adventurer. Herbert stopped, and at that very moment, the vampire's fetters wrapped around him. Ugolyok flew up, now preparing a new fire mixture. Suddenly, Herbert shouted that he was the Golden Master. Rage gave Herbert strength, and he broke Bai's bonds. By making the jump, Herbert intended to teach trash like Lin a lesson. Lin himself stood humbly. When Herbert approached the hero, his eyes suddenly trembled. In Lin's eyes, there was something furious and animalistic. Suddenly transforming, Lin pierced Herbert with his vampire wings. A moment later, bleeding, Herbert collapsed. Lin just smirked when Herbert assumed the hero was a vampire. After which, Lin spared Herbert further suffering. Lin suddenly discovered that even for killing people, he could receive cards. This was good news for the hero, but he was distracted by En's heavy sigh. Lin came to his senses, because he had almost forgotten about the girl. After taking out the map, Lin decided to himself that he would not let En die. Ultimately, for such a purpose, Lin clenched the healing card in his hand. The healing effect immediately arose and began to take effect. En's severe wound literally healed before our eyes. A couple more moments and her eyes opened. Lin began to calm the girl down. At the same time, the hero also told about the fate of the bastard Herbert. At the same time, En turned her attention to Lin's monsters, but the hero was ready to tell everything later. But suddenly, one of the tentacles of the superior monster burst out from the ceiling of the cave. Soon, other tentacles followed through the hole. Frowning, Lin ordered Bai to pull En out. Lin asked not to worry about himself, hinting that it would be very difficult to kill him. Under En's discouraged gaze, Bai carried her outside. Almost immediately after that, the tentacles of the superior monster went on the attack. However, the hero managed to dodge them. Judging the strength of the transcendent monster, Lin knew that going head-on against it would be sheer death. In light of this, Lin used the ghost skill. Lin decided to stall for time, as the superior monster was focused on the hero's scent. The hero actively changed his location, becoming almost a shadow on the stones. The tentacles could not reach it, and because of that they destroyed everything around. As a result, the main part of the superior monster had already passed through this destruction. Under such circumstances, Lin could only take one last risk. Becoming a shadow again, the hero decided to try to escape by passing through a thin gap at the ceiling of the cave. The superior monster became enraged and began to destroy everything again. The tentacles kept reaching out to grab onto Lin's ghostly form. At one point, the transcendent monster even opened its funnel-shaped mouth to swallow the shadow. It was now that Lin decided to use the transformation card. Having lost his shadow form, Lin acquired the form of an eagle. Flapping its wings, it rapidly approached the opening in the ceiling of the cave. A couple of seconds later, it erupted in a blast of rock and dust. But even there, outside, the tentacles stubbornly followed the hero. Suddenly, the stone that was placed in the middle of the scorched earth emitted an electric discharge. With an arc, he landed straight into the tentacles. Looking at all this, Lin finally understood the purpose of the stone. A little later, the hero assumed his natural form. He approached the edge of the crevice. From there, in the darkness of the caves, the superior monster looked at Lin with an evil eye. But the hero had no time to enjoy his victory, and so Lin hurried to the waterfall. While he was there, Lin didn't understand where Bai and En were now. Suddenly, a pebble flew at Lin's head. The hero turned around, seeing that the vampire had similarly attracted his attention. Lin still didn't understand why Bai didn't speak. With these thoughts, the hero went behind a high boulder. Then he met a completely soaking wet En. The girl blushed, because Lin saw her in an incredibly wet state. Before the hero could turn away, a loud slap followed on the cheek. Lin was upset by En's reaction, and yet En forgave Lin for such impudence. Lin was surprised when En sat down opposite him. Unexpectedly, the girl thanked him for saving her. Blushing, En promised that she would definitely thank Lin. In response, Lin laughed and said that returning to the city would be enough. But in fact, he was trying to complete the mission as quickly as possible. A little later, a riding hawk descended to the heroes. Suddenly, the topic of the character's conversation touched on Herbert, to which Lin said that he had finished him off out of mercy. Looking down, En called this news good. The girl was going to embellish the story of the death of Herbert and the people so that the adventurers would not be posthumously considered scoundrels. After this was said, En's riding eagle soared into the sky. As she flew, En explained that Herbert was from an aristocratic family, which meant that his death should not look like ordinary revenge. The hero understood that En was more concerned about making sure Lin didn't get into trouble. Afterwards, Lin casually started a conversation with En about the essence of the adventurers' expedition. As it turns out, En's mission was to kill the superior monster, but it was much stronger than expected. When En started talking about the reason for her salvation, Lin scratched his head carelessly, relatively lying that she simply caught the hero's eye. Embarrassed, the girl glanced briefly at Lin. En understood perfectly well that Lin was lying, but she was not going to torture him with questions any further. Over time, the scene changed to a carefree night city, at the borders of which En and Lin were now located. Quite exhausted, the hero could not believe that he had returned to civilization. But then, En turned to the hero, demanding that he hand over some things. Lin pretended not to understand what the girl was talking about. En elaborated on what she meant by Herbert's ring. Without arguing, Lin handed over the ring, at the same time receiving assurance from En that the hero would receive his reward. Finally, En was ready to part, but she sincerely wanted to meet Lin again. Lin agreed with this proposal, smiling stupidly at the end. Some more time passed, and the hero finally found himself at home. Having time, Lin asked the system to sort all the previously collected cards. After counting and breaking it down by specialization, Lin found out that he apparently had no transformation cards left. In response, the system projection informed the hero about receiving a new skill for killing Herbert. Panels with descriptions of skills appeared before Lin's eyes, and the hero began to read them carefully. As it turned out, the new skills could expand Lin's wheels of life, which he naturally decided to do right away. In addition, the system projection notified Lin of the presence of a card that would remove the level restriction from the item. Lin frowned as he considered this information. Unexpectedly, the hero suggested trying this map on the projection of the system itself. Lin correctly guessed that, to some extent, even the projection of the system was an object. The projection of the system acted as the hero wanted, thereby unlocking the store function. Immediately, an active store window appeared in front of the line. Lin frowned sadly, because the offers in the store were beyond his means. To this, the projection of the system only responded that a fair price must be paid for everything. Next, the system wanted to remind Lin of his rank advancement. The system reminded Lin that he could not quickly advance through the ranks, because if he did, it would cause the wheel of life to become destabilized. Lin was worried about such downtime, but the system hastened to give the hero an alternative in the form of practicing life forces. Then, Lin began to think about choosing a life skill. With these thoughts in mind, Lin eventually contacted Jen. Lin apologized for calling so late, but still, he had no one else to turn to. Jen didn't like Lin's fawning, and he praised the hero for getting a new rank, considering him his equal. Next, Jen began to describe at length the importance of choosing the right life skill. Considering the specific nature of Lin's pain, Jen recommended that he choose a military life skill. However, Jen warned the hero that the skill was difficult to master, and most never fully developed it. In the end, considering Jen as his ally and assistant, Lin chose the military life skill. At some point, Jen started talking about the package, believing that the hero had not yet received it. Lin's jaw almost dropped because, according to Jen, the gift sent to the hero was precisely the military life skill. Somewhere around this same time, Aya returned from school. She rushed to her brother and hugged him with all her love. The little sister was very worried about her brother, because he was the last person she had close to her. Lin reassured the girl. After which, the hero informed Aya that both of them would go on a journey. Overjoyed, Aya began to run to her room to pack her things in advance. when suddenly Lin asked about the parcel. Aya glanced back briefly and confirmed to her brother that 2 packages had arrived at once. Soon, Lin was looking at 2 boxes from the Hunters Association at once. When Lin opened the first box, he found a note inside. The hero's spirit temporarily lost its strength. Inside the box was a ring, as well as a code that apparently unlocked it. Immediately, a sweet smell of perfume hit Lin's nose, thinking it was En's perfume. Soon, the hero examined the contents of the ring, which the system's projection did not consider outstanding. But at some point, they were both shocked again. After all, there, among the items, was the battle sword of Yangxing itself and other precious artifacts. Smiling, Lin also wanted to take a look at the money vault. The hero's eyes widened when the sum of 35 billion was displayed. Seeing such sums, Lin now understood how much global influence the aristocrats had. As Lin began to open the next box and discuss the resources he had received, he began to think about how to improve Ember and Bai. However, the system suggested that Lin should not rush into these things, as it could attract unwanted attention. Right there, Lin looked at the bronze token that gave the hero the official status of a hunter. Next, Lin took out the very same Life Martial skill crystal from the box. A moment passed, and suddenly a glow came from the crystal. Very quickly, the glow grew into the image of a certain grandfather. The image frowned and looked at Lin. The hero himself recoiled in disgust. Suddenly, with a wild cry, the image of the grandfather used a fighting technique. In horror, Lin crawled back to the wall as the image continued its demonstration. Having calmed down, Lin realized that he was being shown lethal blows of close combat techniques. At some point, having finished, the image of the grandfather stopped. Suddenly, turning to Lin, the image informed him that this technique was used with the military life skill. Soon, the image repeated its movements again. Exactly, Lin followed the teaching given there. Lin found it strange that during these training sessions, he was required to divide his life force into streams. By following the exercises, Lin eventually gathered his life force into a single flow. Very quickly, a vortex formed in the hero's palm. Seeing this, Lin finally understood why military life skills were so often chosen to be mastered. And yet, the technique did not come so easily to the hero. Eventually, by giving form to his power, Lin was able to reach the first level of the skill. Suddenly, the system started to scream, informing Lin that from now on, he could turn the military tactics of life into a map. Taking the card, the hero wanted to know what the rules for improvement were. With its hands folded, the projection system let Lin know that he had to collect at least 8,000 fragments. However, the system assured the hero that with each upgrade, his strength and skill grew exponentially. Even despite the difficulties with the collection, Lin was ready to achieve such a goal. And yet, the system found a way to mock Lin by telling him that people often reach the first level of a skill in half an hour, not a day. Somewhere in this same interval, in a magnificent dress and with a ladle in her hands, Aya appeared. The hero was not in the mood to chat, as he had not slept all night. But these thoughts were interrupted by a strange smell. Suddenly, the sister began to push Lin in the back, promising to thank him for the upcoming journey. Soon, a disgusting sight appeared before the hero's eyes. Lin was completely wilted by his sister's culinary delights, and yet the hero decided to take a piece of Aya's cooking. The girl froze expectantly. Lin himself took one last look at her, after which he took a breath and took a deep breath. Amidst the praise for Aya's cooking, Lin began to actively use his spoon. Seeing how much her brother liked it, the little sister brought more. Some time passed like this. The food was eaten, and now the sister was going to take things for the upcoming trip. In response, with the last of his strength and the excess of poison in his blood, Lin mumbled something. After some time, the brother and sister left their home. After closing the door, Lin crushed one of the summoning cards. Instantly, a scarlet eagle appeared in the air. The sister was surprised, because she had no idea that Lin had become a summoner. Already in the air, Aya could not forgive her brother for hiding so much from his sister. In any case, Aya, as a way of forgiving her brother, offered him to try her cake. Hours passed, and the city of Jiagong appeared on the horizon. Walking through the streets of this beautiful city, Aya was amazed by the aesthetics and beauty there. At the same time, Aya made a list of establishments she would like to visit. Thus began their common campaign. Aya visited every eatery where Lin always paid for the food. Later on their way, they encountered carnivals with dressing up in national costumes. At some point in time, Aya asked her brother to look in one direction. The hero glanced towards the outside news screen, which was broadcasting about a certain Len family. Lin quickly remembered that this was exactly the last name that En had, which meant that she was doing well. As the announcer spoke about the mass disappearance of young girls in one city, Aya grabbed the hero by the arm. A little later, the characters arrived at one of the hotels. Now, Lin was carrying his sister on his shoulders, since she had fallen asleep. Already in his room, the hero for some reason called the system. Despite the rudeness from the system, Lin expressed that he wanted to continue improving his life combat skill. It was precisely this occupation that the hero subsequently began. Given his previous training, Lin had already mastered the ability to separate his life streams. The system's projection informed the hero that, despite his efforts, Lin would need quite a long time to obtain even one fragment. And yet, despite the reproaches from the system, Lin found a way to reduce the time it took to obtain a fragment. At the same time, Aya woke up and decided to take a look at what her precious brother was doing. Approaching the room, the girl began knocking on the door. But despite his sister's efforts to call her, the hero did not hear her at all. Thinking that he had fallen asleep, Aya gave up trying. Meanwhile, the girl decided to take a walk, since she herself did not want to sleep. While walking, Aya was sulking at her brother for going to bed so early. Suddenly, something confused the girl. Stopping, Aya looked around, because it seemed to her that someone was watching her. Aya's nerves couldn't take it anymore, and she decided to go back to the hotel. Aya crumpled up the piece of paper where the sweets had been and threw it into the trash can. But the way the piece of paper disappeared into the black space of the urn seemed strange to Aya. And indeed, the next second, the trash can unnaturally stretched out in size. Almost immediately, she grabbed Aya, after which he began to push the girl inside himself. A little later, a lot of police cars were parked at the hotel where Aya had previously stayed. The hotel owner led the police to the surveillance room to show them what the cameras had captured. Soon, they reached the right place. The pot-bellied policeman waited for the footage from the cameras to be shown to him. The hotel owner laughed nervously, each time convincing the policeman that he had nothing to do with the guest's disappearance. After watching a short clip of Aya leaving the hotel, the policeman was informed that the first person to find out about the girl's disappearance was her brother. However, as it turned out, even Aya's brother himself mysteriously disappeared somewhere. At the same time, some action was taking place somewhere in another part of the city. Something spat Aya out of itself. Having come to her senses, the first thing Aya saw was a girl sitting opposite her, who asked her not to worry about anything. Immediately, many questions burst from Aya's lips. The strange girl introduced herself as Lily, and the worm behind her back, justifying it as a member of the family. This answer frightened Aya, and she began to hysterically ask where her brother was. Almost immediately, in a tender, suffocating manner, Lily grabbed Aya by the throat. She asked Aya not to rebel, otherwise the worm would feast on the young, uninhibited girl. Closing her eyes, Aya begged her brother to save herself quickly. Around the same time, Lin's foot stepped loudly. Thanks to the tracking skill, the scent led Lin to a certain private property. The guards there grabbed their weapons, warning the hero not to come near. How suddenly, behind them, Bai landed. In an instant, Bai scattered the guards in all directions. As Lin passed by the scattered guards, he gave Bai the task of not sparing anyone who got in his way. The hero even allowed killing without mercy. Meanwhile, inside the building, a crowd of other guards had gathered, waiting for the uninvited guest to break in. They were ready to shoot to kill. The elevator, whose doors they had all been aiming at, finally reached the desired floor. There was a ding, and the doors opened. Immediately, the guards began firing into the elevator cabin. But to their dismay, the hero appeared from a completely different side. His eyes sparkled with rage. To the horror of the guards, no one could have imagined that they were being attacked by the hunter himself. There were screams, and Lin's blade began to spray fountains of blood in all directions. Soon, in the name of his beloved sister, the hero dealt with the threat. But then someone called out to Lin. The conversation was about his sister, and Lin turned around instantly. In one of the passages stood a man with his daughter, who convinced the hero that there were no other women in this building. Introducing himself as Wei, the man asked the hero not to scare his daughter. But the requests did not touch Lin. He still wanted to look around. Then, Wei closed the passage behind him for Lin, claiming that he had brazenly invaded someone else's space. In response, Lin threatened Wei with the tip of his sword. The hero was ready to cut down anyone and everyone, just to find his little sister. Unexpectedly, Lily burst into tears, complaining to her father that Lin had frightened her. The hero didn't pay attention to this chatter, still trying to find Aya, whom he clearly sensed. At some point, the hero turned away from his father and daughter. The cunning Wei took advantage of the moment and took something out from his bosom, after which, he threw a card towards the hero. Immediately, the card summoned a worm, which Wei asked to devour Lin. Lin just grinned contentedly. A situation like this could only mean to Lin that there was nothing else holding the hunter back. The hero made a couple of swings, skillfully cutting the worm. With the blunt side of the weapon, Lin even hit Wei himself. He grabbed his shoulder, seeing the remains of the once frightening monster in front of him. Ignoring Wei's cries of pain, Lin reminded him that he would cut down anyone who touched Aya. Suddenly, a voice was heard from the side. It was Lily, holding Aya hostage. Seeing this, Wei was inspired and praised his daughter for her resourcefulness. The hero took a step forward, asking if Aya was hurt. In response, the sister mumbled something indistinctly into the gag. Lin calmed her down, because her brother was nearby. Lily then spoke up, demanding that Lin let Wei go. But as soon as Lily said this, Lin suddenly appeared behind her. Immediately, the hero hit the girl with the hilt of his sword. The girl lost her balance and fell to the floor. Next, Lin turned his attention to his sister, freeing her from the ropes. Right there, Aya hugged her brother. Wei was beside himself with rage, seeing how well other people's family relationships were developing. Suddenly, Lin turned his attention to Lily lying on the floor. Gritting his teeth in anger, the hero pointed the sword towards the girl's body. But nothing terrible happened, because the police burst into the room, which did not allow Lin to continue to take justice into his own hands. The hero stopped in his actions but did not answer. The policeman asked Lin to calm his anger and hand the villains over to justice. Lin pulled the sword away, still wanting to know if all the other disappearances were the work of Wei and Lily. The police officer did not answer directly, mentioning that Lily was also a victim. At one point, Wei looked back menacingly when he heard the words about justice that the policeman promised. Trying to escape, Wei threatened that in a couple of days he would be free again and take revenge. Wei burst out laughing and threatened Lin that he would turn his sister into a sex toy. The hero only sighed wearily from such threats. The policeman, not wanting to hear such things any longer, ordered Wei to be taken away. Meanwhile, without further ado, Lin began to lead Aya away. Fearing what might happen next, the police officer asked Lin not to act hastily, as Wei had many connections. The hero responded to these warnings with his faith in justice. One of the policeman's subordinates decided to find out why Lin himself had not been arrested, since he had injured many people. At this, the policeman called on his subordinate to shut up and look around. Soon, the action moved to the street, where Wei was taken out. Wei was insolent and pushed away other law enforcement officers in every possible way. Not intending to accept his humiliation, Wei loudly threatened that he would definitely take revenge on Lin. A couple of seconds later, as if in answer, something landed on one of the police cars. Wei looked back and froze in horror. Bai rose from the pile of scrap metal. The vampire made a movement, and thin, golden threads began to curl around Wei. A few moments later, they were tightly tightened all over Wei's body. Another moment, and with an incredible crunch, Wei was destroyed. As soon as Wei was finished, Bai seemed to disappear. In fact, Lin simply recalled his monster. Somewhere behind, a summoned bird spread its wings. While on top of her, Ayu asked her brother if they could leave this place. Lin smiled sweetly, informing Aya that now all matters were settled. Lin hoped that from now on, no one would threaten the safety of his sister anymore. At the same time, someone was actively watching the hero. The unknown person was filming Wei and was now sending the data to his employer. The observer reported that it was Lin who killed Wei. Also, the unknown person wanted to make sure that Lin was not working for anyone. And if this fact is confirmed, the hero was ready to be eliminated. Some time passed, a new day arrived. To Lin's surprise, after the shock she had experienced, his sister recovered very quickly. Only a day had passed, and Aya was full of energy again. In one of the shops, Aya was actively looking at dresses, hoping that she would finally start to look like an adult. But now the hero suddenly felt someone's evil presence. Lin urgently called Bai, who also sensed something was wrong. The sister was shocked not so much by the sight of the vampire, but by the combat mode he entered. Immediately after this, a consultant called out to the visitors, as they seemed to have become distracted from their purchases. Having come to his senses, Lin dressed Bai in a robe, deciding to buy an outfit for the vampire. After some shopping, the walk continued. Aya clearly noticed that Lin was overly nervous. The hero, although he was making excuses, still looked around from time to time. All around, it seemed, there were only unremarkable people scurrying about. And yet, among those, there was one who followed closely behind the brother and sister. As time went on, the pursuer became closer and closer. At some point, he took a knife out of his inside pocket. Suddenly, a frightening creature materialized in front of the pursuer. The creature snapped its teeth, growling menacingly. In this regard, it was clear that those passing by were not the most ordinary people. The next few moments, and lo and behold, the pursuers had strangely disappeared. Lin saw none of this, but nevertheless felt the premonition go away. While Lin couldn't figure out what was going on with his premonitions, someone was watching the hero again. Someone else regarded Lin as having great potential. Then something else caught the stranger's attention. A man appeared in the alley and was talking about attacking the second team. Almost instantly, the unknown person moved behind the man in the alley. He skillfully intercepted his hand. The famous one wondered if the man from the alley was the main one. At that very moment, a voice came from the human ring, trying to find out why the transmission had stopped. Then, suddenly, a man from the alley shouted out, trying to warn. But without really saying anything, a strange creature immediately grabbed him by the throat. The unknown person intercepted the hand with the ring, inviting the man on that side to meet. The voice from the ring agreed to meet, because he also wanted to know who was putting spokes in the wheels. The unknown person was pleased with the outcome, and at the same time announced the meeting place. The voice from the ring agreed with this as well. The conversation had barely ended when the man from the alley froze in horror. Again, the creature's mouth was open, but now it was much wider. The stranger walked away, leaving the poor fellow to be fed to his pet. Gradually, the scene moved to the tower, which served as a meeting place. The stranger humbly waited for the meeting to begin, being at the top of the tower. At some point, a figure in a robe appeared in the air behind him. The strangers clearly knew each other, and began discussing among themselves the defense of a certain brat. In response, the first one decided to first find out why the excellent one was sent to perform such tasks. The second was not in the mood for revelations, only wanting to know about the determination of the first's family. The first one also did not give a clear answer, now lighting up his eyes with magic. Afterwards, having summoned the creatures, he said that he was ready to kill anyone who interfered. As soon as he finished speaking, the summoned creatures rushed at the second. He managed to shout that the first had clearly gone crazy. Then he made the jump. Snatching his sword in midair, the second accused Feng of intending to start a war. And yet, one of the creatures was inexorably approaching the second. With one movement, the second stranger cut the monster apart. But at the same time, others were also getting closer to that. During this, Feng even joked, "Right, the old people should also warm up." The second one didn't take this joke very well. Meanwhile, the fanged creatures were approaching. Not seeing a particularly advantageous way out, the second cursed. A moment later, the creature's jaws began to close, but they only captured emptiness. Soon, Feng also descended to the place where the second had been. He raised his head and watched as the second escaped through the air. Smiling, Feng called this outcome not bad. After which, Feng called Anne over the link, letting the girl know that everything was okay with Lin. And yet, the girl found her uncle's voice somewhat alarmed. Sighing, Feng complained that the enemies had deployed the Transcendent, apparently considering Lin to be their enemy. En told Feng that the problem was not so much with Lin, but with the important person he killed. Still, En asked Feng for help with this problem. Feng willingly agreed to help protect Lin. However, when the conversation ended, Feng remembered that there was no one to take care of him. After this conversation, the events of the story moved to the place where the second division was located. Somewhere there, inside the building, on a pedestal stood a skull, which was addressed, calling it disobedient. The skull was not blamed for love, but was condemned for its immense thirst and greed. The busty woman took the skull in her hands, reminding him that its owner was born with a broken wheel of life, which led him to such an outcome. And yet, the woman was not ready to accept the death of her son. Holding the skull close to her, she called it by the name Shan. Suddenly, the cheekbones of the skull opened, and from there, pleas to his mother were heard. Then the empty eye sockets of the skull filled with magic, and he said that the mother was obliged to take revenge. The mother was not averse to avenging the death of her son, but was afraid of war with another family in power. Afterwards, the woman guaranteed that after 3 years, she would find a suitable vessel for her son. Besides, the woman had her own plans for revenge. Then, the woman suddenly ordered that someone be brought to her. A minute later, the maid and Lily appeared on the threshold. The girl immediately ran up to the skull and both characters exchanged pleasantries. Stroking the girl on the back of the neck, the woman became convinced that Lily also wanted to avenge her daddy's death. Lily was burning with the desire to quickly tear her daddy's killer to pieces. The woman nodded approvingly, offering the girl the power to take revenge. But for this, first she had to survive for a year. After this was said, the maid began to take the girl away. Lily herself, being charged with motivation, was ready to survive. Time passed, a new day arrived, and the scene moved to a museum. Yawning at such an early hour, Lin could not understand why his sister had suddenly fallen in love with history. Meanwhile, the sister also wanted to look at the artifacts that had recently been delivered to another museum. The hero was not averse to accompanying Aya there as well. In another place, the tour guide introduced the brother and sister to the exhibits. While Aya was stuck to some artifact in the display case, the hero's attention was captured by something else. With each passing second, it became more and more difficult for Lin to break away. Eventually, Aya also noticed her brother's strange behavior. Soon he moved away completely, walking around the hall. Ignoring his sister's questions, Lin couldn't quite understand. A tour guide also appeared, informing the hero that the exhibit had not been properly studied before. The hero pursed his lips when he heard that the find was archaeological. Turning around, Lin pointed to the laptop, which was behind the glass, and it was an archaeological find. The tour guide confirmed this, noting that archaeologists still have not figured out the structure of the artifact. The hero thought about it, thinking that some other time traveler had brought the equipment into this world with him. Much later, Lin contacted Yu, who told him about the ancient ruins where the artifacts were found. The hero suggested that the ruins were named after a man who lived long ago. Yu paused for a moment, telling a story about a man who appeared out of nowhere, became famous, and then mysteriously disappeared. Such information only strengthened Lin's theory that travelers had already entered this world. In any case, Yu sent Lin all the information she had on the matter. The hero thanked Yu, also noting that she looked wonderful. Their conversation ended, but Lin still felt and enjoyed the demoness's hot temperament. Now the hero decided to find this traveler at any cost, and master the secrets of leveling him up. But first, the hero should visit the ruins. After some time, Aya looked at her brother with confusion, as he was getting ready to go somewhere. Lin answered honestly that he wanted to see the ancient ruins. As a guard and care for his sister, Lin left the vampire. Afterwards, the action moved to a place not far from the ancient ruins. Walking through the streets, Lin looked for the hotel he had booked. Despite the difficulties with orientation in space, the hero still found this hotel. The hotel owner led the hero through the corridors, explaining that he had arrived at the height of the holiday season. As they traveled together, Lin decided to find out something about the ancient ruins. The hotel owner began his story from afar, but he stopped when he brought Lin to his room. The door opened, and both characters walked inside. Once there, the hotel owner began to tell about a man from ancient times whose possessions were a palace. The story took an unexpected turn when the hotel owner announced that in just one night, the entire empire, including the legendary man, had simply fallen apart. Lin looked into the distance, seeing the main site of the ruins of the former palace. A little later, having taken his place in line, Lin was not particularly happy with it. Lin believed that the image of the city clearly resembled something from the hero's own past world. At that moment, the projection system felt something. The projection of the system darted forward and called upon the hero to follow it. Of course, that's exactly what Lin did. Soon, the system's projection led Lin to a strange floor. The system informed the hero that there was clearly a cavity under the floor, where a lot of energy had accumulated, which could give Lin the skill. The projection of the system was completely confident in its discoveries, believing that in this way, the hero would receive a blessing. The system also revealed that the energy was hidden 3,000 meters underground. Already in the room, the system once again analyzed the received data, reporting that there was clearly a mutated monster of unknown rank underground. Lin thought seriously, because due to the lack of transformation cards, he couldn't just go underground. Then, the system opened its store, offering Lin to simply buy the necessary cards. Lin sighed and decided to take 5 at once. The hero was distracted from important matters when he heard a couple doing yoga in the next room. At some point during Lin's eavesdropping, the lights suddenly went out. The system's projection even became a little frightened, because a frightening silence immediately reigned around. Through his heightened senses, Lin knew that there was someone outside the room. Having taken out his weapon, the hero stood against the wall, loudly asking who was behind the door. There was a knock and a voice that belonged to the owner of the hotel. He reported that the hotel was experiencing power outages. Lin found no problem in the situation and said he was going to bed. But then, there was an even louder knock on the door for some reason. The owner of the hotel wanted to tell Lin more stories about the ruins. The very next second, someone flew into the hotel room from the window. Frightened, the hero pressed himself against the wall. A strange-looking girl with crooked legs looked at him. A little later, she rushed at the hero. Lin dodged, while the system informed the hero that the girl was under the influence of a parasite. However, the hero did not hear any of this, and simply began shooting indiscriminately. When the shooting ended, the system decided to keep silent about what had been said earlier. Meanwhile, the hotel owner tried to get inside by punching a hole in the door. The system once again informed Lin about the parasite, and that in order to save his subordinate, he first had to find the source. Having made his way in and delirious, the owner of the hotel spoke of a certain order, according to which Lin had to be killed. In response, the hero raised his weapon, having no desire to die. More shots followed immediately. Following this, other people infected with the parasite burst into the room. The hero cursed because he never expected to meet such a crowd. Seeing the only option for salvation, Lin jumped out of the already broken window. But even there, drugged people were already waiting for the hero. Then, while still in flight, Lin broke one of his cards. A riding bird appeared and picked up the hero in the air. In a moment of relative safety, the system projection shared the opinion that this was apparently how the parasite that lived deep under the ruins behaved. Thinking about it, Lin assumed that by its appearance, the system had awakened a monster that had been sleeping until then. The projection system found Lin's reasoning to be not without meaning. In this regard, it became clear to Lin why the ancient monster suddenly became active. Out of the corner of his eye, Lin glanced down at the streets where crowds of people were steadily following him. And yet, the hero decided not to run, because people infected with the parasite would look for him everywhere. Then, Lin dialed a special number, contacting the Hunters Association. The system was surprised to hear that Lin had asked the association for help in bringing order to the city. Lin considered his action to be the only correct one, and also safe for many. However, Lin understood perfectly well that an encounter with the parasite would definitely happen. A little time passed and additional traffic began to appear on the city streets. The hunters actually arrived and began to restore order. Seeing this, Lin decided to head straight to the ruins. He was willing to take the risk. Minutes of flight, and here Lin was already walking among the ruins. Lin praised the system for masking its energy waves, meaning the parasite shouldn't have detected the character's presence. At a random moment, the smile on Lin's face suddenly disappeared. Unexpectedly, the hero grabbed the projection of the system. Clutching the system projection to himself, Lin hid from the crowd of infected. The drugged people moaned, repeating every time that they had to kill the little man. Now Lin realized that the parasite also felt him, and as a result, he took out the transformation card. While in his ghost state, Lin easily passed by the crowd of infected. Having decided not to delay and having reached the right place, the hero began to dive underground. Already there, deep underground, looking at something strange. Seeing the energy body, the projection system called the situation catastrophic, because in just a little time the parasite would be able to move to the rank of superior. Having called and crushed another card, Lin expressed that such a situation could not be left to chance. Instantly, Ember appeared nearby. At the hero's command, the dragon immediately began to burn the parasite. Quite successfully, the fire burned away the growths that had entangled the energy body. Lin and the system could not stop admiring this spectacle. However, for some unknown reason, the recently burned growths were restored very quickly. And then they fired in the direction of the dragon. The dragon was wounded and losing altitude. Lin wanted to prove himself and help Ugolko. But the system could not allow this, because the hero clearly would not be able to cope with the parasite. The system insisted that Cole, being a dragon, could resist the parasite, even if it was not easy. Thus, even after receiving damage, the dragon continued to stubbornly roast with flames. A new stream of fire hit the parasite. Despite the ongoing battle, Lin noticed that the parasite did not move away from the energy body under any circumstances. Suddenly, Lin's transformation time expired. The parasite immediately detected the hero's presence. Lin was seriously scared, because immediately, the parasite's tendrils began to reach out towards him. A few more moments and they all hit the place where Lin was. However, when the smoke and fire cleared, Lin was nowhere to be seen. Luckily, the hero had some transformation cards on hand. Meanwhile, having lost sight of Lin, the parasite went into a rage. At some point, Lin raised his head and cursed. After all, through the cracks in the layers of earth, the parasite's spores began to seep out again. Through a small hole in the place of the ruins, they entered the general airspace. The spores were carried by the wind and scattered throughout the area. Their stream again rushed into the city, where the hunters were now restoring order. Many of them noticed too late how the disputes were descending. A couple of random seconds and voila, many of them have already inhaled the spore. The changes in their behavior were immediate. Afterwards, vague lights began to rise into the air from the city streets. Then, like rain, they headed towards the place of ruins. Through the cracks in the ground, they began to converge on the parasite. Looking at this, the system projection explained that the parasite was thus stealing the prana of the infected. The system saw a way out of the situation with the help of a destruction card, but Lin didn't have the money to buy it. Right there, the system noted that there was not much time, since the parasite was very quickly striving to attain the rank of superior. The projection became angry when Lin suggested that the mutated and upgraded parasite would be even more powerful than the entire system put together. Lin even envied the parasite to some extent, who could so easily raise his rank. In the end, their general dialogue came down to the idea of cutting off the parasite from its energy source. The only way to do this, the system saw, was for Lin to physically touch the sphere. Suddenly, an idea was born in the hero's head. Finally, having decided everything for himself, Lin moved from his place. Flying closer, Lin decided to touch the sphere from underground. The hero saw no other way, much less a safe one. All Lin had left to do was hold out for 3 minutes. At that very moment, the system projection indicated that the parasite had managed to upgrade to the next rank. A violent energetic reaction erupted. For the first time, the system became concerned about the life of the hero, who might not last 3 minutes. Following this, prominences burst out from the sphere. Ripples of energy began to strike in all possible directions. Lin closed his eyes and understood that attacks of this level were capable of killing him even in his ghostly form. Afterwards, the parasite's own shoots began to act again. They began to intertwine and tighten around the dragon's neck. Holding Cole tightly, the parasite launched its attack on him. The system immediately notified Lin to recall and thus save his monster. Subsequently, an energy wave hit where the dragon was. Immediately after this, the parasite began to create improvised drills around itself. A second later, they were lowered into the ground beneath the sphere. The system was alarmed again, claiming that this was definitely the end for Lin. Breaking through the earth, the parasite's drills approached the hero very quickly. Holding on with all his might, Lin hoped that the necessary time had already passed. At the last moment, when defeat seemed inevitable, a system panel appeared, letting Lin know that everything had gone well. A projection of the system appeared, letting Lin know that only part of the energy had been absorbed. Inspired by this news, the hero called Bei. Ahead of the hero, a vampire appeared out of thin air. The parasite did not hesitate and released its appendages towards him. Lin himself was ready to take the risk, and therefore, he threw 2 advancement cards towards Bai at once. Having been greatly strengthened, Bai easily repelled the parasite's attack. Seeing this, the system praised Lin for his cunning for the first time. When the hero thought that he was being flattered, the projection system unexpectedly prescribed Lin a slap in the face. Meanwhile, the parasite did not slow down, trying to get to the vampire. At some point in time, the protective sphere surrounding the bay cracked. Afterwards, the dome began to burst and a hand appeared from there. The projection system said that thanks to Lin's efforts, something unusual was born. A second later, the sphere shattered and a renewed Bai emerged from it, now the Bloody Baron. Its wings changed color, and their total number immediately increased to 4. Seeing that the target was available again, the parasite again extended its appendages. Flapping his wings, Bai soared into the air, dodging the new attack on himself. Lin and the projection of the system rejoiced, because after all the previous manipulations, the parasite lost the ability to regenerate. In an instant, at Lin's command, Ugolyok was sent into battle again. However, despite how well things had been going previously, the system immediately sensed something was wrong. After all, for no apparent reason, the parasite began to absorb even more prana. The system informed Lin with horror that, thanks to the efforts of the parasite, its spores began to spread further and further. Thus, they could soon reach the main tourist city. In response, Lin frowned and declared that he would not allow a loss to happen. Despite the warnings from the system, Lin asked Ugol to distract the parasite for a while. The hero no longer had the desire to chat, fearing that the situation could finally get out of control. Lin ran and jumped, catching hold of the dragon's hind leg. Bai also continued his offensive. At some point, under shock acceleration, the vampire landed on the parasite's body. Immediately, the system indicated that the parasite had developed a new mutation. However, Lin no longer cared about such things. The hero swung his sword, screaming in rage. Suddenly, Lin's pupils twitched. One of the parasite's appendages pierced its body. Seeing this, the system's projection became worried about the hero for the first time. At some point, the world around Lin disappeared, becoming impenetrable darkness. But this did not last long, because soon, through the serenity, the voice of the system's projection broke through. Taking a deep breath, Lin couldn't believe he wasn't dead. The system explained that at the very last moment, Lin cleverly used a healing card on himself. After hearing this, the hero naturally remembered the parasite. Pointing to the remains of the parasite, the system projection reported that thanks to Lin's dedication, the monster had been dealt with. After hearing this, a new epic card appeared in the hero's hands. Calling it Demonic Vine, Lin recalled his other monsters. The projection of the system finally relaxed, letting it know that soon all the other people would come to their senses. In that case, Lin decided to level up the tyrant. The hero used an epic card on the tyrant, whose skills would be revealed gradually. At the same time, the system suggested that the hero free up the skill storage for monsters, as it was full. While the hero was pondering this question, the energy ball into which the tyrant had plunged began to burst. Eventually it crashed and a completely new monster emerged from it. Now the tyrant had a new status, becoming an armored giant. When Lin's business was finished, he, riding the summoned bird, left the excavation site. While flying, the system advised Lin to get away quickly, because after everything that had been done, a superior monster would certainly have come to this place. Meanwhile, the system explained to Lin that the renewed tyrant had special blood in his body, which now designated him as a servant of God. At the same time, the system notified Lin that the card resurrection function had opened. The system specified that with the help of this skill, a destroyed monster could be replaced with a similar copy. Thus, before the card was completely destroyed, Lin could resurrect the monster about 3 times. Returning to his place of residence in the tourist town, Lin now intended to go on a vacation. Again ignoring the system's chatter, Lin hissed to make it quieter. Next, the hero carefully looked out the window. There, in the light of the half-open moon, his sister slept. After admiring the curves of Aya's body, Lin was upset that she slept with the curtains open. The system finally managed to get through to Lin, deciding to find out what he was up to. Smiling slyly, Lin was ready to give the energy sphere to the system projection, but in return, he also wanted to receive something. Sighing, the system projection promised that it would make a great gift for the hero. Next, he said that Lin would be given 10 random cards. Hearing this, Lin asked again. In fact, the hero was counting on a much larger number of gift cards. But the system put Lin in his place, reminding him that his rank was still not high enough. Gritting his teeth, Lin was forced to agree even to such a proposal. Later, the hero began to make a choice from random cards. Having finished his choice, Lin prayed to the well-known spirit to grant him good luck. Finally, the cards began to open, rewarding the hero with rewards of varying rarity. Still, Lin was pleased with the results of the random. The only thing was that Lin, clutching the card in his fingers, had never seen an insight card before. The system projection explained that the insight card could help Lin in difficult times, but it only worked once. Be that as it may, the hero was pleased that fortune smiled upon him. But the joy did not last long, because the grumbling of the system projection again made the characters start fighting. Thus the night passed and the morning of a new day arrived. The first thing Aya did when she woke up was to go online. The girl turned off the screen when Lin entered the room with the ordered breakfast. To all his sister's questions, Lin answered that he had important things to do, and therefore returned only in the morning. A little later, while having a snack, Aya suspected that it was Lin who dealt with the transcendent ruin monster as reported on the news. Lin dismissed the suggestion, making it clear that he didn't have enough strength for such a thing. And so, instead of answering other questions, the brother suggested that his sister concentrate on food. After breakfast, Lin was ready to continue taking his sister to various interesting places. But for some unknown reason, Aya did not want to go anywhere. Lin was alarmed by this news, thinking that Aya had fallen ill. Without turning around, the girl said that she would have fun next year, after her senior year. Aya continued to express that she had to devote more time to her studies. When his sister finished speaking, Lin hugged her, happy that Aya had finally grown up. In that case, Lin informed his sister that they would go home as soon as possible. As soon as Lin left his sister's room, Aya turned on the news again. The hunter who gave the interview talked about how to become a strong person and not be a burden. Such speeches motivated Aya herself not to become a burden for her brother. The girl hoped that one day she would fight shoulder to shoulder with her brother. Afterwards, leaving the cleaning on her brother's shoulders, Aya went to her room. Lin just chuckled, thinking that he had considered her to have matured too early. Having some free time, the hero decided to activate a new mission map. Hoping that the bad luck would no longer occur, Lin split the card. Despair fell upon Lin, for the conditions of the mission were once again terribly uninteresting. Then, Lin clutched his head and squealed indignantly, because there was no way he could have reached the 6th level of military tactics in a month. The sister heard the funny squeals and urgently looked out of her room. Lin didn't hear her, because in his thoughts, he was preparing himself for the impossibility of losing. Having made up his mind and having time, Lin immediately began to practice. And yet, the hero understood perfectly well that for such a task, 1 month would not be enough. The projection of the system agreed with this, frightening the hero with its sudden appearance. Having caught his breath, Lin decided to ask if the system itself had any ideas. Smiling slyly, the system mentioned a way to quickly accumulate fragments. Lin assured that he was ready to do anything. In that case, after giving another slap, the system projection pushed Lin forward. In flight, a funnel opened up in front of the hero, subsequently swallowing him up. Almost immediately, Lin appeared on the other side of the funnel. As soon as the hero stood firmly on his feet, he was dumbfounded by what he saw. After all, in front of him, standing at full height, was the old man from the training projection. The old man opened his eyes, hoping that the student was ready for class. After which, the old man struck a blow that Lin miraculously missed. Immediately, another action followed. The old man's steel fist hit the hero right in the gut. Falling to the ground in pain, Lin couldn't even imagine that this was exactly what accelerated training looked like. Lin was afraid that if he died in this place, in reality, he might become a vegetable. Luckily, the hero jumped back when the training projection was about to trample him. Even while scolding, the old man tried to force Lin to fight and not run away. At some point, while defending himself, Lin still managed to hit the old man in the temple. Along with the drops of blood that appeared, the system informed the hero that he had just received one of the fragments. The missed blow inflamed the old man's rage and he unleashed a series of attacks. In defense, Lin now realized what exactly system projection meant and even praised it. And so, having withstood the initial onslaught, the hero counterattacked. Actively fighting, Lin understood that he could fight in this place until he died. After which, Lin's furious attacks intensified, and along with them, the amount of fragments that fell out increased. Having fully grasped the fighting method and conditions, Lin was ready to continue. Who knows how much time passed, but an endless stream of notifications from the system appeared and disappeared before Lin's eyes. Soon, the 5th level of military skill was reached, but the hero had no intention of going to rest. Later, after leaving the simulation, Lin was lying on the floor groaning. Hovering above the hero, the system's projection believed that Lin would certainly not be able to complete the mission. Sweating from what he heard, Lin immediately jumped up. The system informed the hero that he had spent a lot of days, and he still had to collect thousands of fragments. Lin asked again in panic. A heavy burden of despair fell upon him. The system didn't see any problems in this case because Lin was simply parting with one card due to failure. Stopping the system's chatter with a gesture, Lin decided to use the insight card. Reminding him of the danger of using the card at the level Lin was at, the system initiated activation. The hero confirmed his choice. The next second, a sharp pain pierced Lin's body. Then he was completely bent over. Looking at this, the system projection expressed that Lin would most likely not be able to cope, but the hero, through the pain, said that he could handle it. Somehow overcoming himself, Lin folded his legs. Even despite such persistence, the system's projection thought differently. Lin himself felt how the forces that permeated him were becoming increasingly uncontrollable. But now, Lin was counting on at least 4 hours of action, which would allow him to reach the required level. The hero screamed. His clothes were torn, but still, the required level of military skill was reached. The system became seriously worried about the hero's fate and called on him to stop. But Lin was no longer in control of the process. No matter how much he wanted it, the training could not stop. At some point, the hero found himself standing in the middle of a field surrounded by old teachers. They were ready to begin training. One after another, they moved forward with the intention of attacking. Lin froze as he was completely confused. In the real world, Lin's hand touched the floor without feeling. The projection of the system that flew up to Lin only became convinced of its conclusions that he would not cope. Looking at Lin's face, the system was absolutely sure that the hero was broken, sympathetically saying that Lin will not wake up again. Meanwhile, in the dream world, Lin was being beaten profusely. But despite all the hardships, the hero was not ready to give up. Stubbornly, he responded with his own attacks. Lin's strength was added by the thought that he had lived too little. At some point in reality, Aya broke away from her work. She seemed to sense something connected with her brother. Meanwhile, it was getting on towards evening. The crystal that Lin had once interacted with began to shake. At some point, a glimmer of light flashed on its surface. It is not known how, when, or why, but Lin suddenly woke up. The hero lay in bed and his sister was toiling over him. Aya shared her experiences, as well as the fact that even a doctor was looking at Lin's unconscious state. Helping him up, Aya reported that Lin had slept for at least a week. While Lin was trying to comprehend everything that had happened, his sister left to get something. Next, a system panel opened in front of the hero, informing him that he had mastered the necessary military tactics skill. Later, while driving beside himself, Lin listened to congratulations from the system projection. In response, Lin laughed, reminding that no one believed in his success. Be that as it may, the system gave Lin the go-ahead for further rank promotion. Wiping the crumbs of food from his face, Lin guessed that now he should start looking for the bronze rank monster. The system took the floor, making it clear that it had already compiled a specific list of monsters. The final decision on the projection of the system was left to Lin himself. Grabbing and stroking the system, Lin, like last time, decided to ask Zhen for advice. However, the hero did not rush to this conclusion and thought some more. At this very moment, Lin's ring vibrated, which could mean an incoming call. Lin replied before N's satisfied face lit up. Rubbing her hair uncertainly, the girl called because she was simply interested in the hero's affairs. Lin took this call as fate, deciding to ask N for advice. The girl was glad to help the hero. After listening to the details of the request, N decided to look at the list of monsters. For a second or two, N froze, because Lin, who had recently been at the iron rank, was now aiming for the bronze rank. After studying everything, N expressed that in the current version, the skills that Lin would have received would not play a big role. The girl immediately added that they would show themselves when the hero reached higher ranks. A minute later, a cup of coffee was brought to N. Taking the cup in her hand, she eventually reported that she had managed to choose a suitable monster for Lin. First, N called out the monster's name, which sounded like Ugly Puppet. As a prize for destroying such a creature, N named the ability Substitute. N continued, ensuring that in the future, the skill would help Lin to be revived in the event of death. For such detailed information and invaluable help, the hero thanked N. Finally, Lin thanked N for being with him. The girl immediately hung up, and the hero himself still didn't understand why their conversation was cut off. As Lin leaned back in his chair, the projection system began to tell about the characteristics of the new monster, as well as where it lived. Forgotten Lands. That was what the system projection called the territory where Lin should move. Perhaps as a joke, perhaps not. The system hoped that Lin would find his death there. When their conversation ended, Lin discovered that someone had called him again. Almost across the entire room, Han's face appeared, inviting Lin to go together to the Misty Canyon. The hero and the system were both surprised by such a proposal. The next day came, where Aya, who was not particularly fond of the idea of her brother, who had just come out of a coma, going somewhere. Lin got off easy, saying that he was just going to hang out with friends for a couple of days. As he left, Lin asked his sister to be obedient. As soon as her brother stepped over the threshold, Aya went online. What the girl read there made her spit out all the water she had previously filled her mouth with. Some time passed and the scene moved to the citadel of the foggy city. As soon as he got off the plane, Han complained to Lin that the flight had been incredibly long. Looking at the surrounding contingent, the hero believed that the new arrivals should have behaved quietly in the city. Han thanked Lin over and over again for agreeing to the trip, assuring him that from now on the characters were best friends. Han casually whispered into Lin's ear the information about the secret skill of the ugly puppet, which the hero already possessed. Although Lin didn't say it out loud, he understood that he and Han had common goals. As they continued walking through the streets, the characters shared ideas among themselves on how best and safer it would be to reach Misty Canyon. Later, Lin noted that a considerable number of strange individuals had gathered in the city. Moreover, there were far more strangers among those than members of the hunting association. At some point, Han called Lin again. The hero accepted the challenge, having learned that the fat man had managed to assemble a team, which was about to set out on a journey. Lin found this news strange, since there was no need to rush. Therefore, before agreeing, Lin decided to take a look at everything. Arriving at the appointed place, Han called Lin. Han immediately told Lin that the mercenaries would deliver the characters straight to the Misty Canyon. After all three of those were silver rank. The hero looked at them, thinking that the mercenaries were probably looking for problems for themselves. The mercenaries themselves behaved defiantly, and, having already summoned their riding animals, could not wait to be sent off. Sensing that they might cause problems, Lin still agreed to follow. An hour later, riding on riding animals, they were racing across the desert. During the trip, the mercenaries actively discussed Lin's figure among themselves, calling him a good catch. After a while, the desired canyon appeared ahead. Having reached his destination, Lin got off his wolf. Recalling the riding monster, the hero examined the surroundings. The mercenaries did exactly the same. Then, standing opposite, they announced their price for the escort. So far, the mercenaries have been friendly, expecting payment to be received. Looking sideways at Han, Lin didn't understand why the price of payment was so high. But then, Lin noticed that the fat man's behavior was incredibly strange. Han jumped up to Lin and used his last bit of strength to say that he had been manipulated. As best he could, he pointed at one of the mercenaries. The culprit grinned and stuck out his tongue. As it turned out, he was none other than the master of words. After the truth was revealed, the mercenaries repeated their price. The hero understood the threat from such masters perfectly well. And yet, he did not consider the mercenaries his equal. Lin chuckled and said out loud that the situation looked like a robbery. The mercenaries confirmed Lin's guess, offering a barter in the form of exchanging money for life. Unexpectedly, Lin indicated the number 0 as the third option. And then he even suggested that the mercenaries go to hell. The mercenaries laughed in response, saying that they knew everything about Lina. And yet, the insolence for insolence that the hero showed had to be answered. Sticking out his tongue, the mercenary master of words decided to sentence Lin. He then went on to say that the hero would be overcome by paralysis. Lin looked at him in surprise, after which there was a strange pause. Nothing happened, so the mercenaries decided to deal with Lin with good old-fashioned violence. The hero was prepared for this and had already called Bai. With his usual speed and agility, Bai quickly entered the fray. The two mercenaries only had time to be surprised, after which they began to spit blood. The wordmaster couldn't understand how Lin, with his rank, could have such a monster. The hero laughed it off, calling the mercenary stupid. But before Lin could finish his speech, the mercenary started running away. At the same time, Khan fell to his knees. As it turned out, in this manner, Han showed his respect to Lin. Later, walking along the crevices of the canyon, the characters had a conversation about the hero's rank. Lin tried to hide nothing and described Bai as simply a mutated monster. The hero only laughed when Han doubted the veracity of Lin's stories. On the way, the characters found a cave where they were now going to spend the night. Having barely settled into his sleeping bag, Khan began to snore. Looking at him, Lin thought out loud that the mercenary who had fled would hardly dare to return. In connection with this, he recalled the vampire. Still, Lin wanted to be on the safe side with the guards, so he took out another summoning card. The very next day, a heartbreaking cry was heard from the cave. Khan was the first to wake up, trembling and pointing at something. As it turned out, he was pointing at a parasite, but Lin reassured his friend. After a short scene, their march resumed. Having discussed Lin's skills in summoning monsters until now, the hero suddenly stopped. The characters came just to the lair of the ugly puppets, but they had already been killed by someone. Khan also did not understand anything, and therefore suggested that they immediately go to another point. So the characters set out on the road again. This time, Khan walked ahead, actively checking the map. However, upon arriving in a new place, the characters' emotions were similar to those before. After all, in that same place, all the monsters had already been defeated. At some point, Lin learned from Han that the fat man had told the mercenary why he was going to the canyon. After hearing this, Lin now understood what had really happened. After all, the Master of Words moved ahead of the characters. The Master of Words planned to get rich by killing monsters and then deal with Lin and Han. At some point, an unknown man in a hat put his hand on the mercenary's shoulder. The Master of Words couldn't move, believing that he had been caught off guard by one of the two brats' partners. Suddenly, the mercenary's lush breasts began to heave, and a voice ordered the Master of the Word to be taken away. The charming woman said that she would find a use for it. The mercenary froze, as he was overtaken by the Purple Crow members themselves, after which they dragged him away. At a certain distance, Lin heard someone's cry for help, but Khan, who was preoccupied with other matters, did not attach any importance to this at all. After all, thanks to Lin's advice, the characters were lucky enough to stumble upon the active lair of the ugly puppets. Having summoned Bai, Lin was ready to begin the fight with the monsters. Obeying the hero, Khan was the first to go into battle. Swinging his whip, the fat man threw it at the first monster he came across. The whip twisted around the monster's body and closed tightly. Then, with all his strength, Khan pulled the whip back. The first ugly puppet lost its head. When Khan turned around to see how the hero was doing, he didn't see him anywhere. Not knowing what had happened, Khan did not notice how another enemy was approaching him. The puppet prepared to deal with the fat man, taking him by surprise. In fear, Han began to call for help from Lin. Suddenly, the puppet's progress was hindered. As it turned out, Bai helped the fat man. Now, the fat man had the opportunity to attack again. After some time, Khan stood there completely exhausted, because he had already killed the same puppet for the 5th time, which constantly regenerated. Meanwhile, Bai was busy dealing with other opponents. Eventually, Khan was filled with a glow, indicating the destruction of the monster. Lin congratulated Han, because he not only took part in the fight, but even increased his rank. In his joy and thanks to the hero's help, the fat man even wanted to kiss Lin. Han was not even averse to staying with Lin for a while longer if he needed company. The hero brushed it off, citing his low rank and the long time it took to level up. In this case, the characters said goodbye and went their separate ways. Having gotten rid of Han, Lin clenched his fists, because now it was his turn to level up. Suddenly, the action moved into the heart of a foggy canyon. It was here that the Purple Raven members brought the mercenary for some reason. Approaching a small body of water, the woman said that she had been creating it for 12 years. Right before our eyes, from the touch, the water began to change its color. To the mercenary's horror, the man in the hat offered to test the water on him. With the last of his strength, the mercenary shouted that he knew of 2 more who were in the canyon, and yet he was thrown into a reddish-colored body of water. At the same time, another ugly puppet was defeated. Sighing, Lin stated that destroying the puppets was a real pain. Finally, after much hard work, Lin reached another bronze rank. It goes without saying that Lin turned all the life seeds he received as a reward into cards. From now on, Lin decided to avoid Han's company, so that he would not reveal the hero's true powers prematurely. But then Lin's gaze froze. After all, an aura was spreading from the depths of the canyon. The hero had no idea what kind of strange monster could be there. Meanwhile, the hellish water increasingly disfigured the mercenary. His face changed beyond recognition. The hands lost fingers, and he himself eventually became an ugly mutant. The woman looked at the resulting mutant, stating that the effect of the water was impressive. Now Lin was secretly watching these transformations. Suddenly, the woman made a strange gesture with her fingers. In clots, dark magic burst from her fingers. In a split second, the mysterious woman would have surely absorbed the hellish water. Looking at this, Lin decided that such enemies were too tough for him, and therefore he had to flee. But at that very moment, a strong hand fell on the hero's shoulder. Lin didn't have time to do anything, because he completely lost control of his body. Then the man in the hat decided to get rid of Lin. Taking the hero by the throat, he suffocated him and lifted him above himself. A woman appeared who approached a hatter named Marf, asking him not to kill Lin. Marf obeyed, releasing Lin from his grip. The woman immediately guessed that the hero owned a monster with 2 mutations at once. Introducing herself as Nula, the woman presented herself as the Purple Raven. Lin had heard a lot about this organization, and, for the sake of salvation, began to declare that he ended up in such a place by accident. But Nula, approaching, called Lin an outstanding hunter, since, given his rank, he had achieved a lot. Marf stood behind the hero, addressing Null and declaring that Lin could not be accepted into the organization. However, Nula thought otherwise, since Lin could potentially become a threat to the organization without being recruited. Therefore, the woman gave Lin a choice in the form of joining or death. Subsequently, the scene moved to a certain prison. The heavy iron door of the chamber closed. Behind bars, Lin had no idea what was happening. As it turned out, this is exactly what the Purple Crow training camp looked like. The manager honestly stated that Lin would have to survive for a few days before he could earn the right to join. After a brief information, the manager left the hero. Lin's outrage ceased when someone from the depths of the cell asked him to be quieter. Lin looked back, seeing another person in the cell. There was a boy named Mo there who introduced himself as a neighbor. Mo made it clear to the hero that after arriving in such a place, there would be no connection with the outside world. Then, having named a period of 3 months, after which only the corpse would be thrown out. Further, Mo stated that only truly strong people are brought to this place. Mo did not recommend that Lin try to escape, because there were traps and guards waiting for him outside. Having listened to everything, Lin lay down, deciding to come to terms with his fate. To Mo's shock, Lin fell asleep in a second, especially on the boy's own bed. A new day began, and events moved to the interior of the training camp. It was a plentiful and well-fenced area. Mo and Lin looked at the tower, which acted as a testing ground. Having learned that there were battles to the death with monsters in the tower, the hero was not sure that there was any sense in such things. Unexpectedly, Mo asked Lin to look somewhere. Lin turned his gaze and was horrified to see the hanged men. The hero urgently opened the local network, where, according to the available information, he was only convinced of the veracity of the things Mo had previously said. Finally, Mo also mentioned the rating, which was no less important. After which, the unfortunate boy was kicked in the back. From the words of the offender, Lin understood that Mo was the last in the ranking. The offender stood in front of Mo, believing that he did not need breakfast, because the boy would not last long. Wanting to punish the boy, the offender reached out his hands towards him. Mo burst into tears and asked him to forgive him. The execution did not happen, because the hero stopped it. Despite the arrogance of the offender, Lin wanted Mo to apologize. To make his point, the hero twisted the bastard's arm. At some point, the people around started shouting because a man named Gun was walking past them. Lin let go of the offender's hand, remembering that from the information on the network, Gong was in second place on the ranking list. Having caught up with Lin, Gong wanted to know if the hero wanted to go against the rules. But Lin only ridiculed such animal rules. Their conversation did not take place, because the manager appeared, lashing the ground with a whip. Deciding not to get caught in his hot hand, Gun made it clear that there would be no fight. Lin didn't blame Mo for meeting Gong, because sooner or later, something like this would have happened. In addition, the hero offered Mo to stay close to learn how to survive. After some time, Lin reached the 6th floor of the training tower. Lin was warming up his hands before what was to come. The rules of this place were simple, so Lin only had to destroy the creatures. First of all, the hero summoned Bei. The fight itself reminded Lin more of a meat grinder than training. Lin saw only 3rd bronze rank monsters as the most suitable opponents for himself. Unlike others, Lin could infinitely accumulate energy in his life wheel. Such training took Lin an average of 8 hours a day. Lin was breathing heavily as he finished. After all, this pace had been going on for 3 days in a row. As usual, in the end, the hero left the tower. Dusting himself off, Lin was pleased with the results of filling the Wheel of Life. Calling up the system menu, Lin looked with satisfaction at how many monsters he had managed to kill in total. While the hero was looking through the information and his place in the ranking, he was quietly surrounded. Suddenly, a brawler appeared in front of the hero who wanted to fight. Lin asked again, because the fighter clearly didn't understand who he was dealing with. And so, turning away, Lin declared that this idea was not interesting. The hero tried to leave, but the system reported that a fight to the death had already been initiated against him. Already armed, the brawler dreamily declared that after killing Lin, he would take all of the latter's points. Looking at him, the hero nodded understandingly, after which the fighter flew up to Lin. The gathered onlookers already imagined that Lin would not be able to emerge from the battle alive. Meanwhile, the fighter was getting closer and closer, already anticipating Lin's death. Another moment and he rushed past the hero. Afterwards, the fighter stopped and looked at himself with confusion. Lin's voice was heard, declaring that he had lost. After all, the hero, with all his power and skill, counterattacked. Later, bleeding, the fighter fell to the ground. Then Gong appeared, declaring that Lin had to finish off his opponent, because then the fight would not end. Lin didn't understand what benefit this would bring to Gun. Gun had no time for sentimentality, simply linking everything to the rules. But the hero did not follow the rules and simply began to leave. Gong only cast a disdainful glance at Lin. Then a chain was wrapped around the fighter's neck. The hero stopped when he heard a crunch and a sob. Lin turned around urgently. There, Gong collected his chain, asking Lin not to thank him for following the rules. He also threatened that next time he would deal with Lin himself. Later, Mo was shaking from the events that happened in the yard. All this shaking and nervousness on Mo's part did not allow Lin to rest peacefully. The characters began talking again, from which Lin learned that Mo simply had no choice, and that was why he ended up in the Purple Crow. Mo pulled down the hem of his clothes to reveal a tattoo, calling himself the Fruit of Sin. Lin recalled that a similar term was used to describe those who were born from intercourse with monsters. Mo was ashamed of his origins and even burst into tears. Lin began to stroke the boy's head, but he didn't blame him for anything. Mo turned around abruptly and decided to say goodbye to Lin, because the boy would definitely be eliminated and die due to his low rating. Lin didn't answer but just hung his head. Then, out of the blue, the hero offered Mo to defeat him and split the points. Mo protested, because this was a violation of the rules. Lin saw no problem in this outcome, being a hero who fears nothing. After a few minutes of waiting, Mo took a deep breath. Then with all his might he challenged Lin. Having accepted the challenge, the hero immediately declared his defeat. Much later, when the ratings were being calculated, everyone learned about the drastic changes. It came as a shock to many that Mo scored 5,000 points at once. One of those who suddenly became out of the system was already receiving messages from other people. The poor guy didn't believe until the very end that something like this could happen in principle. Gun knocked him out with one blow. As before, the informal leader followed the established rules. While also outside, Lin gave Mo advice on how to best fight in the tower. Their conversation was interrupted when Gun appeared. In response to all claims of deception, Lin began to pretend that he had not heard Gong. The characters almost collided. So close were Gong's claims and Lin's insolence. Witnesses believed that Lin's insolence would come back to haunt him. In the end, Gun challenged the hero. Lin accepted it with joy. Suddenly, a manager appeared nearby, unhappy with the crowd. Gun did not hide anything, and therefore accused Lin of fraud. Approaching Lin, the manager let him know that there would be no special treatment for the hero. From the manager's words, many finally understood that Lin was Madame Hong's man. In connection with this, the manager ordered everyone to disperse. And yet, Gun did not forget the insult he had received in his thoughts, promising to take revenge. Turning away from Lin, Gong decided not to rush these events. He was already leaving when the hero's voice was heard, stopping Gun. The guy stopped and turned around. Unexpectedly, Lin challenged him to a fight to the death. According to the rules, the hero initiated the countdown. Many, including the manager, felt that Lin had thus condemned himself to death. Gun accepted the challenge, already feeling sorry for the hero, since he had personally opened the gates of hell. Lin chuckled in response, calling for bye. When the countdown reached 0, Lin asked the vampire to destroy Gong. However, Gun was not afraid and also attacked. The chains thrown by Gong shattered against the barrier that Bai had put up in front of him. Seeing this, Gun panicked and said that this simply could not be. After which, like an arrow, Bai flew past Gong. The guy froze, not believing the speed at which it was impossible to react in any way. Then, Gun's head tilted and separated from his body. Seeing the remains of his opponent on the ground, Lin only chuckled at his shameful defeat. The onlookers around began to grumble, because none of them knew about the power that Lin possessed. The manager interrupted the multiple voices, ordering everyone to disperse. Now, after what he had seen, the manager understood perfectly well why Lin had been so strongly recommended for admission to the organization. For some reason, Lin leaned over Gong's corpse. In fact, Lin was looking at the talent card that fell from the defeated Gong. After consulting with the system and reading the card's properties, Lin broke it, now hoping for a random talent drop. Later, Lin met a joyful-looking Mo. The characters were cheerfully discussing their recent victory over the bully goon. Their path lay towards the glasses exchange office. After looking at the prices of the items, Lin was amazed at how this place was clearly cheating on points. The hero had no choice but to exchange everything he had earned for equipment of his rank. But even with my request, the price in points for the equipment was inflated by as much as 8 times. The man at the exchange point described the pricing policy in such a way that often the project participants received not just a weapon, but a modified one. Almost bursting into tears at the price, Lin nevertheless agreed to the deal. Later, Lin returned to his cell. The hero stopped because someone was calling out to him. As it turned out, some people were already waiting for Lin near the camera. Lin frowned, suspecting that they had come to avenge Gong. There was a short pause. Lin did nothing, waiting to see how exactly events would unfold. But unexpectedly, those gathered began to express their respect and willingness to help Lin. After introducing themselves by name, people announced their places in the ranking. Even though Lin greeted them, he understood perfectly well that after killing Gong, the balance of power had shifted in favor of the hero. One of those who came as a sign of gratitude even passed something to Lin. Smiling, they gave Lin the blade skills that the hero loved to use. Lin accepted the gift, of course, however, partly believing that the attraction was provided not only by Gong's death, but even by the connection with Lady Hong. Afterwards, Lin was promised help and said goodbye. Mo was also beside himself with happiness, because due to his connection with Lin, they were now actively sending him various gifts. Afterwards, Lin began to study the skill that he had been given. After a preliminary assessment, the system projection stated that the skill was very unique and extremely ambitious to develop. Lin chuckled contentedly. In his mind, he was already imagining 3 epic sword skills at his disposal. From the outside, Lin looked very strange, squatting and muttering something under his breath. At that very moment, Lin remembered Mo's words that no one left the camp alive. And so, the hero urgently decided to find out how the bodies were carried out of the camp. Pomraknev said that the bodies were simply thrown off the cliff for the amusement of the monsters. The only people who were treated differently were those from noble families. The hero thought about the information he received. There was no solution found on how best to proceed, and therefore, Lin decided to continue training. Later, while at one of these training sessions, the hero disconnected the connection between the wheels of life. Before fighting the silver-ranked monsters, Lin was already looking forward to the reward. Next, the first thing that happened was that Bai took off into the air. The vampire began to accumulate the place of the upcoming fight with special magic. Then he went on the attack. The very first monster fell under the influence of Bai's threads. Immediately after this, the vampire moved into direct close combat. While the vampire was distracting attention, Lin himself took action. Despite Bai's efforts, one of the monsters was distracted by Lin. The hero immediately met him with a blow from his sword. One swing of his weapon after another, Lin forced the monster back. Until finally, the monster was driven away to a sufficient distance. At some point, the monster made a sharp attack. Having covered a huge distance, it now approached Lin with its sharp claws outstretched. Of course, the hero managed to defend himself. Right now, a different freak was approaching Lin from behind. Given this kind of pressure, Lin was able to confirm that silver-ranked monsters were truly special. However, this did not save the monsters from the blade's edge and Lin's attacking abilities. Finishing the combo, Lin left the monsters lying on the floor without any signs of life. After some time, they were finally dealt with. The hero was happy, because by actively using cards to increase loot, he now had a lot of card fragments associated with different monsters. Lin even decided to brag about his successes to the system projection. Studying the results of the battle, the system suddenly noted that the hero had obtained 2 new and previously unseen cards at once. One of these was the combination skill card. The next interesting card gave Lin the ability to seal monsters and make cards out of them. Subsequently, the system explained in detail how and under what circumstances it was possible to seal monsters. The hero had already imagined catching incredible epic monsters, but the system mentioned that something like this could only be done once. As a result, the system handed Lin one card, believing that it was the one that would be useful to the hero. The system gave Lin strange explanations, as if the card could allow him to become the director of his own film. The point of this card was that if Lin had played it correctly, he would have been able to escape. In this regard, Lin had to think things through as best he could. The hero stretched tiredly, because for now, all he had to do was drearily exterminate monsters in the training tower. Without giving Lin a chance to relax, the system unexpectedly threw him a whole chain of quests. The projection just smirked, stating that she had done nothing and the entire process was automated. At the same time, some events were unfolding at the observation post. Something among the many cameras caught the manager's attention. After all, it was clear from them that Lin was now heading to the floor with gold rank monsters. The subordinates told the manager that Lin spent most of his time training, and now no one could catch up with him in points. The manager thought that Lin had decided to come to his senses, and therefore ordered that he be monitored. Meanwhile, the hero ran into a group of monsters. During this battle, Lin asked the system to activate a combination skill card, choosing his camouflage. The projection of the system obeyed and did as Lin ordered. Immediately, a special camouflage map was created. Lin was delighted to receive the special card. Under its influence, the hero managed to completely disappear from the monster's sight. Later, having managed to catch the monster by surprise, with quick and precise movements, the hero has already knocked him out. Standing on a pile of defeated monsters at this very moment, Lin came up with an idea of how exactly to escape. Lin had wanted to improve one of his skills concerning revival, but the system strictly refused to allow it. In that case, Lin requested to improve the skill related to the Seed of Life. The hero broke into a smile, because he had come up with a brilliant plan. Later, Lin looked at the modified pistol he had purchased. Mo was surprised that Lin spent all of his earned points on this weapon. Afterwards, Lin patted Mo on the shoulder, wishing him success and recommending that he use the crystals he had given him wisely. Lin hoped that Mo would be able to manage his life wisely, and not only become a member of the Purple Crow. Awkwardly, Mo agreed, in his heart sensing that Lin would surely say goodbye to him. Asking Mo to take care of himself, Lin returned to the training tower again. As he left, Lin hoped that one day he would meet another femboy. After some time, an alarm was raised in the control room. As it turned out, Lin moved to the floor of the tower where there were second-degree gold-rank monsters, which the hero could not possibly defeat. The manager glanced at the monitor screens, actually seeing Lin there. Gritting his teeth, the manager decided to save Lin at all costs. Meanwhile, as predicted, the hero was gradually suffering defeat. The powerful blow was followed by a loss of balance, during which another hungry monster approached Lin. However, the hero was waiting for exactly this opportunity. Then instantly, saber-toothed fangs sank into the hero's throat. Right there, a much larger monster raised its paw to crush Lin once and for all. It was at the very moment the manager entered that this happened. He cursed because he was late. Immediately, lasers shot out from the walls. The beams burned the monsters, destroying them one after another. Frustrated, the manager approached what was left of Lin. No matter how much the manager scolded him, he still arrived too late. Having called the center, the manager announced the hero's death and asked Mrs. Hong to come. However, this was all a cunning plan by Lin, who created a fake corpse and was now in a state of invisibility. A little time has passed since then. Under the derogatory remarks, the manager was thrown against various objects. Hong arrived and was furious because they couldn't cope with the trivial task of saving Lin. Still, some doubts plagued Hong. The manager confirmed that the body did indeed belong to the hero. Sighing, Hong gave orders to burn the body. Seeing that he was believed to be dead, Lin decided that the moment had come to escape. Making his way through the corridors, the hero spotted Mo in one of them. Lin hoped that there would be someone to look after the femboy. Gradually, the backyards of the camp gave way to views of the surrounding nature. Now, Lin walked briskly on the ground. Looking back and taking a breath, the hero said that he had finally found freedom. A few minutes later, a wolf was galloping across the barren lands of the canyon. The hero surveyed the lands, believing that he was too far from the city. Having called up the map, Lin calculated that it would take him a whole year to get to the city on his own. Moreover, Lin could not yet divulge his identity since he was considered dead. This meant that Lin would have to create a completely new biography for himself. Still, with disguise, pulling off something like this would clearly not be a problem for Lin. The hero already imagined in advance how he would completely change his image. Lin even burst into villainous laughter from such wild fantasies. But, thanks to the efforts of the system's projection, he was brought to his senses. After some time, the hero managed to reach the city. Still sore from the system's slap in the face, Lin thought that the disguise was excellent. The projection of the system suggested Lin not to draw unnecessary attention to himself. Ultimately, mutual quibbles turned into a struggle between the hero and the projection of the system. During the fight with the air, someone called out to Lin. A certain person wondered if it was Lin who wanted to fake his identity. The hero agreed, and then the unknown person offered to follow him. At first, it leads to an unremarkable alley. There, overcoming a series of flights of stairs, finally leading to his home. Having led Lin into a cluttered room, the unknown person asked the hero to settle in and prepare money. At the same time, an unknown person was tearing off a canvas from something. Next, showing the hero a strange flask. The hero entered the flask, after which the unknown person assured that the result of the new personality would fully satisfy Lin's requests. To begin with, the unknown person asked Lin to choose a new name for himself. Without even thinking, the hero instantly called himself Yeshu. The stranger almost burst out laughing at such absurdity. And yet, I entered the data I received from Lin. In a split second, the hero's new personality was ready. The stranger was happy with the deal and offered the hero his services in the future. Lin was grateful, but there was still something else that was bothering him. After all, the hero's attention was focused on something else. Among the various things in trash, there lay a very ordinary soccer ball. The unknown person explained to the hero the name of the object and its purpose. Suddenly, the unknown person said that he made the ball so as not to forget about his native world. Lin glanced at him excited. Uncertainly, the hero pointed towards the stranger. The stranger did not understand what Lin was getting at. The hero slowed down, still deciding that at this hour, having such conversations was not the best choice. Gathering some courage, Lin recognized the stranger's name, which sounded like Yang. Meanwhile, the characters agreed that when Lin reached the gold rank, he would be given an even better personality. Next, the action moved to an area outside the city. Once there, Lin continued to rise in rank. Bai actively contributed to the fight against monsters. By actively defeating monsters time after time, Lin obtained fragments of a new skill for his sword. The hero's path could be easily traced by the piles of monster bodies left behind. And even having acquired a huge number of fragments, Lin still could not combine them into the desired map. Meanwhile, the system projection believed that Lin had been sitting in one place for too long. But in fact, the hero was actively discussing methods of his movement, hoping to use teleportation. Finally, Lin calculated the number of days it would take to complete the next journey. At that moment, a loud sound came from somewhere. Everyone perked up, thinking that an attack was about to take place. The hero looked up, noticing that right above him, the Eye of the Abyss had opened. But it was not looking at Lin, but at the city that was nearby. Another echo rang out and monsters began to pour out of the windows. The dome raised around the city actively protected the residents from the penetration of monsters inside. However, in the city itself, panic reigned. At the same time, 3 people sitting peacefully, despite the prevailing commotion, were discussing whether it was worth getting involved in the battle. However, they were in no hurry to intervene, because they were afraid to reveal their identities in advance. The eldest of the 3 interrupted the arguments. Instantly his eyes widened. After all, the protective dome could not withstand and was broken through. Unfortunately, the city was visited by the superb monster himself. Rising from their seats, the trio began to wonder what kind of monster could break through such protection. In fact, the monster was a demonic dragon. Then other monsters went into battle. The battle between the monsters and the city's defenders was about to take place. In an instant, something wrapped itself around the group of monsters, after which they burst, leaving behind only a smokescreen. This is how the guard who came out to protect the city acted. Seeing the guard, the hellish dragon let out a roar. The guard only hoped that the dragon was not of the immortal species. With loud steps, the dragon began to approach. The guard refused outside help, deciding to fight the dragon one-on-one. The guard did not expect to win, only to drag out as much time as possible so that the others could escape. Lin watched this whole situation from the side. The projection of the system saw something amiss in this state of affairs. Nevertheless, the fight began. The guard and the dragon both made their first moves. The dragon lifted him up and struck him with his paw, trying to finish off the pathetic man in one fell swoop. Standing on the sidelines, the trio also watched the progress of the battle. As expected, the guard did not die, and while in the air, attracted the dragon's attention to himself. From above, the guardian used the lightning sword ability. A bolt of electricity erupted, piercing the dragon all the way to its tail. Many believed that with just one attack, the guardian was able to defeat the hellish dragon. But the eldest of the 3 had a completely different opinion. At the same time, the guard's expression changed to one of excitement. After all, now something strange has started to happen to the dragon. The one who disappeared before everyone's eyes. The great lizard was enveloped in a fog that was shrinking in size. But then the guard looked somewhere to the side. Something unknown attacked him at the most inopportune moment. The phenomenon was so powerful that it even split part of the nearby rock. Witnesses of these events were horrified. No one could understand what had happened or who had attacked the guard. The projection of the system has already spoken out on this matter, stating that the superior monster deceived everyone with an illusion. The senior representative of the strange trinity from the city held a similar opinion. On this basis, the elder's followers even managed to quarrel, because their opinions on the need to protect the city were divided. The eldest of the 3 called them to order, because he knew that the guard was still alive. And indeed, when the smoke and dust settled, a guard appeared, albeit exhausted, but still looking quite alive. The guard clenched his teeth in hatred. After which, he let out a cry of rage, swearing that he would destroy the creature. In an instant, he thrust his sword into the ground, creating a magical tremor in the soil. In this way, the guard intended to draw the dragon into a fair fight. Such power and its manifestation frightened even Lin, who hid behind the tree. After the action was completed, the guardian looked somewhere out of the corner of his eye. It seemed that he had found his target and was now swinging his sword again. Streams of electricity began to flow along the blade of the guardian's sword. And yet, the guardian of the city was unable to defend himself from the new vile attack. It was not the dragon that threw him aside, but a completely different creature, the 3-eyed ghost. Rising to his feet in an instant, the guardian now realized that events had taken on a more ominous tone. Suddenly, snow-white jaws clicked, and a grinding voice was heard, mocking the little people. There was a whole group of monsters nearby, where one of them wanted to end the stupid performance. The truth came out, but the trio seemed to not react to it in any way. Apparently, the eldest among them had already guessed everything in advance. Meanwhile, the guardian was warming up his knuckles because he still had more work to do. Finally, the Trinity deigned to come to the guardian's aid. Meanwhile, one of the superior monsters continued to provoke the humans. After his threats, the superior monster burst into hysterical laughter. Suddenly, the girl from the trio spoke up, reminding the bastard that the advantage in numbers was on the hunter's side. Another excellent monster immediately spoke up, hinting that he would take possession of the girl's pretty face. Then one of the monsters began to move. The hunters took up defensive stances. The eldest of the 3 summoned his sword. At that moment, a familiar vile voice was heard behind the elder, and the girl's face itself was removed like a mask. The monster that had taken over someone else's body said that now the chances for all sides were equal. Immediately after this, the possessed girl attacked. The elder tried to reach her, but first of all, he was forced to parry the blow. Finally, other participants in the events also witnessed that one of the hunters lost control of his body. The girl continued to fight, and every now and then hysterical laughter burst from her throat. The elder tried to reach out to the girl, to encourage her to fight the monster inside her. But every time, only annoying laughter came from the girl, because the monster had complete control over the body while it was wearing a mask. Looking at this from the outside, Lin said out loud that the situation was becoming more and more dangerous. There was a battle going on in the visible area, but even the powerful guardian could not really break through the defenses of the superior. The system also spoke out, assessing the hunter's chances of winning as extremely low. Sweat rolled down Lin's face. He understood perfectly well that only the old man of the three could turn the tide of events. At some point, the guardian also shouted with a similar request. The old man was constantly on the defensive, perhaps out of pity. He tried not to hurt the girl. With every passing second, the old man convinced himself that he should do differently. Finally, the elder took one right step forward. Finally, the old man apologized. With a precisely calculated blow, he pierced the possessed one. Neither Lin nor the system projection had ever seen such power before. The superior monster left the girl's body, who now asked her boss for forgiveness for what happened. The ghost himself continued to mock the old man, and the fact that he had to kill one of his students. Changing his faces like masks, the superior monster wanted to hear if the old man felt sorry for the little girl. In response, the old man said that the monster had ignited a flame of hatred in him for the first time in a long time. The excellent one only laughed, wanting advice on whose body to take possession of now. The old man's expression suddenly hardened. Jumping up on the spot, he wanted to finish off the excellent one. The monster again mocked the old man's efforts, pretending that he was afraid. Having reached striking distance, the old man lunged. But at that very moment, the excellent one asked the old man to guess what the monster had become now. And indeed, the excellent avoided being hit every time, simply playing around. The voice changed, and now shots could be heard in the old man's direction from another possessed student. The old man held out his sword, cutting the bullets with the blade's tip. At the same time, the guardian continued his fight with the other superiors and their minions. Using high-level techniques and skills, the guard cut them into pieces. At some point, a fireball formed on the battlefield, and then thunder struck. Tiredly, the guardian said that the opponent's defensive relic had been broken. To encourage himself and others, the guardian roared that he would not allow the monsters to destroy the city. With all his strength and vibration in all directions, the guardian thrust the sword into the ground again. Destructive and penetrating magic began to burst forth from the layers of soil. The hero watched the guardian, inspired by the fact that even though the system knew that he could not defeat the superior, where during this same period of time, the old man was still continuing his unsuccessful battle. The excellent monster was delighted with this game, asking the old man to continue. Floating around like a fly, the excellent one practically begged the old man to hit him one day. The old man himself gradually grew tired, but nevertheless felt that something was wrong in this fight. At some point, the old man decided to use a special deceptive technique. Like a taut spring, he curved his sword, then release, with tension and speed, still hitting the mask of the superior. The disciple was freed from the influence of the monster. At that moment, somewhere behind the old man, a familiar laugh was heard, regretting that the fun game was coming to an end. This impudence added rage to the old man's veins, and he was ready to continue the fun. Then, the mask owner pointed at the two transcendent monsters, declaring that he would only accept the old man's challenge once the other monsters were defeated. If the outcome were different, the owner of the mask assured that he would not let anyone out of the city alive. Many of the townspeople heard the superior's verdict without even knowing whether they had any hope of success. On this matter, even the projection of the system spoke out, recommending that Lin prepare to flee in advance. The old man himself accepted the challenge. Immediately, one of the monsters moved towards him. The old man responded by delivering a series of piercing blows with his sword. All of them hit the approaching monster. Apparently, it caused considerable damage, but the old man's first action was only a teaser for something bigger. Having waited for the attack to come his way, the old man at the same time directed his own sword. The fire magic that burst out from the sword began to flow around the monster's stone hand. At some point, transformed into a whole magical dragon. Opening its mouth, the summoned magical dragon bit off the top of the monster's body. Seeing this, Lin almost cried out. He was so shocked. Now it was the turn of the next excellent one, who was already flying towards the old man. Having made a turn, with one movement the old man deprived him of his limbs. With his next move, the old man intended to end the protracted game. Having gathered the magical charge together, he finally threw it out. The area was covered by an incredible spectacle of a series of explosions and flashes. When it was finished, everything was covered in a thick cloud of smoke. When it dissipated, an old man stood over the defeated monsters without a single scratch. Finally, he looked at the superior, expecting a duel with him. The excellent one applauded, because the old man did not disappoint him. Spreading his arms and rising into the air, the superior one announced that he would not seize the old man's face. Initially, the monster wanted to find out more precisely whether the old man was worth the time spent. In response, the old man frowned with displeasure. Afterwards, in the middle of the eye of the abyss, a space opened up from which a glimmer of light descended. This light illuminated the old man, surely giving him strength. Even the superior one didn't understand what was happening. The system did not see anything unusual in this situation, because the old man, in terms of his strength, was one step away from the rank of immortal. To the shock of Lin and the system, the old man suddenly began to dissolve into the light. Then, the beam of light was reformed into a concentrated stream. Barely missing the Excellent One himself, the stream struck the ground. Subsequently, giggling, the Excellent One began to avoid the flow in every possible way. Looking at this scene, the old man's still living disciples had no idea how the Transcendent One had dodged. After a minute of avoiding, a more powerful beam drew a line in the air next to the superior one. An old man appeared from it, hidden by the glow. The old man was even more angry than before, accusing the superior of deceiving his rank. After all, in fact, he was the leader. A danger much more powerful than previously assumed. Lin looked at the system, and it made it clear that the chief was almost the highest stage of development of the monster's powers. To the surprise of the superior, the old man froze, because in his thoughts, he understood that he could not defeat the villain single-handedly. And yet the old man could not allow others to suffer at the whim of the monster. Putting his sword forward, the old man set the superior a mandatory condition in the form of victory over himself. The Excellent One only laughed time after time, convincing the old man that resistance was useless. The old man let out an angry cry, calling on the superior one to defend himself. A new battle broke out in the sky. Numerous witnesses held their breath, because no one knew what the fate of the old hunter would turn out to be. At some point, the smug voice of the superior was heard. As it turned out, he intercepted the old man's sword. Afterwards, the monster inflicted a serious wound on the old man. Multiple witnesses shuddered at the monster's triumph. Having thrown the old man aside, the superior one called upon his minions to pour into the now defenseless city. Observing this development of events, the system projection recommended that Lin reel in his fishing rod. But then I was quite surprised. After all, the hero asked the system to use the print card on the Excellent. The system began to remind Lin that the card had a one-time effect, but the hero was already 100% sure of his choice. Pointing at the superior one, Lin said that he could not allow evil to roam freely. After what Lin said, the Excellent One himself felt something was wrong. The process of sealing the monster began, accompanied by its annoyed cries. Until in place of the once majestic villain, nothing remains. Witnesses of this event remained in conjecture as to what was happening. Until the end of the sealing, the card transformed in Lin's hand. Now, Lin looked at his new epic card with adoration. Immediately after the disappearance of the superior, the eye of the abyss immediately began to close. At the very end, leaving behind only a scar on the sky. Even an old man, to whom the students provided first aid, observed this event. The strange disappearance of the superior inspired the remaining hunters. They regrouped and engaged in battle with the small remnants of the villain's army. Meanwhile, in his hiding place, Lin breathlessly looked over the skills of the captured Transcendent. Deciding to try his luck, Lin ordered the system to extract one of the Transcendent's skills. To the hero's happiness and the system's disappointment, he was lucky enough to receive a rare skill. Although it had considerable limitations, the mask skill allowed Lin to take control of any creature in his field of vision. Finally getting up, Lin hoped that the other hunters would be able to deal with the remnants of the villain's army. Therefore, now the hero decided to go to the suburbs, where he will wait out the dangerous time. During his journey, Lin asked the system to tell him about the ranks of superior monsters. With a boring face and voice, the system explained to Lin all 6 levels of strength that the Transcendents could obtain. The lowest of these ranks was described by the system as the Flame of Life, an ancient and most powerful magic known. The system immediately mentioned that this rank was difficult to master, and many burned out, unable to cope. As for what Lin saw, the system hinted that the old man had a similar rank. Rubbing his chin, Lin asked the system to also tell him about the captured villain. In dreary detail, the system began to inform Lin of the powers and rules of the powers with which the villain was endowed. Once again offending the hero, the projection of the system said that he should not even dream of such powers. Yet Lin imagined the power of a person who possessed the strength of the highest rank of Transcendent. Even if it was just a fantasy, Lin was planning to reach such heights. A couple of days have passed since then, and the action of events has moved to the portal gates. After finally passing through, Lin left the Purple Crow Zone. Now the hero was in a peaceful city that was famous for its high quality and impregnable walls. Walking along the streets, Lin felt the comfort here. But then someone shouted from behind. The hero didn't have time to really look before someone knocked him down. Rubbing the back of his head, which Lin had hit, the hero wanted to know what the hell had happened. But then, Lin's gaze froze and his pupils trembled. The man who shot him down looked at the hero in much the same way. The next moment, Lin saw that the owner of the shop was running after the man who had hit him, shouting about a theft. Urgently, Lin grabbed the boy by the hair. Suddenly, hugging the boy close, Lin asked the angry male pursuer to discuss everything. However, the big guy in the apron was not in the mood for friendly conversation. Lin apologized, but noted that he liked to poke his nose into other people's business. About a minute later, the big guy in the apron was resting somewhere in the garbage dump. Shaking his hands, Lin was somewhat disappointed by the big guy's fighting skills. When Lin began to stroke the boy, he suddenly said the number 327. The hero looked at him in confusion, considering such a name strange. The boy repeated the number again, but this time he pointed to himself. The boy simply did not answer any of Lin's other questions. Since it was getting dark, the hero found the best choice to take the little boy to his room. There, in the courtyard, until the day finally turned to night, Lin was engaged in training. Through practice, Lin earned skill fragments again. Finally, after much hard work, the required number of fragments were collected. By combining them, Lin created the Wild Flame Sword card. Lin glanced at the skill card, remembering thanks to the system that even that one, the hero could improve. On purpose, the system even gave a whole tedious lecture on how Lin could get new fragments, but the instructions were so confusing and difficult that Lin barely understood even half of what the system said. The boy secretly heard similar conversations with himself. The boy looked out and watched as Lin practiced, chatting actively to himself. At some point, Lin felt someone else's gaze on him. Unexpectedly, the boy began to repeat Lin's movements. The hero called him over. Lin promised that he wouldn't do anything to him. After all, the hero was bored training alone. And then Lin handed the bamboo stem to the boy. He took the barrel firmly in his hands. Then he began to fence skillfully. Both Lin and the system came to the conclusion that they had discovered a genius. Lin soon realized that the boy was copying his movements. With every swing the boy made, Lin became convinced of this. Later, Lin demonstrated which sword stance was correct. Later, Lin hugged the boy for his success. A little later, at the boy's request, Lin ordered food for him. From then on, they wasted no time in training together. As the days went by, the characters even began to be kicked out of the cafe because of the boy's gluttony, but not once did their mutual training sessions miss. One day, Lin's joyful cry was heard as the required number of fragments had been collected. A new epic card was in Lin's possession. The hero clenched his fists solemnly. This feeling was interrupted by the boy. The hero looked down. The boy said that now Lin needed it even more. The hero trembled, not knowing what to say. After some time, Lin returned to the boy's words. As it turned out, in time, the hero found the boy's relatives. However, until they arrived, Lin promised to take care of the boy. Unexpectedly, Lin uttered the name Jeremiah. That's exactly what the hero called the boy. Sometime later, the hero finally returned home. The first thing he was met with was Aya's annoyed cries. At some point, my sister's eyes froze. Aya was horrified to see that next to Lin was his son. The hero explained everything, and soon a dining table stretched out before the characters. During the meal, Aya sympathized with the boy's fate. At the same time, Aya noted that the boy had an excellent appetite. Hours passed and evening came. Having retired to bed, Lin felt that he could finally rest. As soon as the global network was found, with a multiple vibration, Lin's ring slipped off his finger. Lin was bombarded with notifications about missed calls and messages. First of all, the hero decided to recruit the fat man Khan. In an excited conversation, Khan mentioned the Misty Canyon. During the conversation, the fat man mentioned some frightening monster from there. But all this did not answer the question of what exactly Khan wanted. And then, bursting into tears, Khan reported the death of his father. Lin wanted to meet and console Han, but he refused. Having blamed everything on the upcoming exams, the fat man passed out. Events like these reminded Lin of the importance of spending his time wisely. Not wanting to lose to fate, Lin assumed a meditative posture. Once again immersed in the crystal, he was ready to learn. On command, multiple teachers pounced on the hero. Every time he got punched in the face, Lin imagined that he was getting closer to his goal. After all, in his fantasies, he imagined himself as a future great hunter. After much and repeated efforts, a critical amount of fragments of the new skill were collected by Lin. Exhaling, he ordered that those be united. Thus, Lin received a new map of combat techniques. Having finished, exhausted, Lin fell onto the bed. Suddenly, Aya called out to Lin in fear. Running out of the room, Lin hurried to help his sister. She pointed to Jeremiah, who was eating something. In a stern voice, Lin asked the boy not to eat raw food. Lin approached carefully and asked Eremia to give him a piece of meat. The boy threw the meat aside and ran to Aya. He hugged her young body, asking for forgiveness. Lin laughed, realizing that his sister's alarm was false. Lin hoped that he could leave the two alone without incident. After all, later, this is exactly what Aya assured her brother of. However, nervous thoughts haunted the hero every now and then. But most of all, Lin was worried about himself. At some point, the gates in the round arena opened. Lin knew that this was how the exams began. At some point, a tall man with dark skin appeared. Standing before the crowd, he introduced himself as the chief examiner. Unexpectedly, he announced that the preliminary assessment was complete. Then, taking out a piece of paper, he announced those excluded. One of those excluded wanted an explanation. The examiner looked at him menacingly and asked again. The examiner then began to list a ton of things that could serve as disqualification. The examiner asked all those who remained to come with him. The crowd, greatly thinned, passed through the gates. Now, the crowd was greeted by a different man who promised to reduce the number by half. After coughing, another examiner would announce that something would need to be found. Next, he demonstrated a crystal, whose number was 5,000, hidden within the city. In just 2 days, the examiner asked to obtain and bring only one crystal. However, the examiner was ready to give a hint. He uttered the word grass. Later, while drinking, Lin considered the task difficult. Looking at this, the system did not understand why the hero was stalling for time. As it turned out, Lin had cheated and forced the demon vine to look for the crystal. So now, all Lin could do was wait. When it was already dark, the hero left the bar. After leaving it, Lin informed the system that he should act as a hunter. And yet, the hero counted on the help of the system, at least in the role of a bloodhound. From his former place of residence, Lin entered another. Lin approached the bar and placed his order. Next, stealthily, the hero threw a crystal onto the counter. The bartender looked at the crystal and named a price for the information. The price was affordable for the hero. A couple of minutes later, the bartender handed Lin an envelope with the necessary information. But at some point, Lin stopped the deal. The hero suddenly decided to find out if the bartender had ever received such orders before. The bartender readily recalled one unfriendly person. Having prepared the mask in advance and leaving, Lin thanked him. Subsequently, the action moved to Gießen Castle. While watching, Lin told the system that grass was a codename. The hero described the drug as a dangerous way to harness life force. The system presented something that Lin could say next. And yet, he said out loud that the grass was a drug. Thanks to the information, Lin knew that the creator of the drug was one of the former hunters. And yet, inside the castle, a whole pack of professional guards was waiting for Lin. Lin began to think about the possibilities of penetrating the castle. At that moment, something distracted him. A girl appeared below and said that she had been following the hero for a long time. Having jumped onto the branch to Lin, she introduced herself as Meryl. Lin decided to find out if the bartender was talking about the girl. However, Meryl decided to talk about the castle, warning Lin that it would not be easy to get in. And so, for greater success, Meryl suggested uniting. Meryl made no secret of her desire to get some grass to sell. Hearing this, Lin frowned thoughtfully. Afterwards, he jumped down, refusing to cooperate. Meryl was at a loss, hearing refusal for the first time. While on the ground, Lin made it clear that he would have destroyed the grass if he had the chance. After this was said, wings emerged from the hero's back through his clothes. With these thoughts, Lin soared. Meryl remained upset, promising to get even with Lin. At the same time, other hunters who were also looking for grass received an emergency message. The hunters were alarmed because, according to information, Lin stole the entire supply of the drug from the castle. At the same time, the hero was examining the castle grounds. Assessing his capabilities, Lin wanted to use the ghost transformation again. But then, someone rudely called out to Lin. Ismuth jumped from his eagle and flew down. Soon he landed. Ismuth smiled madly and was glad to find Lin. After initially remaining silent, Lin still remembered the guy. In the end, Ismuth even had to remind himself of his name. Ismuth was furious because Lin kept putting spokes in his wheels. Ismuth was preparing to beat Lin for all the past humiliations. The hero laughed, not understanding how Ismuth even got to the new exams. Such speeches clearly offended the hair highlighter. That was the last straw, and Ismuth tried to finish off Lin at once. The hero accepted the challenge. By killing Lin, Ismuth intended to earn the respect of others. As Lin responded, their swords crossed. The metal began to creak from friction. At some point, Lin began to overwhelm Ismuth in strength. The hero called him a coward, because they met again only months later. Irritated, Ismuth managed to break free from the wedge. Projecting magic, he urged the hero to prepare for death. Ismuth never expected that after what was said, Lin would multiply into copies of himself. Having managed to divert attention, Lin delivered one precise blow. Ismuth was amazed because the weapon was now broken. With sadness, he now looked at his spear. Lin explained that the difference in strength was now not in Ismuth's favor. Because of this, Lin was not sure whether Ismuth should continue fighting. Ultimately, the characters agreed not to conflict for now. Right away, Lin began to demonstrate his newly learned movements. Not reacting to the hero's idiotic antics, Ismuth summoned his riding eagle. Finally, Ismuth informed the hero that he was being searched for en masse because of some news. In connection with this, Lin asked Ismuth to stay. The hero was afraid that everyone would arrive at the castle and cause a big commotion. Smiling, Lin began to ask Ismuth for help. A little later, an angry crowd approached the castle. The first of this crowd was met by Ismuth. Ismuth reported that Lin had long since fled, taking the drug with him. Knowing about Ismut's feud with Lin, the hunters believed him. And so Ismut called on everyone to follow him in order to catch the hero. Lin watched all this furtively. Luckily for him, in the form of a ghost, the cameras could not detect the hero. Quite easily, Lin climbed to the top floor of the castle. In the form of a shadow, he slipped through the barred window. Lin was ready to destroy everything completely. Inside the castle, production was in full swing. As Lin had expected, work was in full swing. Every now and then, hundreds of dark crystals poured out of the conveyor belt. In his ghost form, Lin kept an eye on where the produce was being taken. But first of all, the hero had to get rid of the cameras. Cameras that examined almost every nook and cranny of the castle. For these needs, a separate room was even allocated in the castle. Lin was well aware that the observers were clearly gold-rank hunters. However, they were not particularly bright. The hero did not intend to leave them alive. The carnage carried out by Lin alarmed other observers. But the hero did not do this alone. Muffled screams and cries for help were heard from the room. Having finished, Lin moved to another floor, there, ordering Bei to begin hunting all living things. At the same time, the castle's other forces came into action. The carnage carried out by Lin did not go unnoticed. However, the hero skillfully cut down the armed guards. Some of them managed to open fire. In order to protect the owner, the vampire took on such damage, while the hero, under cover, did not go into close combat. To the guard's shock, Lin said that he had more than one monster in his stash. Immediately after this was said, a dragon opened its mouth behind him, and yet the guard escaped from his sharp fangs. As he headed to the warehouse, Lin left a guard for his monsters. Accelerating, on the move, the hero knocked down the doors. There, Lin was already waiting. The mysterious bearded man in the robe knew about Lin's abilities. The bearded man even decided to find out how Lin would act without his monsters. Afterwards, he sent his puppets against the hero. Lin was ready for the challenge and crushed one of his cards. The hero freed the superior monster. The bearded man was confused at the sight of the strange creature. But before he could even realize what he was dealing with, the superior one snapped his fingers. A strange vibration followed. The excellence gaze was fixed on the bearded man. The next second, all the puppets turned their attention to him. Amidst a heart-rending scream, the puppet's hands rushed towards the bearded man. A moment later, other Lin monsters appeared in the room. Finally, the hero asked his dragon to burn this place. Soon, the entire castle was engulfed in flames. The hunters noticed the fire and returned to the castle. There, meeting Lin away from the tongues of flame, Lin began to lie, showing only one crystal that he managed to steal. The sight of the crystal made the crowd go crazy. At some point, Meryl's hateful gaze crossed with Lin's. This is how the night passed and a new day began. The examiners explained what exactly the test consisted of. Thanks to Lin's efforts, all the remaining ones passed, having managed to take possession of the crystals. The examiners urged the hunters not to rejoice, because other tests awaited them ahead. En masse, everyone began to guess what could await them. Lin's attention was riveted on the examiners. Meanwhile, the examiners themselves were talking to each other about the meaning of the previous test. However, none of them had any idea who had burned the castle. Their conversation turned to the strange evidence that was found at the site of the fire. However, they rejected the idea that one of the exam participants could have been the culprit. The only suspect was seen as the summoner, but he could not have wielded such a powerful monster. Suddenly, Lin's chest tightened. The hero thought that someone remembered about it. Yet the examiners were no closer to solving this mystery. Later, an aircraft appeared over the scene. Half an hour later, it landed. Lin's jaw dropped, because calling an aircraft was an expensive pleasure. Next, the ramp was lowered. The owner of the curled mustache, the captain, descended. The examiners thanked the captain for his help. Seeing the adhesion of those, the hero considered that the captain was clearly of high rank. As soon as everyone had boarded, the ship set sail. Another hour later, the ship was already plowing the ocean. Lin was impressed with the ship and its quality. Suddenly, he noticed that the captain was fishing. It seemed that the captain had managed to lure the fish. The captain pulled out some kind of devilry by tugging on the fishing rod. But in the end, the seasoned captain managed to turn the caught abomination into soup. While others were practicing their numbers, Lin admired the captain. The hero admired not only the taste of the food, but also the captain's sword technique. The captain saw nothing special, believing that Lin himself was gifted. The hero was embarrassed by the pleasantries addressed to him. In the end, the captain laughed, because Lin was lucky enough to taste that guy's signature meat. Wiping his mouth, the hero thought that the captain was a legendary gourmet. Later, their conversation turned to Lena's acquaintance, the gourmet Han. Thus, the night passed in conversation. Eventually, the ship arrived at its destination. Having landed, Lin considered it his duty to introduce Han to the captain. After an interesting night, the captain said goodbye to the ardent young man. The disembarked crowd of hunters gathered in one place. The new examiner greeted them with a commanding voice. He described the new test as quite easy. The examiner pointed behind himself to where the door was that led to the labyrinth with monsters. The examiner only gave you 1 hour to complete the test. The test has begun, and the first participants have already been disqualified. One by one, the hunters began to enter the doors. At some point, everyone heard that someone had even died. Then, one of the many who entered managed to pass the exam. The good news was immediately followed by news of someone else's death. Despite the grumbling in the queue, the examiner showed no emotion. At some point, the examiner announced that one of the doors was no longer suitable. Unexpectedly, of all those present, it was Lin who decided to enter that door. Lin attributed his zeal to the long wait in line. The examiner did not dare to refuse, and therefore let Lin in. Lin walked briskly inside. He was ready to show everyone what he was worth. Quite quickly, Lin encountered the monster that had previously killed a couple of hunters. Suddenly, the strong cocoon unfolded. A pleasant voice was heard from there, and a firm breast popped out. Lin's base fantasies immediately made themselves known. Phoenix looked at the hero with interest. Phoenix expected that Lin came to play. Approaching confidently, the hero started a conversation with Phoenix. Lin suggested that Phoenix had a grudge against humans because of some past. A second later, Phoenix thought that Lin was talking nonsense. Lin's theory only angered the owner of the breasts. The speed with which Phoenix attacked impressed Lin. In her mind, Phoenix remembered her previous owner, who actively took care of her. Phoenix burst into tears because her owner was killed by evil people. Lin guessed that the one who tamed the Phoenix was someone from the evil Black Blood sect. As a result, Lin snatched his sword from the monster's grasp, now proclaiming that the master of the Phoenix was worthy of death. These words made Phoenix burst into tears. After which, Phoenix began her transformation. She wanted to demonstrate what she had achieved on her own. As an offering to her master, Phoenix intended to spill human blood. Completely changed, she cried out to her master. Frowning, Lin accepted the creature's challenge. Moving forward, Phoenix sentenced the hero to death. Lin was ready for the meeting and also to demonstrate his skills. A moment later, a string of pointed feathers was already flying towards Lin. But they were led astray by one inexorable force. The tyrant has appeared. Running up, he grabbed Phoenix by her thin throat. Looking at Tyrant, Phoenix couldn't understand where he got so much strength from. In response, the tyrant opened his fanged mouth. He grabbed Phoenix's neck with all his might. In pain, she began to call for her master. The hero watched this without feeling any pleasure. Very quickly, the news of the death of the killer monster spread. Even the examiner was pleased with Lin's results. As Lin wandered through the corridors, he discussed the victory over the Phoenix with the system. The system once again reminded the hero not to show off his strength too much. Their argument took place just before approaching the next monster. Right there, Lin recommended that the system take a closer look at the new power of that one. The monster that let out a roar also began to act. The monster struck, but Lin jumped back. After a light step, the hero began to fire his pistols. Now Lin was worried about how best to deal with the one-armed monkey. However, Lin had no intention of killing her. As Lin ran, he activated Traceless Step. As it turned out, Lin simply walked past the monster, not wanting to fight it. This passage of the hero was captured on a surveillance camera. The examiner was now actively monitoring this. Looking at the monitor, the examiner thought about something. Nevertheless, Lin continued on his way. At some point, the hero came across a third monster, dressed in armor. The chained lizard went into battle. Lin grinned, hoping to repeat his earlier trick. But then the hero's eyes stood up. Something strange was happening to the monster itself. Soon, there was a ball in front of the hero. The system even assumed that the monster would let the hero through. Somewhat embarrassed, Lin even kicked the ball. Anticipating some kind of deception, Lin summoned a sword. Afterwards, he stuck it into the ball. Thanks to his persistence, the blade of the sword went in quite deep, until finally the steel lizard maiden's defense was broken. Having committed the meanness with a light heart, Lin continued on his way. In the end, Lin passed the exam successfully. Knowing Lin's success, the examiner ordered that he be recommended to the management. Following this, events flowed into one of the headquarters of the Hunters Association. There, in the conference room, they watched a video recording of Lin's successes. One of the participants asked to make a decision in connection with what he saw. One of the chairmen approved the candidacy. The second one, on the contrary, refused. The third doubted, seeing a giant in the tamed monsters. The fourth also refused, again citing the monster. The hooded chairman took the floor, describing Lin as nothing more than a gifted hunter. Finally, all parties to the meeting had their say. Based on the votes, Lin's candidacy was not approved. At the same time, the hero was overtaken by a sneeze, because he was again being actively remembered. Meanwhile, a girl appeared nearby and presented Lin with a ring for passing the exam. Lin's obligatory nature ordered her to wait, because there would still be a fourth stage of the exam. Scratching his head, Lin noted that he had 2 whole days left. From the girl's words, it seemed that on the island, Lin had to take care of himself. The hero's face changed when he heard the name of the island. After all, in essence, the entire area was strewn with monsters. Lin's nervousness subsided, because the island was a stroke of luck for him. After all, many of the monsters could only be found on this island. The system quickly realized that the hero simply wanted to gain new abilities. The system guessed that Lin also planned to improve the skill to epic values. At some point, Lin interrupted the system. A second later, Lin threateningly drew his pistols. He stared at the path behind him. Meryl giggled as she emerged from behind the trees. Lin raised the barrel and wanted to know why the girl was pursuing him. Meryl explained that she was simply extremely bored. At the same time, the girl began to show Lin signs of attention. Embarrassed, she looked away. The next moment, Lin left the flat-chested one, as he was an admirer of curvy women. Out of insult and wild indignation, Meryl punched the nearest tree. The impact caused the trunk to crack and the tree to fall over. Feelings of horror, revenge, and vengeance clouded Meryl's mind. In the air, Lin explained that he didn't like people like Meryl. A couple of hours passed since then, and evening came. The further the hero made his way into the island, the more unique monsters he encountered along the way. The system was wondering when Lin would finally get around to attacking. The hero reduced everything to his own special goal. After what was said, the system began to understand. And Lin has already found what he needed. After all, a special one-eyed demon appeared below. Without further ado, Lin jumped off the branch. The monsters immediately noticed the movement. Lin realized that they were looking at him. As it turned out, the hero forgot about the special range of feelings of monsters. Immediately, the one-eyed demon sent his minions to Lin. However, it was too late for Lin to take any other action. As a result, breaking the map, the hero decided to go the way of brute force. The tyrant appeared, his teeth chattering. Lin began to actively command them. With his might, the tyrant began to deal with lesser opponents. But one of the minions managed to go on the attack against the tyrant. With his sword, he caught up with the giant. However, there was not a scratch left on Tirana. In response, the tyrant grabbed the minion. The giant mumbled something and threw him to the ground. Further, he raised the fist of his free hand. In a split second, hundreds of blows rained down on the minion. At some point, the hero saw what was happening. After all, now the tyrant was able to capture even the most one-eyed demon. Lin couldn't let the giant destroy him. The hero was in a panic, not knowing what to do. Suddenly, an idea struck Lina. The hero called the tyrant. A conversation subsequently took place. Lin guessed that all this time, the tyrant intended to expose the demon's vulnerable spot to attack. The previously stupid monster turned out to be not so stupid after all. Then Lin asked to hold the demon tighter. Quite accurately, Lin thrust the blade of his sword. With just one blow, the hero achieved supersaturation of prana. A new seed of life was found, and the transformation into a map began. Lin was happy with these results. Subsequently, a new monster card landed in Lin's hand. Having brought it to his face, the hero looked at it closely. Lin began to discuss his other plans with the system. But just now, the trees began to rustle in a strange way. Meryl jumped out from nowhere and somehow, for now, the girl was out of Lin's sight. But in one instant, her entire conspiracy fell apart. Instantly, Lin discovered her presence. The girl began to make excuses, saying that she simply came because of the noise. Lin accepted her excuse, but had no interest in the rest of the conversation. Meryl did not calm down, asking if Lin would like to try his luck in other organizations. But then, the tip of a blade flashed at the girl's throat. Lin saw through the trick, now asking where Meryl was from. Lin waited for an answer because Meryl tried so hard. The girl began to radiate misunderstanding and genuine fear. Satisfied with this, Lin pulled the blade back. The hero swore that next time he would finish off Meryl. After saying this, Lin soared into the sky again. The girl couldn't believe that Lin actually threatened her. Turning around, she decided to mind her own business. That same night, somewhere on the island, an explosion thundered. As it turned out, the sources of this were Lin and Tyrant. A system appeared to remind Lin that the exam was just around the corner. Moreover, the system reminded that Lin's entire life force was already overflowing. The hero saw no point in stopping leveling up since he had a lot of low-level monsters. A couple more days passed, and finally the time came for a new exam. All those gathered and those who survived were asked to remain silent. The next moment, the wind above their heads increased in strength. From the thick clouds, a dragon descended to the earth. The rider dismounted from his formidable beast. Playing with her hips, she introduced herself by the name Mulan. The crowd began to discuss Mulan's identity en masse. In fact, she was one of the association's top hunters. Then, with one shout, the girl interrupted the crowd. Next, announcing the rules of the new test, which consisted of destroying 5 monsters from the island at once. Instantly, indignation was heard from the crowd, and some even decided to ask a question. It was Lin who wanted to know about the possibility of stealing monster corpses. Mulan allowed everything except killing other participants. After the briefing was over, the test began. Now, a certain group of hunters has set out to search for monsters. Their journey ended when Lin stood in their way. The hunters were frightened, knowing Lin's reputation. However, the hero did not intend to rob, but on the contrary, even to make a deal. As it turned out, Lin was offering monster carcasses for sale. To prove his point, Lin even showed off his wares. Afterwards, he began to list the prices, but not everyone liked the hero's pricing policy. Lin did not insist, but warned that only the strongest monsters remained on the island. The difficult situation and Lin's persistence made the hunters look at each other. In the end, they decided to buy the product. The deal was made and Lin sent the buyers away. So the day passed and night came. A random hunter was getting ready for bed in his tent. Out loud, he thanked Lin for selling the monster carcasses. Suddenly, someone disturbed his peace. The hunter quickly turned around and identified the intruder. Having shown off the tattoo, he behaved in a far from friendly manner. Recognizing the tattoo, the hunter froze in horror. Numbness gripped his body until his piercing scream was heard throughout the area. After some time, the hunter woke up. He rose heavily from the grated floor. Behind him, he discovered other familiar hunters. All of them ended up in captivity of the man with the tattoo. All of them knew that the future would be sad. Their hopes for salvation were directed only towards the examiner. But finding them, which had been reduced to the size of a keychain, was quite a problem. With his new accessory, the tattoo owner was now strolling around the island. Meanwhile, in another part of the island, something was thundering and knocking down trees. It was a huge werewolf who lost his target, but a second later, he got hit on the ass. It was Lin's doing that. He was wearing down the werewolf. As it turned out, Lin was still hunting. His thoughts on commercial interests were interrupted by a new opponent. Lin reacted instantly. He defended himself, but someone else had already cut down the armored bear. The man with the tattoo was also going to finish off Lin, to which the hero only pulled out his trusty pistol. The scoundrel never expected such a development of events. The next moment, Lin fired. However, the bullets only scared the bastard away. His eyes blazed with rage. Lin honestly reported that he had noticed the scoundrel a long time ago and simply did not attach any importance to him. But in this whole situation, something confused the hero. Lin assumed that he was being sought out specifically. Moreover, due to the lack of secrecy, Lin called the owner of the tattoo an idiot. But for some reason he decided to invite Lin to join. Lin smiled since he was not interested in such organizations. The scoundrel drew his sword because the answer did not satisfy him. Without wasting any time, he transformed the sword into a scythe. Given his experience, Lin was not impressed by such a sight. This attitude only made the bastard more angry. Suddenly, all his progress came to a standstill. After all, the tyrant entered the game. Holding the scythe with one hand, Tyrant was already swinging with the other. Afterwards, the giant administered a slap in the face. Lin reminded Tyrant that he wanted to take the scoundrel alive. Having found him, fortunately for Lin, he was still alive. Standing opposite, the hero began to question the scoundrel. But he had no intention of answering in any way. Lin was not against it, since a specialist in these matters had already been called. Putting on a mask, the manipulator approached the scoundrel. Once again, Lin asked about the cultist's purpose. Unable to bear it any longer, the cultist told of a plan to kidnap the best of the hunters. The hero continued his questions. In response, the scoundrel laid out the number and strength of the infiltrated sectarians. The bastard also showed the dungeon where the captured were already being held. He also told about the portal that served as an evacuation method. However then, for some reason, he fell silent. The manipulator told Lin that the cultist had kicked the bucket. After some time, the body of the sectarian was thrown to the ground. The hero dragged him straight to Mulan. Lin hastened to explain the situation regarding the body. It came as a revelation to Mulan that cultists had infiltrated the exam. Afterwards, she began to examine the prison cell. The crowd behind Mulan began to roar with indignation. In any case, the examiner made one important decision. Using magic, she broke the dungeon. All the previously captured hunters flew out from there in a crowd. Immediately, Mulan began to question the rescued people. They answered all the questions that interested Mulan. Mulan clutched her head at such misfortunes and news. Having finished with the freed ones, her attention turned to Lin. After a short conversation, she came to the conclusion that it would not be possible to sort things out without the excellent hunter. Next, her gaze fell on the body of the sectarian. Having taken the ring from his hand, Mulan was going to track down the others. It came as a revelation to Mulan that Lin personally dealt with the cultist. Afterwards, she began to think about the option of getting help from Lin, ultimately allowing the hero to act. A couple more hours passed, and Lin was already flying on his eagle. He conducted an active search, which was crowned with success. Having found another sectarian, the hero dived towards the ground. The man in the robe did not run away. Having taken it off, a gorgeous woman revealed herself, probably eager to meet Lin. Lin began with a disclaimer that he does not hit women. These words were enough for the bitch to take action. Lin sighed and called out to Tyrant. It was a surprise for the bitch to meet the tamer. and yet fear did not paralyze her. On the contrary,